Chapter 28:16. When Ouyang Shuang and Lu Limo opened their eyes, they saw a thick bolt of lightning exploding in front of them. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth apart as it blasted toward the evil demon's head. This bolt of lightning was extremely thick, and it was like a winding mountain as it shot forward murderously. Boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled, shaking the heavens and the earth. A frightening lightning pillar blasted out and directly struck the head of the evil demon. Boom! 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 Roar! When the two collided, a terrifying explosion rang out. At the same time, it was accompanied by a blood-curdling howl. Soon after, under the shocked gazes of the two, the gigantic devil's head suddenly fell apart, turning into pieces that fell from the sky. The powerful energy swept across the area, blowing away the fog in a radius of thousands of miles, revealing a barren area. Everything in the vicinity was taken in by their eyes. Behind Ouyang Shuang and Lu Limo, there were 4 figures standing for a long time. These 4 people were Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Hulei Laozu, and Han Ji, who were traveling through the fog. Xiaofu, human sovereign. Seeing the arrival of these people, Ouyang Shuang and Lu Limo's eyes flashed with joy. Since Du Xiaofu was here, the crisis today had been resolved. The 3 demon sovereigns could no longer do anything to them. On the other side, the 3 demon sovereigns were forced to retreat after being hit. Their eyes flickered with unwillingness. "Are you all okay?" Du Xiaofu ignored their expressions and slowly retracted his hand. He turned to look at Ouyang Shuang and Lu Limo with a smile. With the help of the spiritual energy in his cosmos bag, he discovered the situation here from afar. The 3 people who were originally here did not notice the arrival of the 4 of them. After the battle with the demonic god, the great demon sovereign, the 4 demon sovereigns, and the 5 demon sovereigns appeared and were taken away by the demonic god. He did not expect that the 3 demon sovereigns would encounter Ouyang Shuang and Lu Limo here. If he did not have the cosmos bag of Tianwu Academy, something unacceptable would have happened. Du Xiaofu, the 3 demon sovereigns, gritted his teeth and looked at Du Xiaofu warily. He had wanted to kill the 2 women here and give Du Xiaofu a blow. However, just as he was about to succeed, Duan Lingtian suddenly appeared and ruined his plan. With the strength of the purple-robed young man, he did not have any chance to attack. At the thought of it, the 3 demon sovereigns, if he didn't retreat quickly, he might very well lose his life here. After figuring this out, he did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately turned around and retreated into the fog behind him. "Are you trying to escape now? If I let see, I will lose my face eye of you." Du Xiaoyao grunted coldly when he saw this, and then his figure directly flashed through the sky. As he moved forward, his body emitted a dazzling golden light that dyed the surrounding fog a golden color. Then Du Xiaoyao's body transformed into a huge red-boned horse monkey. It was extremely tall and sturdy, and it stood proudly in the air. Roar! The red-boned horse monkey's roar shook the heavens and the earth. A palm that was covered in golden light came down from the sky. The dense fog was rolling, and a monstrous might came crashing down toward the 3 demon emperors without the slightest delay. "Get lost!" The 3 demon sovereigns cursed and turned to look at Du Xiaoyao. Demonic qi gathered behind his back and turned into a huge shield. It stood there like a city wall and emitted a sense of firmness. Boom! The huge palm of the red-boned horse monkey slammed heavily on the wall shield formed by the demonic qi. It was as if it had hit a muffled drum, and there was a continuous rumbling sound. The demonic qi shield was smashed by the palm. Crack! Crack! Cracks spread rapidly on the wall. Soon, with a bang, the wall shield was smashed into pieces. Then it evaporated and turned back into demonic qi, drifting in the air. At this time, the 3 demon sovereigns had gone hundreds of miles away. In front of him, the fog was slowly shrinking, and soon it would cover his figure. He did not want to fight Du Xiaoyao head-on. Instead, he fled directly into the fog. The three demon sovereigns knew that if he continued to fight with Du Xiaoyao, once Du Xiaofu attacked him, he would lose the chance to escape. In this area, as long as he entered the fog, even if Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and wanted to kill him again, he would not be able to do so. I've said that you can't escape today. Du Xiaoyao snorted coldly. His mountain-like body strode in the air and chased after the three demon sovereigns at an extremely fast speed. Humph! The three demon sovereigns snorted coldly. When he found that Du Xiaofu did not chase after him with his primordial spirit, he heaved a sigh of relief. And Du Xiaoyao's relentless pursuit caused a sense of viciousness to involuntarily arise in his heart. Their figures were extremely fast. After a short while, they disappeared into the fog one after another. Seeing this, Ouyang Shuang and Lu Limo began to feel anxious. Let's go and help the little demons. If we delay any longer, we will not be able to catch up with them. Ouyang Shuang said hurriedly. She did not care about Du Xiaofu, Huolezi, and the others. She stretched her body and was about to rush out. She knew that if she lost track of Du Xiaoyao in this fog, it would be extremely difficult for her to find him again. In the face of the three demon sovereigns, Du Xiaoyao might be able to protect himself with his strength. However, if he fought with the three demon sovereigns head-on, he might not be a match for them. You are injured. Take a rest first. Du Xiaofu reacted quickly and pulled Ouyang Shuang back. Then, taking advantage of the situation, he pulled her soft body into his embrace and lovingly stroked her hair. But Ouyang Shuang struggled for a while. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. It's okay. We will go and help the little demons in a while. Take a rest first. Du Xiaofu interrupted her and comforted Ouyang Shuang with a mysterious smile. He knew the strength of Du Xiaoyao and the three demon sovereigns. Although the cultivation of the three demon sovereigns was slightly stronger than that of Du Xiaoyao, it was absolutely impossible for them to kill Du Xiaoyao. Moreover, with the help of the soul power in the Cosmos Bag, he could catch up with them in a short while. This foggy space might be difficult for others to move around. However, for him, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. But just as Ouyang Shuang was about to say something, she suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Her red lips parted into a circle as she looked at Du Xiaofu in disbelief, her almond-shaped eyes staring at him. Obviously, this guy must have a way to find Du Xiaoyao and the three demon sovereigns quickly. That was why he was so calm. Ouyang Shuang only pondered for a moment before she understood Du Xiaofu's plan. Then she suddenly felt a large hand pressing down on the perky part of her back and was constantly rubbing against it. This caused her to frown and her hair to stand on end. "Get your hands off me," Ouyang Shuang shouted. Her pretty face was flushed. At the same time, she stretched out her slender fingers, which were wrapped by surging xian qi. Then she grabbed Du Xiaofu's left and right arms and twisted them a few times. Ow! Du Xiaofu screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He quickly let go of Ouyang Shuang's arms and jumped away. Hiss, hiss! Du Xiaofu kept sucking in a breath of cold air. His face was distorted as he looked at Ouyang Shuang with an indescribable bitterness in his eyes. This tomboy is still so cruel and merciless. Even my immortal Xian body can't stand it. It's so painful that I have no friends. On the side, Lu Limo, Han Ji, and Huole Laozu looked at each other. Then they looked away and pretended that they didn't see anything. Ouyang Shuang didn't seem to have any intention of letting it go. She rushed to Du Xiaofu's side again. She grabbed his ear with one hand and put her other arm on her slender waist. She stared at him angrily, but her tone was very gentle. "Dear, let me ask you, when you came here just now, who did you say was your woman?" As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Limo from time to time. Du Xiaofu understood the look in his eyes. Does that mean that there were two women here just now? I wonder, dear, is she one of the women you're talking about? Men. Oh no. Dear, I'm just talking about you. Is that wrong? Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He knew how terrifying this tomboy was. How would he dare to go against her? Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep that thing. Really? Ouyang Shuang smiled sweetly. Her smile was very gentle, like a spring breeze. However, when this sentence fell into Du Xiaofu's ears, it gave him a completely different feeling. Really? Of course it's true. I swear. I'll touch that thing. Du Xiaofu quickly said. At the same time, he reached for his crotch. Shameless. Ouyang Shuang couldn't help but spit. She was finally defeated. Her beautiful face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. There were other people present. No matter how tough she was, she couldn't stand Du Xiaofu's actions. Oh my God, this is really too much. On the other side, Han Ji touched her smooth forehead. She was also defeated by the two of them. Hee hee, Fire Thunder Ancestor chuckled. No one knew what was going on in that old man's head. Only Lu Limo's expression didn't change. However, if one looked closely, one could see that deep in her pearl-like eyes were disappointment. Cough, cough. Let's go and help Xiao Yao. Du Xiaofu coughed dryly and acted as if nothing had happened. After he finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves, and a surge of energy swept out. Ouyang Shuang, Lu Limo, Han Ji, and Hule Laozu were all wrapped up in it. Then his figure flashed, and he left the area. Chapter 28:17. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Dad 1. Du Xiaolin clapped his hands excitedly and danced with joy. I told you, Dad's strength is definitely stronger than all of them combined. Du Xiaohuang nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Uncle Xiaofu is really strong. One day, I will be as strong as him. Du Xiaoba's eyes shone brightly. Looking at the purple-robed figure in the sky, a sense of pride rose in his heart. Of all the people present, these three little fellows had the most confidence in Du Xiaofu. They had followed their father, Uncle Xiaofu, for so many years and had witnessed too many miracles. It was as if nothing could truly baffle him. Thus, when they saw the final result, although the three little fellows were elated, they did not show any shock. It was as if everything was within their expectations. Ouyang Shuang, on the other hand, could only rub her smooth forehead helplessly. Back then, when they came to the 33 heavens, Du Xiaofu had originally planned to only bring little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao out of the divine martial world. However, under her strong request, they were brought along with a few other little fellows. At that time, the gap between their strength was already not small. Now this gap was even more terrifying. This made Ouyang Shuang feel somewhat helpless. She did not know how to quickly fill this gap and not fall too far behind. This boy is indeed extraordinary. On the other side, Chu Daoju also smiled. Looking at Du Xiaofu, he nodded repeatedly. His future achievements will definitely surpass ours and step into the meditative realm. Long San also nodded, his eyes shining brightly as he spoke seriously. Beside them, Yu Yuqian's old face was smiling like a flower. He was in high spirits. This old man's disciple will definitely not be an ordinary person. He stroked his beard, his old heart was comforted, and his heart was incomparably happy. Du Xiaofu's victory, as his master, he naturally felt proud. What's more, wasn't this the result that they all wanted? Outside the arena, besides Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, Yu Yuqian, and the others, the people from the various major powers of the Scandinavian kingdom were all sighing with emotion at this moment. Who would have thought that Du Xiaofu would actually win? This guy is too scary. He's almost invincible in the same realm. I suspect that even if a cultivator at the true severing perfection stage fought with him, they would also be beaten down very quickly. His strength is second to none even among the super forces of the 33 heavens. The name Du Xiaofu might spread throughout the entire transcendent Changrong heaven in the future. His name has spread throughout the entire supreme Changrong heaven. Perhaps one day, his legend will spread throughout the 33 heavens. Everyone was discussing fervently and their gazes were all focused on the purple-robed young man standing tall in the sky. When Du Xiaofu had claimed first place at the beginning, no one had dared to believe that he could really win against the combined attacks of over 100 people. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. However, the current result had surprised everyone. Ah, our nomological true weapon is gone. Suddenly someone howled. His voice was filled with endless grief, and it caused a roar of laughter. Only a very small number of people were able to participate in the final battle. Previously, when Divine General Zihong had announced the rules of the competition and their own disciples had entered the final round, they had all thought that the nomological true weapon was already in the bag. However, now that the cooked duck had flown away, each and every one of them felt extremely melancholy. It was as if a piece of flesh had been dug out from their hearts. I announce that Du Xiaofu is the winner of the final battle. At this moment, Divine General Zihong flew up again and stood in the sky as he announced in a clear voice. As his voice fell, the arena quickly quieted down. The over 100 young disciples below all looked up at the sky. Their gazes were filled with emotion and reverence as they looked at the purple-robed young man. I wonder what the final reward will be. I'm afraid that the reward will be extremely terrifying. I'm really looking forward to it. Based on my estimation, it will be at least at the level of an upper-grade nomological true weapon, or a treasure of similar value. It has been hidden until now, so it definitely won't be bad. One thing is for sure. Its value should be more frightening than 100 elementary, nomological true weapons added together. Everyone's gaze turned towards Yu Qing Divine Emperor at the same time. They wanted to see what the final reward would be. Senior brother, Du Xiaofu also rushed down from the sky. With a swoosh, he arrived in front of Yu Taiyan. He squinted his eyes and looked at him with a smile. Seeing this scene, Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng, and the others all smiled bitterly. Du Xiaofu really did not care about his image for the sake of the treasure. Don't be in such a hurry. Yu Taiyan glanced at Du Xiaofu and stood up. He slowly took 2 steps forward and looked around. He raised his voice and said to all the forces present, "Today, I invited all of you here to let all the outstanding disciples in the Holy Kingdom compete fairly. No matter who it is, as long as they win the final challenge, they will be able to obtain the greatest reward." As Yu Taiyan spoke, the entire Divine Palace Square was silent. No one made a sound. They all knew that this was the rule that was agreed upon earlier. The person who won first place had to challenge the other top 100 disciples by himself. Furthermore, he would only be able to obtain the final reward if he won. Everything was very fair. In order to make the remaining disciples fight with all their might, Yu Taiyan even offered the great temptation of 100 nomological true weapons to motivate the disciples to fight with all their might. Therefore, at this moment, everyone present pricked up their ears. They wanted to hear what the Divine Emperor would say and what the greatest reward was. As the Yu Qing Divine Emperor spoke, he paused and looked around. Then he continued. Du Xiaofu claimed first place. No one objected to this. In the end, he defeated everyone. Therefore, the greatest reward naturally belongs to him. At this point, countless people began to feel nervous. They felt their hearts begin to race uncontrollably. It was not just the people from the various forces. Even the 3 divine generals and some of the higher-ups of the Holy Kingdom felt the same way. Everyone held their breaths and quietly listened to Yu Taiyan's words. They wanted to hear the final result. Seeing this, Yu Taiyan's eyes shone brightly. He said loudly, "I declare that from today onwards, Du Xiaofu is the new divine emperor of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom." As soon as these words came out, it was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded between heaven and earth. What followed was even more silence, to the point that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. After a long while, someone rubbed his ears in disbelief. Then he looked at the person next to him, wanting to confirm if he had heard wrongly. After a series of confirmations, they finally realized that everything they had just heard was real and not an illusion. In an instant, the huge square exploded into an unprecedented uproar. Du Xiaofu? The next divine emperor? Did I really hear it wrong? How can this be? Could this be the final reward? The divine emperor is in his prime. Why is he stepping down now and passing the throne to Du Xiaofu? What is going on? Everyone was shocked beyond words. No one expected the Yu Qing divine emperor to make such a decision. At this point, no one cared whether this was the greatest reward or not. They only wanted to know what was going on. Why did their divine emperor, who was in his prime, suddenly pass the throne to someone else? And it was not even a member of the imperial family. In the crowd, Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, Yu Qingxi, and the other princes and princesses were all speechless. Divine General Zihong He Mengchang, Divine General Yunling, Duan Baichuan, and Divine General Di Hu Yuankuan were no exception. They were all stunned and could not say a word. That is going to be the divine emperor. I'm not dreaming, right? Behind Chu Daoju and the others, little Qilin rubbed his eyes hard. His face was filled with disbelief. What is going on? I'm feeling dizzy. Du Xiaohuang's eyes were also blinking. She looked back and forth between Yu Taiyan and Du Xiaofu. Looks like we are going to have a foundation in the 33 heavens soon. Du Xiaoba smacked his lips and said, beside the three little fellows, Ouyang Shuang's beautiful face was filled with indescribable shock. Just like the three little fellows, she felt a little dizzy. The position of divine emperor is going to be passed to me. Du Xiaofu was also dumbfounded. He stood rooted to the spot beside Yu Taiyan and stared blankly at his back. The questions in his heart were no less than anyone else's. Yu Taiyan's words had caught him completely off guard. It was too sudden. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart was the same as everyone else's. He felt extremely baffled and confused. You didn't hear wrong. The position of Divine Emperor Yu Qing will be taken over by Du Xiaofu from today onwards. The succession ceremony will be held on another day. In the face of everyone's endless questions, Yu Taiyan did not explain anything. He only repeated his words. After he finished speaking, he turned to Du Xiaofu, the three divine generals, and the 7 princes and princesses, and said, "Follow me." Then Yu Taiyan led Du Xiaofu, Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, He Mengchang, Duan Baichuan, and the others, and disappeared from the spot. Yu Yuqian, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, and the others also left. Apart from them, He Jixin, Duan Yizong, He Jibai, Hui Youguang, and the other high-ranking disciples of the Divine Kingdom were also summoned. Only the people from the various forces of the Divine Kingdom were left. None of them had recovered from the great shock until now. The people discussed the Divine Emperor's decision nonstop. This was definitely a major piece of news that was enough to shake the entire Divine Kingdom. Everyone knew that the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom was at the peak of its power, and the Divine Emperor was at the prime of his life. Back then, the 7 Divine Generals' Manors and the Zhuling Sanctuary had plotted a rebellion, but they had been crushed by thousands of immortal realm experts. The Divine Kingdom's strength was unprecedented. Even if they were to go up against some of the stronger sanctuaries, they would not lose out at all. As such, not only could they compete with the other factions in the transcendent Changrong sky, they could even expand their territory. However, it was under such circumstances that the Divine Emperor was going to abdicate and pass the throne to Du Xiaofu. This surprised everyone. However, when everyone was talking about it, they were surprised, but no one raised any questions about it. The Divine Kingdom's factions were built by the Divine Emperor himself. He had the right to make any decisions. As a subordinate faction, they only needed to follow his orders. They were only thinking that Du Xiaofu was only at the true severing stage. Did he have the ability to take on such a heavy responsibility? Amidst the heated discussion, the experts of the divine kingdom stepped forward and began to arrange for the people from the various factions to leave the square and settle down in the divine palace or divine city. On the other side, Yu Taiyan, Yu Yuqian, Chu Deoju, Du Xiaofu, He Mengchang, Yu Yaoyan, Yu Qingyao, He Jixin, and the others gathered in a large hall and took their seats. Yu Taiyan sat on the main seat and looked down at the people below. He smiled and said, "I know that you have many questions in your hearts. Now, if you have anything to say, just say it." Before the others could make a move, Du Xiaofu was the first to stand out and say, "Senior brother Yu, you're not joking, right? The position of divine emperor, how can I?" Du Xiaofu understood that although his current strength was not bad, it was absolutely impossible for him to support the position of divine emperor in a divine kingdom. It should be known that the divine emperor of the first divine kingdom in the transcendent Changrong heaven was at the immortal realm, and they were all very strong. For example, Yu Taiyan was an expert at the ninth sky of immortal realm. Du Xiaofu asked himself, although he could run amok among the younger generation, if he were to face such an expert, he would not be able to resist at all. He would only be trampled. However, before he could finish, Yu Taiyan waved his hand and interrupted him. He said, "Junior brother Du, don't belittle yourself. Do you think I would joke about this matter with you? The reason I invited so many factions to the Divine Palace was to let you prove your strength. And things are indeed as I expected. You did not disappoint me. Perhaps you want to say that with your current realm, you are not qualified to be the divine emperor of a divine kingdom. But I believe that it won't be long before you reach the immortal realm." Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Yu Taiyan waved his hand again. "You already know that we come from a place called the Lingwu world in the 3,000 universes. The reason I created the Yu Qing divine kingdom in the supreme Changrong heaven was not to create a powerful force. It was just a way for me to train myself. Now, this kind of training has lost its meaning to me. However, I built the divine kingdom with my own hands, so I can't leave it alone. I have to find someone to pass it on." As Yu Taiyan spoke, he suddenly shifted his gaze to Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, Yu Qingxi, and the other princes and princesses. As for Changyan, Changyao, Chengxi, and the others, although they aren't weak and are much older than you, their cultivations are still far too lacking in comparison. You, on the other hand, have been through great trials and tribulations in the divine martial world. You have grown at an incomparable speed, far surpassing your peers. Therefore, no one is more suitable for the position of divine emperor than you. And I am very relieved to hand all of this over to you." After Yu Taiyan finished speaking, everyone in the hall fell silent. Apart from Yu Yuqian, Yu Taiyan, Chu Deoju, and a few others, the others did not know much about Du Xiaofu's past. However, they all understood what Yu Taiyan meant. As for Du Xiaofu himself, he also agreed with his words. He was not a frivolous person, but he would not belittle himself either. He knew his own weight. To a certain extent, he had experienced the great calamity of the devil religion in the divine martial world. He had cultivated for decades and died 3 times, but he had also established a vast, desolate divine kingdom. During this process, his temperament had grown to a height that many people could not hope to reach. Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, and the others, who were born blessed by the heavens, could not compare to him. From this point of view, Du Xiaofu was indeed more suitable for the position of divine emperor than any of them. However, Du Xiaofu still felt a little strange. After all, the imperial family had always been of the same origin. The imperial power would not be easily given to an outsider. For example, in the ancient, desolate continent, the human race's divine temple was supported by several great families. Therefore, the human emperor's position was rotated and fought for by themselves. As if seeing through Du Xiaofu's thoughts, Yu Yuqian stood up from his seat before Yu Taiyan could speak. He walked to Du Xiaofu's side and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Good disciple! Everything we've done today is a decision we've made decades ago. right after you fought the 7 divine generals' mansions and the extreme spirit, Holy Land, in the Chaos Dimension. We originally planned to do all of this after the origin space ended. However, at that time, you were in seclusion in the Qian Su Jinghua Heaven. After you came back, your cultivation base became so terrifying. You're not far from the immortal realm. Therefore, we took advantage of the time before the opening of the divine devil battlefield to finish all of this. Father, you're right. At this time, Yu Taihua spoke again. Everyone is relieved to leave all of this to you. You don't need to feel burdened. In the divine devil battlefield, with the identity of divine emperor, you can better lead all the other forces of the divine kingdom. Boy, the position of divine emperor is taken by you. You have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the entire Yu Qing divine kingdom. No accidents can happen in your hands. Chu Daoju suddenly laughed and continued. If you don't want to continue as the divine emperor and there are more suitable people, such as Qing Yan, Qing Yao, Qing Shi, and the others, you can give the throne back. However, during this period, you can do whatever you want. I believe you can make this divine kingdom even more glorious. Chapter 28:18. Chu Daoju's words made Yu Qian, Yu Taiyan, Long San, Ling Feng, and the others nod. Just as he said, Du Xiaofu taking over the throne was the result of everyone's discussion. When Yu Taiyan established the Yu Qing divine kingdom, it was to train himself more. But now, the effect of this training was very small. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the immortal realm a long time ago. He was only slightly weaker than Chu Daoju, so now he wanted to find a different path of cultivation. He didn't want to rely on pure life and death battles to strengthen himself. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, it wasn't just simple battles that could increase one's cultivation. Instead, one needed to comprehend. And this kind of comprehension was more about experiencing the world and nature. In addition, there was also the cultivator himself. Is that so? Du Xiaofu muttered and fell into deep thought. Chu Daoju's words made sense. When the situation stabilized and Yu Chenyan, Yu Qingyao, and the others reached the immortal realm, he could definitely give back the throne. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu really did need a force of his own to develop his foundation in the 33 heavens. Now, there was a large group of people in Shanwu world waiting for him to go back and bring them to the 33 heavens to train together. He couldn't let his family and friends be like him in the past. After coming to a foreign place, they didn't even have a place to stay. If he had control of the Yu Qing divine kingdom, it would be much easier to arrange everything. Only now did Du Xiaofu remember that when Yu Yuqian took him in as a disciple, he said he would give him a big gift. But he didn't expect this gift to be so great. So no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't make up his mind. There are no outsiders here. I'll call you Marshal Uncle Du. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was still a little hesitant, Yu Qian gently walked forward, looked at Du Xiaofu and said with a faint smile, Imperial Father and the several martial uncles are right. With the strength of the 7 of us siblings, we are indeed unable to properly control the divine kingdom and inherit the throne. And as grandfather's disciple, you're not an outsider. You're more suitable than any of us to inherit the throne. As the divine kingdom's crown prince, he naturally understood why the imperial ancestor and father made such a decision. Imperial father had been at a bottleneck for many years. If he wanted to seek a greater breakthrough, as his children, they had no reason to stop him. Furthermore, Yu Qingyan could also see just how much trust his grandfather and father had in Du Xiaofu. For them to hand over the divine kingdom to him made them feel at ease. Qingyao also, I think this is as suitable. Marshal Uncle Du, you don't need Don. Yu Qingyao chuckled and blinked at Du Xiaofu inexplicably, as if a bright and beautiful spring had just bloomed. Eldest brother and second sister are right. The Yu Qing divine kingdom isn't that important to us. If father had wanted to establish it, there wouldn't be 36 sacred lands and 72 divine kingdoms. Yu Qingxi also said, To Yu Taiyan, establishing the Yu Qing divine kingdom was really just a training exercise. With the strength of the faction behind them, if they really wanted to expand their territory, the entire Changrong heaven would have changed. Because of this, the 7 princes and princesses were shocked and confused by their father's sudden decision. However, they didn't show any signs of rejection. They didn't think much of the Yu Qing divine kingdom. But to Du Xiaofu, all of this was a great gift. Yes, Brother Du, Martial Uncle Du, just agree to Father, and the others. The 7 of us won't have any objections. Yu Chengliang stepped forward and said to Du Xiaofu, among the 7 princes and princesses, he was the closest to Du Xiaofu. He also knew the temperament of his brothers. Actually, with Martial Uncle Du's ability, it won't be difficult for you to establish another divine kingdom in the future. But it just so happens that the Yu Qing divine kingdom needs someone to inherit the throne. You're the most suitable. Yu Chengyan slowly walked to Du Xiaofu's side, his tone sincere as he spoke. After the previous battle, he could clearly feel how terrifying Du Xiaofu's strength was. One had to know that this fellow had only cultivated for less than 200 years and had already grown to such a level. If he was given a few more 100 years, no one could predict what heights he would reach. How difficult would it be for such a genius to conquer a divine kingdom in the future? All right, since everyone says so, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Du Xiaofu thought for a moment again, then raised his eyes and nodded very straightforwardly. Since things had already come to this point, if he continued to hesitate, it would be too petty of him. A divine kingdom was a great temptation to him. At least it would save him a lot of energy to go to war. It would also allow the many beings in the divine battle world to have a place to settle down in the 33 heavens. Good. In a few days, we'll hold the coronation ceremony for you. Yu Taiyan laughed out loud and nodded. The others, such as Yu Yuqian, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, and Long San, also showed gratified expressions. Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, Yu Chengliang, and He Jibai all started to laugh. A true severing stage, cultivator inheriting the throne. This was probably the first time in the Changrong heaven that something like this had happened. No divine kingdom would pass the throne to a young boy. That's right, if Du Xiaofu's age was calculated, he could only be considered a young boy in the 33 heavens. But senior brother Yu, while everyone was still rejoicing, Du Xiaofu suddenly rubbed the back of his head and said, Senior brother Yu, you can go and seek a higher realm. But the other powerhouses of the divine kingdom can't leave. Otherwise, I won't even know the borders of such a vast territory. He blinked and looked at the people around him. If he Mengchang, Duan Baichuan, Huyuan Kuin, and the other immortal powerhouses of the divine kingdom also resigned after Yu Taiyan's abdication, then he would be dumbfounded. After all, it was impossible for him, Yu Chengliang, He Jibai, and the others to hold up a divine kingdom. As a powerful force in the Changrong heaven, it was impossible for it not to have an immortal powerhouse. However, Yu Taiyan had already thought about this. He laughed again and said, Don't worry. None of the higher-ups of the divine kingdom will move. Everything will be the same as before. It's just that the divine king has changed. You don't have to worry about how many things you need to do. There will be people in charge of everything. Unless, one day, you want to expand your territory and conquer more lands. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile. In fact, Du Xiaofu didn't need to put in too much effort to inherit the position of divine king. However, from now on, the development of the Yu Qing divine kingdom would be decided by him. Phew! Hearing Yu Taiyan's words, Du Xiaofu let out a long sigh of relief. That was good. As long as the overall structure of the divine kingdom didn't change, he was more than happy to accept all of this. After all, he was used to being a hands-off boss in the divine martial world. Everything was handled by Yi Wuming, Elder Yi, Morong Yurua, his father, and the others. Du Xiaofu only needed to work hard to cultivate and improve his strength, then lead everyone into battle when the time came. As for the trivial matters, Just thinking about them gave him a headache. With He Mengchang, Huiyuankuen, and Duan Baichuan, the three divine generals, Du Xiaofu could rest assured and leave everything to them. In addition, Father, Senior Brother Chu, Senior Brother Long, and Senior Brother Ling will also stay in the divine kingdom to guard it. If you need them, they will lend you a hand. Yu Taiyan looked at Du Xiaofu and added, "That's great." Du Xiaofu was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. This was simply a great thing. With Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, and the others, the divine kingdom would be even more stable. In addition, although Master Yu Yuqian's strength wasn't that great, he was able to borrow a precious weapon like the bloodbath. Naturally, he had his own unique points. It could be said that even if Yu Taiyan left directly, the divine kingdom would still be as strong as before if a new divine king wasn't appointed. This was because behind these people from the 3,000 boundless worlds, there was an extremely terrifying force. If they really went crazy, they might be able to stir up an entire world. If they truly wanted to cultivate their forces wholeheartedly, they might even be able to unify the transcendent Chang, Rong Heaven. In the past, Yu Taiyan had relied on the bloodbath to face the encirclement of tens of thousands of immortal realm experts and kill thousands of them with one slash. In the end, he had even forced the meditative realm experts to retreat, not daring to stop them from leaving the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. With such an expert guarding the divine kingdom, Du Xiaofu was very reassured. Then it's settled. The divine devil battle realm is about to open. Prepare yourself. Yu Taiyan nodded and said to Du Xiaofu, the divine devil battle realm was a major event. The entire transcendent Chang, Rong, heaven attached great importance to it. In fact, even the powerful forces of other worlds wanted to get their hands on it. That Du Xiaofu paid no attention to Yu Taiyan. Inexplicably, he revealed an embarrassed smile, and with a hint of shyness he said, "Senior Brother Yu, since I've inherited the throne of the divine emperor, does that mean he?" As he spoke, his eyes began to emit a green light. In the end, he was still chuckling nonstop, but he just couldn't finish his sentence in one go. "Which one?" Yu Taiyan raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion. Yu Yuqian, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, Yu Chengyan, Hijibai, and the others all looked at Du Xiaofu in unison. They were all puzzled. When did this guy become so shy? He even blushed. It was really inconceivable. Was this still the daring Du Xiaofu in their impression? It's that Du Xiaofu stretched out his hands and began to gesture in front of him, but his movements made everyone confused. They didn't understand what he meant at all. However, Du Xiaofu just stared with his eyes wide open and continuously made hand gestures, causing the group of powerhouses to be confused. "That's your head. You brat. Which one is it?" Yu Taiyan was a little anxious and scolded with a smile. He really couldn't understand why Du Xiaofu's personality had changed. He was stuttering when he spoke. This wasn't his style at all. Du Xiaofu's eyes swept across everyone's faces and found that they were all confused. No one understood what he meant. He could only spread his hands helplessly, then lowered his head and whispered, "I've inherited the throne of the divine emperor. Does that mean I have to have a treasure like the imperial seal? Damn it. Damn it. Holy shit." Yu Taiyan, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, and the others couldn't help but curse. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wants the imperial seal? A leopard can't change its spots. This brat is still asking for a beating. Yu Taiyan smiled bitterly. He still didn't know why Du Xiaofu was stuttering for so long. It turned out that he had his eyes on the divine nation's imperial seal. Is this guy really the expert who fought so many experts before? Yu Changyao rubbed her smooth forehead, speechless. She had been completely defeated by Du Xiaofu. Her impression of him had changed greatly. Du Xiaofu's current attitude really did not have the slightest bit of demeanor of a powerhouse. His bashful appearance was simply like a child. Indeed, it was a treasure that condensed the fortune of a nation. It was the convergence of the thoughts of countless living beings. It was the foundation of the Yu Qing divine nation. Really? Du Xiaofu ignored everyone's reaction. He stared at Yu Taiyan with his eyes wide open. The imperial seal of a nation was no ordinary item. When he had the divine martial world, Dongli Chihuang had used many underhanded methods to obtain the imperial qi of the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial palace. Later on, when the desolate nation was established, Du Xiaofu also benefited greatly. In the final battle with the demonic god, Du Xiaofu had even borrowed the power of the ancient desolate nation's seal's tyrannical shadow. Under the worship of all the living beings in the 3 continents, 9 continents, and 1 world, Du Xiaofu had gathered a vast amount of willpower and summoned an endless amount of sovereign qi to his body, becoming a heavenly saint. The Yu Qing divine kingdom was many times larger than the Shanwu world. The imperial dragon qi that gathered in the Yu Qing divine kingdom was naturally more terrifying. If Du Xiaofu could obtain the imperial seal, his cultivation would definitely rise to another level. Most importantly, the faith of living beings was a form of the law of the soul. With it, he could have a chance to make a breakthrough in the law of the soul. The law of the soul was mysterious and unpredictable. Back in the divine martial world, Du Xiaofu didn't understand it at all. He only knew that he could use the imperial qi of the imperial palace to fight against enemies and have the ability to punish the heavens and kill the earth. However, he didn't understand the law of the soul. Now that he had such an opportunity, he didn't want to let it go. "You brat!" Yu Taiyan scolded again, exasperated. "The divine emperor's position is already given to you. Do you think the imperial seal will run away?" He smiled bitterly and kept glaring at Du Xiaofu, rolling his eyes one after another. Great! Du Xiaofu was overjoyed. This was a completely unexpected gain. At the beginning of the competition, he thought that the final reward would be an upper-grade true weapon of laws. Now, even if an upper-grade true weapon of laws was placed in front of him, he wouldn't exchange it. All of this had far exceeded his expectations. The imperial seal can be given to you at any time, but don't refine it for the time being. The divine devil battlefield is about to open. There's not much time left. There's no time for you to refine the imperial seal. Yu Taiyan glared at Du Xiaofu and continued. If I had given you the divine emperor's position when the origin space reopened, there would have been enough time. However, you've been in seclusion in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven for nearly 100 years. Now it's too late. The trip to the divine devil battlefield is very important. You can't be careless. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand. A golden light suddenly appeared and bloomed in the hall. This bright light was like a sun in the sky. It released a blazing aura and dyed the entire hall in golden light. The imperial seal. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. His heart was incomparably shocked. Needless to say, this was the imperial seal of the Yu Qing divine country. It released a vast imperial aura that made one's heart tremble. No wonder it was an object that gathered the willpower of all the creatures in a divine country. Compared to the desolate country's buying, it was simply the difference between a grain of rice and the moon. This is the divine country's imperial seal, the Yang Dragon Sword. As Yu Taiyan spoke, he waved his sleeve. Invisible waves rippled out from his body and quickly spread out. Then, the bright golden light in the center of the hall quickly shrank. In the end, a sword-shaped object appeared and floated in the air. The sword was 3 fingers wide and more than 3 feet long. On the sword body, there was a twisting dragon shape. The dragon's tail was at the tip of the sword and extended all the way. The dragon's head and neck turned into the sword hilt. The dragon's head was slightly open. A pair of lifelike eyes were like a real dragon. It carried a domineering aura that made one tremble all over just by looking at it. He Jibai, Yu Chengliang, Duan Yizong, He Jixin, and the others who were present felt their legs go soft under the terrifying aura. They wanted to prostrate themselves on the ground. What a terrifying sword! Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He was deeply shocked. His primordial spirit was throbbing nonstop at this moment. This was even under the circumstances where Yu Taiyan had suppressed the power of the sword. If it was released completely, even an ordinary true severing realm cultivator would have to kneel down in an instant. Du Xiaofu was a little doubtful. If such a terrifying object was really in his hands, would he have the ability to refine it? Now you decide. Do you want me to keep this Yang dragon sword for now? Or do you want me to seal a portion of its power and give it to you directly? Yu Taiyan did not look at Du Xiaofu. He only stared at the extraordinary sword and asked softly. This, seeing how terrifying the sword was, Du Xiaofu was a little uncertain. With regards to such a terrifying item, he naturally wanted to obtain it himself. However, on second thought, with his current cultivation, it would probably be very difficult for him to refine it. If he was careless, he might even suffer a backlash. He was a little embarrassed. He did not know what to do. Although Du Xiaofu could not see the grade of the sword, just from the aura it had revealed, if he were to encounter experts outside, they would definitely fight over it. Perhaps even experts at 7th or 8th sky of a mortal realm would be jealous. Chapter 2819. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Such a stomp was extremely powerful. A large ring of smoke and dust flew in all directions. The dense smoke jumped and danced in the dense fog. Any expert of the sage-accomplished realm would have been crushed into dregs if they hadn't used their cultivation to resist this attack. However, when the 3 demon emperor's foot landed on the ground, he could not help but frown. This was because he could sense that his foot had not stepped on Du Xiaoyao. He could not help but be shocked by such a situation. Du Xiaoyao was severely injured. Even if she was in her peak condition, it would be very difficult for her to avoid the stomp. The 3 demon emperor did not even pull his foot out of the pit. He looked around, trying to find Du Xiaoyao. Don't look for her. We are here. Suddenly, a young man's voice rang out and entered the 3 demon emperor's ears. However, these words did not come from Du Xiaoyao. Most importantly, this voice sounded extremely familiar. It caused all the hair on the 3 demon emperors' bodies to stand on end as they sensed a dangerous aura coming from it. The 3 demon emperors' hearts trembled as they looked in the direction of the voice. They saw 2 figures standing quietly in front of them after the smoke and dust had slowly dispersed. Du Xiaofu. The 3 demon emperor narrowed his eyes and stared at one of the 2 figures. It was Du Xiaofu, who they had just run away from. The golden-clothed young man, Du Xiaoyao, was also standing next to him. How could this be? Looking at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao, the 3 demon emperor murmured in disbelief. He had made a prompt decision to retreat when he had run into them. Except for the damned monkey, who had chased after him, the others had not moved. Logically speaking, Du Xiaofu should not have been able to find him so easily in the sea of fog. Who would have thought that Du Xiaofu would show up at the most critical moment after he had used up the precious item that Lord Devil had given him to kill Du Xiaoyao directly? This infuriated the 3 demon emperors. If he had been able to kill Du Xiaoyao, he could have just used up the origin stones. But now that Du Xiaofu had arrived, killing Du Xiaoyao had become impossible. It stinks. Du Xiaoyao pinched her nose with one hand and wore an unlucky look on her face. It seemed that she was very dissatisfied with the fact that the 3 demon emperors had raised their feet above her head. All right, stop messing around. Let me do it. Du Xiaofu smiled and said to Du Xiaoyao. After glaring at Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao curled the corners of her mouth and retreated while saying, "I'll leave this idiot to you." Watching Du Xiaoyao leave, Du Xiaofu's face slowly turned serious as he looked at the 3 demon emperors. The devil religion really has a lot of tricks up its sleeves. Seeing the 3 demon emperors' current state, Du Xiaofu could not help but sigh in his heart. Before entering the space torture corridor, Moksha and Mo Lingzi had respectively used great devil shakes the world, and blood devil real body. Now, the 3 demon emperors' tricks seemed to be similar to those of the 2 demon emperors. However, compared to Moksha and Emolingzi, the 3 demon emperors were much more powerful than them. Judging from their auras, they were not much weaker than him. The demon gods were worthy of being demon gods, worthy of being the enemy of the Lord of 3,000 worlds and the dragon god. It seemed that the foundation of the devil religion was much deeper than he had imagined. Du Xiaofu, how did you do it? At this time, the 3 demon emperors were still looking at Du Xiaofu thoughtfully and murmuring. He really wanted to know how Du Xiaofu was able to lock onto the target's position so quickly in the sea of fog. Ha ha! Du Xiaofu laughed and did not answer his question. He directly soared into the sky, his robe fluttering in the wind as he stood proudly in the air. There was no aura fluctuation on his body, and all his aura was restrained. He looked like an ordinary person without any cultivation. However, in the eyes of the 3 demon emperors, such an ordinary figure had an inexplicable aura rising around him. It was a kind of natural rhythm that was in harmony with the heavens and the earth. It had a feeling of being one with nature, mysterious and unfathomable. Retreat! The 3 demon emperors did not hesitate too much and quickly retreated. He knew in his heart that although he had the support of the demon god Source Stone, he could not maintain this state for too long. If he continued to fight with Du Xiaofu, the final result would be very unfavorable for him. After coming up with a plan, the 3 demon emperors' burly bodies moved at an extremely fast speed. They were incomparably agile as their bodies leaped forward. In a flash, they had already arrived at the fog that was hundreds and thousands of miles away. Trying to escape? First, you threatened to kill my woman. Then you bullied my brother. If I let you go like this, would I still be called the Demon King, Du Xiaofu? Looking at the 3 demon emperors fleeing in the air, Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly. However, he was not in a hurry to chase after them. Just as the 3 demon emperors' figures entered the fog, Su Mo's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Su Mo activated the first style of Fuyao. He ignored the obstruction of space and directly appeared in the fog in the distance, blocking the 3 demon emperors' escape route. Damn it! How could this be? The huge bodies of the 3 demon emperors suddenly came to a halt while they were fleeing. They forcibly stopped moving forward. This was because when they broke through a layer of fog, the purple-robed young man's figure appeared in their line of sight again. The purple-robed young man was just standing in the air, facing them directly. The 3 demon emperors panicked in his heart. He was shocked by Du Xiaofu's means. This young man had actually mastered the means to travel freely in the fog. Previously, he was not very sure about this, but now there was no doubt about it. Go back! Du Xiaofu stood in the air, waving his big sleeves. Facing the 3 demon emperors, he directly punched them. In the sea of fog, when they could see each other clearly, it meant that they were very close to each other. At such a close distance, Du Xiaofu's punch hit the 3 demon emperors' huge bodies without any hindrance. This punch seemed ordinary, but it contained all of Du Xiaofu's cultivation. He did not hold back at all. When dealing with the people of the devil religion, there was no reason for him to be lenient. A muffled bang was heard, and the 3 demon emperors were sent flying back thousands of miles. His body drew a long trajectory in the fog. When the huge demonic body stopped, the 3 demon emperors' throat made a gulping sound. Then his Adam's apple moved as if he had swallowed a mouthful of blood. At the place where Du Xiaofu's punch had hit, the 3 demon emperors' bodies burst open. Demon blood gushed out and flowed on the ground. Demon qi was floating around the 3 demon emperors' wounds. A pair of demonic eyes, which were as bright as the sun, stared at Du Xiaofu. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. He could not believe that he had been injured by this young man's attack. Run! The 3 demon emperors did not dare to delay any longer. They turned around and dashed into the fog again. This time he did not move in a straight line like before. Instead, he kept turning around in an attempt to get rid of Du Xiaofu's pursuit. If his opponent's means were not particularly brilliant, he would have a chance to get rid of him. You are quite smart. You know how to change your trajectory. Du Xiaofu, who was standing in the same place, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The corners of his mouth curled up. With the help of the divine soul power in the cosmos bag, all the movements of the 3 demon emperors were clearly displayed in his eyes. It seemed to be a smart move, but it was also quite funny. However, it's all in vain. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. Then he disappeared from where he was and went in front of the 3 demon emperors again to intercept him. Damn it! Damn it! The 3 demon emperors were startled once again. So they started to curse again and again. Then they suddenly retreated. They were afraid that Du Xiaofu would suddenly attack them again. At the same time, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a tyrannical strength surged. After that, his arms suddenly swung, forming 2 intersecting blades, and fiercely shot out, attacking towards Du Xiaofu. The 2 wind blades, which were swift and fierce, broke through the void and arrived in front of Du Xiaofu in the blink of an eye. Break! Du Xiaofu softly spat out a single word. It was spoken casually, but it was like a thunderclap that suddenly exploded. Bang! A thunderbolt, which was shaped like a dragon, appeared in the void and smashed the 2 wind blades into pieces. The 2 forces collapsed and dissipated. Du Xiaofu, I will fight you to the death. Suddenly, the 3 demon emperors, who were retreating, froze in place. His body, which was more imposing than the sky, was even more majestic than a mountain. His muscles were bulging and exuded a terrifying aura. In comparison, Du Xiaofu seemed small and ordinary. However, the eyes of the 3 demon emperors were filled with a deep seriousness. This was because he knew very well how terrifying this seemingly tiny human youth in front of him actually was. Since you are so persistent, even if I die, I will not let you have an easy time. Kill! The 3 demon emperors shouted suddenly. Then he waved his fists and attacked Du Xiaofu's head. The muscles on his 2 arms rose and fell, and the sound of his blood flowing in his veins was like the roaring and surging of a great river. It carried a strength that could tear the heavens and the earth apart. As soon as he moved, it caused the space to shatter into a mess with a crash. Are you going to fight me to the death? In the face of such an attack, Du Xiaofu, who was standing in the air opposite the 3 demon emperors, became serious. Apparently, the 3 demon emperors knew that they could not get rid of him. They had no other choice but to fight him head-on. With the support of the demon god Origin Stone, the 3 demon emperors' cultivation had reached a terrifying level. They were not much weaker than Su Ke. If the 3 demon emperors wanted to fight him to the death, they could indeed pose a great threat to Su Ke. So what if you have the support of the demon god's power? After all, you are not the demon god. Since you are here, I will torture you. Du Xiaofu spoke in an indifferent tone. Chapter 28:20. Quite a few people from the other factions have also arrived. Du Xiaofu looked around and realized that there were large groups of people gathered in many places. There were already no less than 30 factions. Needless to say, these people were all from the other 35 holy lands and 71 divine kingdoms. These factions are all very strong. Yu Chengyan also came back to his senses. He no longer stared at the entrance of the divine demon battlefield. Like Du Xiaofu, he began to size up the experts of the other factions. From his observation, the 30 factions were all very strong. Among them, there were about 13 or 14 that were about the same level as Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. Other than that, there were 7 or 8 that were slightly weaker. The other 10 or so factions were all very strong, far stronger than his own faction. There were even some camps that had more than 100,000 people. Every one of them was very powerful, and many of them were so strong that even Yu Qingyan could not see through them. After careful observation, there were even a few people who made him feel a little fearful. This was really scary. It seemed that among the peers of the transcendent Changrong heaven, there were already some who had reached the true severing perfection stage, walking ahead of them. Every faction has one or two people who have reached the true severing perfection stage, and there are also many who are at the peak of the late stage of true severing perfection stage. Du Xiaofu also noticed the situation over there. His eyes moved slightly, and he muttered, "Those must be the disciples of the other holy lands." He thought to himself, only now did he truly understand the terrifying strength of the holy lands. Among those of the same generation, the strongest in the Yu Qing divine kingdom were himself, Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, Meng Dongyang, Yu Yuran, and the others. However, among those forces, there were already true, severing consummate experts, and there were quite a few of them. Apart from that, there were also 10 times more true, severing perfection stage cultivators on their side. Compared to those factions, the difference between Yu Qing Divine Kingdom and those factions was very obvious. However, this was something that could be expected. After all, the 35 Holy Lands had a very deep foundation that had been accumulated for countless years. It was not something that the factions of the Divine Kingdoms could compare to. Looking at it this way, if there were no true severing consummate cultivators among them, that would be a very strange thing. Of course, Du Xiaofu did not appear to be that cautious because of the difference in cultivation level. If he used his full strength, he would be much more terrifying than an ordinary severing truth consummate cultivator. So he naturally would not place too much importance on those young elites. There are 35 holy lands and 72 divine kingdoms in the transcendent Changrong heaven. That's a total of 107 major powers. At this moment, more than 30% of them have already arrived. The other 70 or so powers will most likely arrive soon. At that time, there will be even more experts. Tung Yuanshan came to Du Xiaofu's side. His eyes flickered as he looked around. He felt the pressure. He was definitely one of the top elites among his peers in the Divine Kingdom. However, if he was compared to the entire Supreme Changrong Heaven, he really couldn't be ranked. Not to mention those elites at the consummate level of truth-severing stage. Just the numerous people who were also at the peak of the late stage of truth-severing stage were enough to make people feel immense pressure. Perhaps in the entire Yu Qing Divine Kingdom, only the current Divine Emperor Du Xiaofu could compete with those prodigies, holy sons and holy daughters. So what if they're holy sons and holy daughters? Our Divine Emperor's abilities are unparalleled, and he views all the heroes of the same generation as nothing. With him around, who dares to underestimate our Yu Qing Divine Kingdom will definitely beat them until they have to look for their teeth on the ground. Fatty Fan Yushu had unknowingly moved to Du Xiaofu's other side. His eyes narrowed into slits as he chuckled. In his opinion, Du Xiaofu was able to fight against more than 100 true, severing cultivators by himself. Those holy sons and holy daughters definitely could not compare to him. The gap between them and Du Xiaofu was as huge as the gap between himself and those holy sons and holy daughters. On the side, the young elites of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom exchanged glances when they heard Fan Yushu's words. Then they all smiled wryly and nodded. Du Xiaofu was now their Majesty the Godly Emperor. He was a freak that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Just as Du Xiaofu, Tung Yuanshan, Fan Yushu, and the others were talking, the void trembled violently. Swoosh! Another large group of people appeared and gathered at the bottom of the huge crack in the abyss. Then, with a few more swoosh sounds, more and more forces arrived and gathered with the crowd. With the passage of time, more and more people gathered in this area. In less than half a day, the people from the 35 Holy Lands and 72 Divine Kingdoms had all gathered. Suddenly, this space seemed to be filled with people everywhere. For the opening of the celestial demon battlefield this time, Every force had sent a large number of disciples. Every force had at least 10,000 to 20,000 people, and some of the more powerful Holy Lands had sent more than 100,000 people. These people added up to no less than 5 to 6 million people, which was almost 7 to 8 times the number of people when the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom's origin space opened. Since you're all here, let's enter the celestial demon battlefield directly. At this time, the figure of an old man appeared out of nowhere. There was no fluctuation of energy on his body, as if he was just an ordinary old man. However, under such circumstances, no one would treat this old man as an ordinary person. He was definitely a terrifying master. Could it be a meditative realm expert? Du Xiaofu was surprised. He had seen the terror of a meditative realm expert. Back in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, the dragon devil ancestor of the Taisher demonic dragon clan was just like this person in front of him. All of his aura was restrained, and no one could see through him. After the old man finished speaking, he slowly stretched out a finger that was like a dry branch, and then gently pointed at the void. Swoosh! A peculiar wave of energy rippled out and spread out rapidly in the void. Swoosh! High up in the sky, above the huge crack of the abyss, a strong light suddenly flashed. Then the crack of the abyss seemed to be magnified several times and became even more terrifying. It was like the entrance to a dark hell that could swallow everything. The seal has been broken. Go in, all of you. I've told you what to do. Be careful. Chu Daoju raised his head at Du Xiaofu, indicating that everyone should enter the crack of the abyss. Don't worry, we'll definitely come back safe and sound. Du Xiaofu nodded, then waved his hand and said loudly, Disciples of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom, follow me into the celestial demon battlefield. He took the lead, flew up, and plunged directly into the crack of the abyss. Yes, Your Majesty. Many young disciples of the Divine Kingdom responded in unison. Then, no one dared to delay any longer. They rushed into the sky at the same time and followed closely behind Du Xiaofu. More than 20,000 people soared into the sky, and in just a moment, they arrived at the entrance of the crack of the abyss. Then they plunged into it and disappeared as if they had entered the darkness. The disciples of the other forces also entered one after another. Not long after, the area that was originally filled with people opened up again. Only a few immortal realm experts were left standing in their original places. They were not allowed to enter. Seal. After all the young experts had entered, the ordinary-looking old man in the sky waved his hand again. Then, with a loud rumble, the crack of the abyss began to slowly close up. Finally, when the dust settled, the huge crack merged into a line and disappeared, returning to the normal void. I hope they'll be able to reap great rewards, Ling Feng said softly as he looked at the scene. There are no weaklings among the forces in the transcendent Changrong sky, especially the 35 Holy Lands. They're all very scary. I hope they won't encounter any big trouble in there. Long San said with a hint of worry. The 35 Holy Lands were very powerful. Even if the disciples of the 72 Divine Kingdoms were added together, they were still far from being a match for them. Therefore, he was worried about the 20,000 people from the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. Don't worry. With Du Xiaofu around, he won't be at a disadvantage. Chu Daoju was relatively calm. He had confidence in Du Xiaofu. Under his leadership, the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom would not be at a disadvantage when facing many opponents. The vast ancient land gave off a bleak feeling. Broken mountains, cracked earth, and ancient ruins buried in ruins. It was a scene of decline. The sky was dark red, as if blood had dyed the clouds red. In the distance, there were huge skeletons of giant beasts. The skeletons were eerie, but they were grayish-white without any luster. The air was filled with a murderous aura. The wind whistled, mixed with angry roars and sounds of killing. It was inexplicably terrifying and soul-stirring. After Du Xiaofu and the others entered the crack of the abyss, they saw a scene that made their hearts tremble. They landed on a broken mountain ridge. The rocks beneath their feet were dark red and black. They looked around with rapt attention. Around them, when the people from the other 35 holy lands and 71 divine kingdoms saw Du Xiaofu and the others, they didn't take the initiative to approach. From afar, they looked in another direction and instantly flew away. As expected of the battlefield between the 33 heavens and the demon race at the beginning of the world, this is a land of great danger. Everyone be careful. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. After entering this land of danger, although they hadn't encountered any danger, the murderous aura in the air made them not dare to be careless. This bloody aura was enough to make one's expression change. Just by standing here, they could feel a terrifying strength drilling into their bodies, wanting to erode their bodies and primordial spirits. Fortunately, their strengths couldn't be considered to be weak. Moreover, this battlefield was extremely ancient and had been left behind from the primeval times. After experiencing the baptism of countless years, the bloody aura had weakened greatly since a long time ago, and there was even more ancient and desolate aura that permeated every single corner of the battlefield. This is an ancient battlefield. The conditions here are different from the outside world. It will definitely give birth to unimaginable treasures, but at the same time, it will also give birth to some terrifying beings. We must be careful. Yu Qingyan said as he stood beside Du Xiaofu. In ancient times, after the terrifying battles here were covered up, it was possible that the murderous aura here would give birth to powerful spiritual beings. But at the same time, under these conditions, there would likely be even more vicious and evil beings. Chapter 28-21. Before reaching the heavenly sage realm, living beings could comprehend various ultimacies and merge them with their own cultivation techniques to increase their strength. Once they reached the heavenly sage realm, they would return to their original state. They could use the power of law to trigger the momentum of the heavens and earth and borrow the power of the heavens and earth for their own use. Their every move would carry the carvings and charm of the Great Way. In the heavenly sage realm, one could continuously comprehend the universal dharma and logos and perfect the laws. Finally, one could transcend and be above all living beings. Just like the Du family ancestor in the primordial age, one could surpass the heavenly sage realm and merge with the heavenly way if one was lucky enough. Du Xiaofu was already half a step to the heavenly sage realm and had mastered a part of the laws. He only needed one more step to reach the real heavenly sage realm. However, the 3-demon emperor was different. Although he had borrowed the power of the demon god and was infinitely close to the heavenly sage realm, or more accurately, he was infinitely close to being half a step to the heavenly sage realm. However, even though he had the power of the demon god, he was greatly suppressed in this world and could not unleash his full strength. Under the suppression of the formless rules of the world, his comprehension of the heavenly laws and even the deeper level was restrained and could not unleash his full strength. Besides that, the successive battles during the primeval times caused him to suffer extremely great injuries, and he still hadn't fully recovered until now. Under the suppression of these 2 factors, he could only feel aggrieved when facing Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu, kill me today if you have the ability. Otherwise, one day, I will make you taste the cruelest punishment in this world. The 3-demon emperor roared, and the grieved feeling in his heart was indescribable. If it was in another world, with his strength and realm, he could completely suppress Du Xiaofu and even easily crush him to death. Unfortunately, this was not the outside world. Even though he was many levels higher than Du Xiaofu, he could not do anything to him in this world. The formless rules of the world were simply too terrifying. Otherwise, with the demon god's strength, he could not have escaped from Lu Xiaoya's pursuit and was only suppressed by the heavenly way. Hee, you still dare to boast at this time. Today, I will definitely kill you. Do you think you still have a chance to escape? Du Xiaofu laughed, and the aura on his body suddenly changed. It gushed out wantonly and was no longer as restrained as before. The The purplish gold light interweaved with the lightning and reflected off each other. It possessed an extremely fierce, killing intent and was extremely lofty. At the same time, waves of strange ripples emanated from his body and spread out into the void, covering every inch of space. The three demon emperors' bodies were also covered and unable to escape. In the heavens and earth, the primordial spirit of the three demon emperor was heavens and earth. That strange aura kept drilling into his body, affecting his physical body and soul, causing him to panic for no reason, giving rise to a sense of powerlessness. He couldn't even summon up the will to resist. This kind of feeling was similar to facing a high and mighty god, yet it was not the same. Strictly speaking, it was more like the mighty force of nature had swept out, and it was extremely vast and all-pervasive. Thunder ate realm. Du Xiaofu's lips moved slightly as he exhaled and shouted. As his voice rang out, a thunderous explosion resounded in the entire space. It was as though a bolt of lightning had struck from the clear sky. Then the second, the third, the fourth. A moment later, countless thunderbolts exploded in the void like countless huge firecrackers being set off at the same time. The void was blown into pieces and boiling. The three demon emperors were buried in the void. The terrifying thunderbolts were roaring, and the thunderbolts were intertwined with each other. The power was vast and mighty, destroying everything. Du Xiaofu's figure moved lightly as he walked in the void. Wherever he passed, the lightning that filled the sky parted on its own, creating a path for him to move forward. Du Xiaofu went straight to the deepest part of the sea of thunderbolts and stopped in front of the three demon emperors. Howl. At this time, the three demon emperors kept roaring angrily. The pair of thick arms kept waving, shattering the lightning bolts that were attacking him. However, the thunderbolts were too vast. No matter how hard he tried, he could not shatter them in a short period of time. However, with his powerful physical body, he did not need to worry about being severely injured by the thunderbolts. Du Xiaofu had been mentally prepared for this. He did not expect to kill the three demon emperors so easily. Without any fluctuation in his eyes, Du Xiaofu walked in the thunderbolts and stopped 1,000 feet away from the three demon emperors. His eyes gradually narrowed, and his gaze became extremely cold. Then he stretched out his hand toward the three demon emperors again. God-binding grip. He clenched his fist and said softly. Then he used the law of space again. Boom! The void in front of him collapsed violently. The void was compressed, annihilated, and deformed in an instant. The endless thunderbolts quickly gathered and formed a terrible vortex in the collapsing void. It looked like the giant mouth of a celestial demon, which was emitting a terrifying aura. The three demon emperors, who were resisting the power of the thunderbolts, were suddenly trapped in the thunderbolt vortex. Their figures became blurry under the tremendous power of the space. Their sturdy muscles were crushed by the tremendous power and burst open in many places. Demonic blood for bitches. Roar. The three demon emperors roared desperately. Their hands and feet were waving wildly. Then their bodies burst out with unparalleled strength. They wanted to break free from the confinement of the thunderbolt vortex and the space folds. The demonic chi on his body was vast and mighty, like a hurricane. Then his horrifying physical strength shook and tore apart the distorted void around him. In just a short while, the three demon emperors' powerful bodies were struggling to the edge and were about to break free. However, how could Du Xiaofu let him do as he wished? Heavenly thunder punishment. Du Xiaofu shouted. Then the law of thunder and thunderbolts surged up into the sky. Under his control, a thunderbolt, whose width was unknown, quickly formed above the three demon emperors' heads. This thunderbolt carried a dazzling brilliance. It was surrounded by a fierce and domineering aura, which was awe-inspiring. Once it was formed, it caused the whole world to tremble and lose its color instantly. It looked like a pillar that reached the sky and was bombarding the three demon emperors' heads. Boom! A horrifying explosion spread out, causing the void to rumble and tremble. The thunderbolt was smashed into pieces and turned into a violent energy wave, which spread out in all directions. Numerous talisman runes filled the air as they spread out and attacked from a distance of 5,000 kilometers. The three demon emperors' back was immediately torn open. A deep gash, which looked like an abyss, appeared on his back. His skin and flesh were overturned and scorched, which looked hideous and horrible. When the demonic chi on his body collided with the thunderbolt, a series of sizzling sounds could be heard. Roar! The three demon emperors were still roaring. However, this time his voice was a little low, and his chi was not as vigorous as before. At this moment, he also tasted the threat of death. Even if his physical body was invincible, he could not withstand Du Xiaofu's continuous bombardment. Those horrifying attacks landed on his body again and again, which constantly consumed his strength. Even if he borrowed the power of the demonic god's Dawnstone, the energy would eventually be exhausted. As long as he didn't die, Du Xiaofu's methods would definitely continue to be carried out. Just as the three demon emperors had expected, Du Xiaofu jumped up once again after the heavenly thunder punishment fell. Before the three demon emperors recovered their composure, Du Xiaofu had already rushed to their side. Overbearing fists. A glowing fist smashed down and hit the chest of the third demon emperor. Boom! The three demon emperors' huge demonic body was knocked back. He fell to the ground and kept rolling. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, which spread out densely. During this time, Du Xiaofu was chasing after him and attacking him with all kinds of attacks. 8 desolated thunders. God restricting grip. Holy sword roar. Heavenly thunder punishment. Void between heaven and earth. The heavenly thunder law and the heavenly thunder law were used together. The heavenly thunder law and the heavenly palace of purple gold radiated divine power in the hands of the purple-robed young man. Every single one of these attacks was incomparably terrifying. When they landed, terrifying roars and sharp whistles spread out in succession and cut the space apart. The three demon emperors kept dodging and resisting. At first, he was able to resist for a while. However, in the end, he could not avoid Du Xiaofu's attacks at all. His strength was getting weaker and weaker. Under the horrifying attacks, the injuries he received were getting worse and worse. In the end, he was completely trampled by Du Xiaofu. This guy's strength is so horrifying. The fog in the surrounding area was dispelled. Du Xiaoyao, Huilei Laozu, Hanji, Ouyang Shuang, and Lu Limo were not too far away. They also revealed themselves one after another and gathered in one place. All of them were dumbfounded as they watched the battle. Their faces were filled with great shock. Hanji's red lips were wide open. She could not close her mouth. The strength of a half-step heavenly saint is so horrifying. Ouyang Shuang was also in disbelief. Hearing this, Du Xiaoyao and Huilei Laozu nodded blankly. Human Emperor Lu Limo's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the purple-robed figure who was shuttling back and forth between the three demon emperors. No one knew what she was thinking. The rest of them did not say anything. They just watched in a daze. As time passed, Du Xiaofu's technique suddenly paused for a moment. His black hair danced wildly, and his purple robe fluttered. On the opposite side, the aura of the three demon emperors had become extremely weak. Due to the support of the demon god's strength, his tall and sturdy body had returned to its original form, and he had regained his original appearance. Now your life can end. Du Xiaofu said softly. Suddenly, he flipped his palm, and thunder rumbled in the sky. Chapter 28-22. Du Xiaofu and Yu Chengyao traveled together, crossing a vast expanse of land. Everywhere they looked, there was only dry, reddish-black soil that was filled with the smell of blood. Demonic qi intertwined, and few plants grew. Along the way, Du Xiaofu and Yu Chengyao also encountered many crimson nether flowers, which were all picked by them. However, They didn't come across any better treasures for the time being. It was not until almost a day later that they stopped in their tracks and discovered an extraordinary place. This fluctuation is unusual. There must be something good inside. Du Xiaofu stood in midair. In front of him was a broken mountain range. There was a mountain stream hidden in the mountain range, and the broken mountain ridge stretched across it. The huge rock was mottled with marks, which were obviously caused by endless blood. What a terrifying fluctuation! I'm afraid it's dangerous. We have to be careful. Yu Qingyao frowned slightly and said, in her perception, there were bursts of strong aura spurting out from the mountain stream from time to time, as if some powerful creature was breathing. What a strong soul power! Let's go and take a look. Du Xiaofu looked ahead and said, together with Yu Qingyao, he flew straight into the mountain stream. Just as they approached, they felt a huge, repulsive force surging towards them, trying to push them out. Du Xiaofu's aura burst out and resisted the repulsive force, and then he walked in step by step. As they went deeper, the soul power fluctuation in the void became even more vast. Even with Du Xiaofu's current cultivation, he could not help but be moved. There must be something good. His eyes became brighter and brighter. He was excited to find such a discovery after entering the divine demon battle realm not long ago. It's better to be careful. Yu Qingyao naturally could not hide her excitement, but she still reminded him. Let's go. Du Xiaofu nodded and did not think too much, and directly moved forward. Although the energy fluctuations that filled every corner were powerful, they were clearly not enough to stop Du Xiaofu's footsteps. Not long after, the two of them completely entered the mountain stream. On both sides there were huge mountain walls. They were steep and precipitous, and the cliffs were 10,000 feet high. In the valley between the two stone walls, there was a mass of light that intertwined with each other, forming a huge ball of light that constantly flowed with luster. Du Xiaofu and Yu Qingyao landed on the ground, but they discovered a terrifying scene. The ground beneath their feet was actually soft, as if they were stepping on soft mud. There were even some bloody bubbles rising from the ground with a sizzling sound. I'm afraid many creatures have died here in the past. Even now, the bloodstains haven't completely dried up, still soaking in the soil. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved as he stared at his feet. A putrid stench gushed out from the ground and floated in the air. It was nauseating. A treasure that can grow here is definitely not an ordinary item. Yu Qingyao's gaze moved away from her feet and looked at the ball of light. And from the aura, it should be dangerous to pick this thing. Because it was wrapped in a mass of dim light, the two of them could not clearly see what was inside. Moreover, the ball of light faintly emitted an evil aura, causing their souls to palpitate and tremble. Don't move here, I'll go over and try. Du Xiaofu instructed, then slowly stepped out and walked in front of the ball of light. In comparison, the purple-robed youth's figure was not even 1% of the size of the ball of light. It was as if he was facing a small mountain. Du Xiaofu stretched out a hand and gently pressed on the ball of light. Then the profound qi in his body burst forth and spread out like layers of waves, rushing out. When the energy entered, the ball of light began to sway and tremble, but there were no signs of it being destroyed. Du Xiaofu could not help but raise his eyebrows. It can even erode my soul. It seems that there really is something extraordinary in here. He narrowed his eyes slightly and stabilized the power of his primordial spirit. The energy in his body surged out again. Not long after, there were a few cracking sounds, and the dim ball of light exploded with a bang. Then a pitch-black, grass-like plant was exposed in front of Du Xiaofu. It was 7 feet tall, and its stems and leaves were as wide as knives. It's trying to escape. Catch it quickly, Yu Chengyao shouted, and Du Xiaofu heard her. However, the moment the cluster of light was destroyed, the enormous black grass rapidly shrunk and fled underground in an attempt to escape. Although it doesn't have complete intelligence, It has already developed a strong consciousness and knows how to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. It really is a good thing. Du Xiaofu did not need to be reminded. He directly used the law of matter, which interweaved into a net and enveloped the black grass. Under his full strength, the black grass could not escape at all and was quickly subdued. Under Du Xiaofu's guidance, it fell into his hand and shrank to less than a foot long. Yu Qingyao quickly came forward and looked at the black grass in Du Xiaofu's hand. She clicked her tongue and said, This is underworld spirit grass." Her large eyes widened, and there was a look of disbelief on her face. She looked very shocked. Obviously, this black grass made her uneasy. "What is underworld spirit grass?" Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked. After he came to the 33 heavens, he did not know much about many things, and there was no record of this item in the heavenly spirit record that his master gave him. Underworld spirit grass is a type of precious medicine that grows with the help of blood from battlefields. In addition to that, it also requires the nourishment of the soul wills of dead experts. The most important of all is the soul wills. Without those conditions, it would only grow into something like the crimson underworld flower. Yu Qingyao put away the emotions on her face, gently pursed her lips, and said, "So it's formed from the blood and the remnant soul wills of dead experts." Du Xiaofu was surprised. Such conditions were not easy to come by. Soul wills were the easiest to disperse, and it was not easy to gather them together. After a moment of thought, he asked Yu Qingyao, "Does this underworld spirit grass have any special effects?" Based on what he could tell, the underworld soul grass was incredibly corrosive. Thankfully, his cultivation base was very high. If he were an ordinary, God-seizing expert, even just holding the underworld soul grass in his hand would cause his nascent divinity to be corroded, leaving him nothing but an empty husk. Even so, Du Xiaofu could feel his nascent divinity trembling, as if it were being affected. "I'm sure you can tell that this underworld spirit grass has the power to corrode the soul. That's its purpose." This kind of corrosive power was indeed a dangerous thing for an ordinary expert. However, if one's cultivation was profound, one could use it to train oneself. If one refined it, the soul remnant power contained within could also be absorbed. That way, the cultivator's nascent divinity will be even more condensed. Yu Qingyao didn't hide anything, and said to Du Xiaofu, "This is a rare treasure. For cultivators of the true severing realm, it can even directly refine their soul to the half-step immortal level." Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. Such a huge benefit was beyond his imagination. To be able to temper one's soul to such an extent, it was truly unimaginable for ordinary cultivators. If one's nascent divinity could reach the half-step immortal level, then in the future, when cultivating in the true severing realm, one's comprehension ability would increase greatly. Everything would come naturally when cultivating. Not to mention that this underworld spirit grass could help a cultivator reach the half-step immortal level. At least it had an extremely powerful effect in enhancing the nascent divinity. Good stuff. Du Xiaofu smacked his lips, his eyes shining. After observing for a while, he put away the underworld spirit grass in his hand and said to Yu Qingyao, "Let's continue to search. If we can find more underworld spirit grass, we'll be rich." The two of them did not say anything more and continued to search the surroundings. Unfortunately, after spending half a day, he didn't even see a single stalk of it. Treasures like the underworld spirit grass were hard to come by. It was not easy to find them. However, the two of them did not return empty-handed. They found 7 or 8 crimson underworld flowers, which was a small gain. In the end, their search in this mountain stream was fruitless. Du Xiaofu and Yu Qingyao stepped on the road again, wanting to go deeper. After searching for nearly a day, they did not find any treasures similar to the underworld spirit grass this time. However, there were more than 10 crimson underworld flowers. "We've been out for almost 2 days. Let's go back and see how everyone is doing." Du Xiaofu stopped in the void and said to Yu Qingyao, "In the divinity and demon battlefield, it was said that there were many hidden dangers. Although the two of them did not encounter them, there was no guarantee that others would not encounter them. Fortunately, this should only be the border of the divinity and demon battlefield. The possibility of the demon clan and other monsters appearing was not high. Let's go back and see. They should have a lot of gains." Yu Chengyao nodded. Then, together with Du Xiaofu, they disappeared from the void. Their return speed was extremely fast. Under the circumstance that they did not need to search everywhere, they spent less than 2 hours to find the place where Yu Qingyan and the others were. "You're back," Yu Qingyan said with a smile as he looked at the two people who appeared from the void. "How was it? How was everyone's gain?" Du Xiaofu nodded and looked at the people around him. Then he frowned slightly and asked, "You guys split up?" Under his observation, there were less than 1,000 people around Yu Qingyan out of the original 20,000 people in the Yu Qing divine kingdom. Yu Qingxi, Yu Changliang, He Jibai, He Jixin, and the others were all there. However, many people from other forces were not seen. "We've been separated for less than a day, and everyone has gained something. However, many people felt that it would be difficult to gain more benefits if more than 20,000 people were gathered together. Therefore, they split into 20 teams and spread out to search." Du Xiaofu nodded. There were many limitations when more than 20,000 people gathered together. If they split up, their gains would undoubtedly be greater. However, he was still a little worried. After all, this was not the outside world. No one knew when the hidden dangers would occur. Seeing his frown, Yu Qingyan said, "However, I warn them not to be too far away from each other. If an accident happens, the people around them can come to their rescue at any time. This way, there shouldn't be too big of a problem." As Yu Qingyan spoke, he revealed a wry smile. Obviously, this idea was not his idea. With so many experts from the divine kingdom making such a request, even the first prince, as the former divine emperor, could not stop them. That's good. However, we still have to send them a message. They must be careful. There are many dangers in the fiend god battlefield that we can't imagine. Du Xiaofu said with a slight frown. He thought of the underworld soul grass that he had picked. If some seizing deity came across it and rashly went to pick it, their lives would be in danger. This was not something he wanted to see. "Okay, I'll send them a message." In the crowd, He Jibai nodded and said, "Let's go together and continue to push forward. However, we have to maintain contact with the other teams at all times. We can't leave anyone behind." Du Xiaofu didn't say anything more and led the group forward. As for the areas that he had walked through before, he directly bypassed them. Most of the benefits that he could find had already fallen into his hands. As they continued to go deeper, their harvest increased. However, along with it, the fierce qi in the void became more and more frightening. The smell of blood constantly seeped into everyone's body. Only by constantly circulating their body's strength could they not be affected. After 2 days, the group had harvested a lot of crimson underworld flowers. However, what made Du Xiaofu slightly disappointed was that he still did not see a single underworld soul grass. Currently, his cultivation in the law of time and law of soul was only at the early true severing stage. If he had the underworld soul grass, it would be much easier for him to comprehend the 2 primal laws. Just as the group was pushing forward, Hijibai softly grunted and then took out a jade stone from his Chinkuan bag. After probing it with his primordial spirit, his face instantly turned ugly. "Jibai, what's going on?" Du Xiaofu asked curiously and looked at Hijibai. He knew that the jade stone in Hijibai's hand contained the primordial spirit of other experts. Within a certain range, they could rely on this thing to communicate with each other and ensure that they did not fall behind. "Something has happened. Fan Yushu and the others are about to fight with the people from Tsangming Divine Nation." Hijibai looked at Du Xiaofu and said solemnly, "Tsangming Divine Nation." Du Xiaofu muttered, He had naturally heard of this name before. It was a powerful divine nation in the supreme Changrong heaven. To be able to rank in the top 10 of the 72 divine nations, it was quite powerful. At the very least, it was much stronger than Yu Qing divine nation. At this moment, the people from Songming divine nation were actually in conflict with Fan Yushu and the others. Fan Yushu and the others found a plant called black soul wood. Its growth principle is similar to the crimson nether flower and the underworld spirit grass, but it is much more precious than the other two. However, at the same time, the people from Songming divine nation also found it. After some disagreement, a dispute broke out between them. He Jibai said to the people around him based on the information he had obtained from the jade stone. "What's the situation now?" Yu Qingyan's handsome face flashed with a touch of worry as he asked. The strength of Songming divine nation was very strong. If they were bent on making things difficult for Fan Yushu and the others, then their side would be in a lot of trouble. They sent a request for help, and there are already many teams rushing over. Fortunately, the other party has only 2,000 people, so we don't have to worry about losing too much. Hijibai said, "The people from Songming divine nation will definitely ask for help from the experts on their side. Let's go and take a look." Du Xiaofu waved his hand and took the lead, instantly rushing in the direction that Hijibai pointed. Not only was he worried about Fan Yushu and the others, but he was also very interested in the black soul wood. According to Yu Qingyao and the others, this thing's effect was stronger than the underworld spirit grass, but it was definitely not something that ordinary people could touch. Even an early-stage truth-severing cultivator like Fan Yushu would have to take a great risk if he wanted to obtain it. The strength of Songming divine nation is very strong. Inform everyone to hurry over. Let's go. Yu Qingyan's eyes flashed as he spoke to Hijibai and then quickly flew away. Let's go. Yu Chengyao, Hijixin, Yu Chengliang, and the others quickly followed. On the other side, Fan Yushu and more than 1,000 people gathered. Another 5,000 people from Yu Qing divine nation had already rushed over and were nervously confronting a group of people. Among these people, Meng Donyang of the Refining God Temple, Zhang Haran of the War Profound Sect, and Yu Yuran of the Broken Moon Palace, the 3 late-stage truth-severing experts, were all present. In Songming divine nation, there were already about 8,000 to 9,000 people gathered at this time, and there were also 7 late-stage truth-severing cultivators. This kind of strength was much stronger than Yu Qing divine nation side. Humph! Yu Qing divine nations, people dare to compete with us for the black soul wood? In Songming divine nation, a young man in a brocade robe looked at Zhang Haoren, Meng Donyang, and the others and snorted. He glanced sideways with a strong sense of disdain, not even wanting to look at the thousands of people in front of him. "We clearly found the black soul wood first. What right do you have to snatch it?" Fan Yushu stared fiercely at the young man and asked with gritted teeth. He clutched his chest with one hand, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had just been injured by the other party in a battle. "The black soul wood is here. If you have the ability, come and snatch it." The young man in the brocade robe smiled coldly and patted the chinquin bag at his waist. As soon as his voice fell, Songming divine nation's camp suddenly erupted with earth-shaking laughter. "A small person from Yu Qing divine nation dares to challenge our 5th prince. You simply don't know how to write the word death. If you have the ability, come and snatch it. We're right here, and we'll teach you at any time." The 5th prince's late-stage truth, severing strength. Why would he be afraid of you small fries? Chapter 28-23. The people from the Songming divine nation looked at Meng Donyang, Zhang Haoren, Yu Yuran, Fan Yushu, and the other disciples of the Yu Qing divine nation. They were all arrogant and mocking. The reason for this was that the Songming divine nation was stronger than the Yu Qing divine nation. In the divine demon battlefield, they did not need to worry about these people. "You, Thousands of young experts from the Yu-Qing divine nation glared at them with anger and indignation. They were all outstanding disciples from various factions and had never been treated with such contempt. However, the other party was far above them in terms of numbers and overall strength. This made them angry, but they did not dare to do anything. However, when they saw how restrained they were, the people from the Songming divine nation became even more excited. A bunch of cowards. I don't know where you get the courage to talk back to our fifth prince. Hurry up and go back. Go back to your sect and hide under the pants of your elders. A bunch of good-for-nothings. If I were you, I would have slit my throat. Get out of here. If you don't, we will chase you away. Many people from Songming divine nation shouted loudly, and waves of cold laughter could be heard endlessly. In front of them, the young man in the brocade robe, the fifth prince of the Songming divine nation, had a disdainful smile on his face. While everyone was laughing, an expert stepped forward with a weapon in his hand. He pointed at the thousands of disciples from the Yu-Qing divine nation and threatened them loudly, trying to scare them away. Songming divine nation, you have gone too far. Meng Dongyang's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth and shouted. He took a step forward and his aura surged out. His late-stage truth, severing strength, caused the surrounding laws to roar and shake, causing the void to explode. In the face of the Songming divine nation's unwarranted mockery, he could no longer endure it. What bullshit, fifth prince. Does he think he is unbeatable just because he is strong? Teng Yuanshan was also angry and shouted, "You snatched away the ebony soul that we discovered, and yet you still dare to be so aggressive. You people of Songming Divine Kingdom are truly overbearing." On the other side, Yuran flew up to the sky like a butterfly in the wind, her colorful dress fluttering in the wind. Waves of energy spread out from her delicate body and spread out in the void, intertwining with Meng Dongyang's and Teng Yuanshan's auras, as if they were trying to resonate and create a vast aura. After the three of them made their moves, the other experts from the Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom also rushed into the sky with angry looks on their faces. Each of them unleashed their powerful cultivation. Boundless power of laws instantly boiled and stirred the void into a mess. Isn't it just because they have more people than us? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Kill them. The people of our Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom have never been afraid of anything. You stole our things, injured our people, and still dare to use your power to oppress us. Even if I have to risk my life, I will make you lose a layer of skin. Everyone, let's attack together and kill those bastards from Songming Divine Nation. Everyone from the Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom was instantly enraged. Everyone began to yell and shout. It was obvious that they were holding back their anger. Figures rushed into the sky and stood beside the experts in the late stage of the severance stage. They were ready to fight at any time. Hee, seeing this scene, the fifth prince of Songming Divine Nation couldn't help but sneer. Since you want to die, how can we not fulfill your wish? As he spoke, a snow-white long sword appeared in his hand, and a murderous aura shot out. Kill them. Don't let anyone from the Yu-Qing Divine Nation go. His eyes were cold and murderous. He suddenly pointed the tip of his sword forward, and a bright sword light slashed out. It went straight for Meng Dongyang, who bore the brunt of the attack. If you want to die, don't blame us for being ruthless. Kill them all. Let the people of the Yu-Qing Divine Nation in the Fiend God battlefield die. How dare you offend our fifth prince? Kill them. Everyone from the Songming Godly Nation shouted. Their magnificent aura soared into the sky and surged towards the Yu-Qing Godly Nation. Those who were present were all outstanding figures among the younger generation. Each of them had extraordinary strength and was extremely terrifying. The invisible fluctuation of the laws produced violent vibrations that affected the entire world. The void turned into powder inch by inch. The ground and mountains under everyone's feet were all overturned. It was like the rising tide of the sea, and there was a loud explosion. At the same time, bright cracks appeared in the bloody gray sky. It was like the night sky was torn apart by lightning. It was ferocious and terrifying. Songming Divine Nation. Today, I'd like to see just how powerful the top 10 forces of the 72 divine nations are. Tung Yuan Shan roared. He flipped the long sword in his hand, and a large number of light swords were slashed out by him. They spun and rushed toward the Songming Divine Nation. Whoever backs down today is a fucking coward. Fatty Fan Yushu's eyes were cold, and he also rushed out. Kill. Today one of us must die. Kill these arrogant bastards. Kill. In an instant, there was an earth-shattering roar in the field. The sounds of fighting rose and fell one after another. The two sides quickly collided. Layers of light screens intertwined in the void, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. The tyrannical energy shot out and destroyed everything in its path. Kill. Fan Yushu, Zhang Haoren, Meng Dongyang, and the others were all riled up. They fought with all their might. However, after the first clash, many of them suffered serious injuries. Yuqing Divine Nation is just SOO. They are really like chickens and dogs. Someone from the Songming Divine Nation snorted. They had a lot of advantages in terms of numbers and overall strength. Therefore, after a round of fighting, they had the upper hand. As a result, these people despised the Yuqing Divine Nation even more. After a few more rounds of fighting, the Yuqing Divine Nation would definitely suffer a lot of casualties. At that time, it would be time to reap their lives. Sure enough, after a short clash, Fan Yushu was hit in the chest by a mid-stage true severing expert. He was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. A stream of fresh blood gushed out from his mouth. His chest had caved in, and it was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. Not only him, but many of the Yuqing Divine Nation's experts, including those at the early stage of true severing and true severing, were also injured. Even the strongest Meng Dongyang, Zhang Haoren, Tung Yuanshan, Yu Yuran, and the others were forced to retreat under the strong encirclement. Their faces were pale, and they groaned as blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The Yuqing Divine Nation cannot withstand a single blow. The fifth prince of the Songming Divine Nation snorted softly. His eyes were like lightning as he looked around. He held the snow-light long sword in his hand, and his brocade robe hung straight on his body. Not a single corner of his robe fluttered. Kill. Since these people are courting death, then let's leave them all here. The fifth prince raised his sword to the sky and raised a sword ray that pierced the heavens and the earth. It was like a heavenly pillar that suddenly slashed down. When the sword ray fell, the void was directly cut open. The power of the law of matter surged fiercely, and it swept up a violent energy wave that filled the sky. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. After these people are dead, then we will go and kill the other disciples of the Yuqing Divine Nation. Kill. Let's remove the Yuqing Divine Nation from the Divine Demon battlefield. The powerhouses of Songming Divine Nation roared and launched a large-scale attack. They were very confident. Not only did they want to kill the people in front of them, but they also planned to kill all the other people of the Yuqing Divine Nation in the future, so that they would lose the qualification to compete in the Divine Demon battlefield. So strong. Meng Dongyang, Zhang Haoren, and the others were shocked when they saw the terrifying attacks of the other party. The overall strength of the other party was too strong, and they had thousands of people on their side. They were no match for them at all. If they were to continue fighting, many of them would perish here. What's there to be afraid of? I just can't take this lying down. Fuck the Songming Divine Nation. Even if I die, I'll drag a few of them down with me. We'll die with our eggs facing the sky. The people of the Yuqing Divine Nation were really enraged. It was not that they were not afraid of death, but they really did not want to retreat. They could not stand the mockery of the Tsangming divine nation. They were all proud and outstanding disciples. No one had ever looked down on them. Since the other party would not let them go so easily, they might as well fight. No matter what, even if they died, they would drag a few bastards down with them. What a bunch of hot-blooded people. But so what? No matter how hot-blooded they are, they can't make up for the difference in strength. Kill. Let them go to hell to show their hot-bloodedness. The people of the Tsangming divine nation roared and prepared for a new round of attack. I'll kill you first. The young man in the brocade robe held a long sword and attacked Tung Yuanshan. He was very strong and was not below Ting Yuanshan. He had also cultivated the law of matter to the peak of the late stage of truth-severing stage. At the same time, another late stage of truth-severing stage from the Tsangming divine nation rushed forward to assist the fifth prince. He was prepared to be the first to kill Tung Yuanshan. The two of them were similar in strength and were both very terrifying. Most importantly, the other late stage of truth-severing stage expert was a cultivator of the law of soul. Under the full force of the two people, Tung Yuanshan was suddenly hit by two attacks. The law of soul was invisible and released a violent wave. It was like a wave that hit his primordial spirit again and again, causing him to feel a splitting headache. Following that, the young man in the brocade robes, sword light instantly slashed vertically. Divine technique heavens. 10,000 swords holding the heavens. Slash. Tung Yuanshan endured the attack on his soul and let out a loud shout. Then, 10,000 swords of the law of matter appeared beside him. They all turned and pointed at the fifth prince. Under his control, the countless light swords moved at the same time. Each sword carried the fluctuation of the law of matter and slashed the entire world into a mess. Chi, chi, chi! The void was instantly destroyed and deep cracks appeared. The light swords in the sky formed a cage and rapidly squeezed toward the center. Do you still have a chance to resist us when the two of us work together? The fifth prince laughed sinisterly. He waved his sword and released terrifying attacks, breaking all of Ting Yuanshan's law of matter. At the same time, the law of soul cultivator beside him did not relax his attacks. Under the attack of the law of soul, Ting Yuanshan's expression became more and more painful. This was not the most serious thing. The most terrifying thing was that the vitality in Tung Yuanshan's body was gradually flowing out. The life force was weakened and his strength was greatly reduced. In just a moment, he was sweating profusely as if he had collapsed. His figure, standing in the air, seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Not to mention you, who is only at the peak of the late stage of truth-severing stage. Even the number one person in the Yu Qing divine nation would die under the combined attack of the two of us. The fifth prince grinned evilly. His law of soul attacks were strange and unpredictable. It was definitely not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Coupled with his law of matter attacks, he could even kill gods and devils that stood in his way. It was hard to find a match for him in the realm of cultivation. Just as the young man in the brocade robe was speaking, he raised the long sword in his hand again and slashed down without hesitation. He wanted to kill Tung Yuanshan with one strike. You can go to hell first. I will send everyone from the Yu Qing divine nation down to accompany you. The fifth prince's sword slashed the sky, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. It released the light of death, and the chi of gods and demons rolled out, wanting to devour people. Facing such an attack, blood flowed from the corner of Ting Yuanshan's mouth, and his eyes dimmed. He really felt the threat of death. If he was fighting the fifth prince alone, he would not be afraid. However, the fifth prince had joined forces with a law of soul cultivator, so he was constantly under attack. The vigorous energy in his body kept flowing out, and his vitality was also fading. Tsangming divine nation, how arrogant! However, just as the fifth prince swore to kill Tung Yuanshan with one strike, a cold snort suddenly sounded in the void. Then, A ray of light appeared in front of Tang Yuanshan. Accompanying it was an invisible wave that was so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. It permeated every inch of the void and enveloped the entire battlefield. When the wave appeared, everyone felt that their strength was greatly hindered. It was as if they had fallen into a quagmire. The more they struggled, the more tired they felt. How dare you touch the people of the Yu Qing divine nation? You deserve to die. Another sentence drifted out, carrying with it a biting, cold, murderous aura. It was like the coldness of winter that penetrated deep into the bones, making people's teeth chatter uncontrollably. The inexplicable ray of light exploded, and a palm shot out from it. It did not have much ferocious power. However, it was such a palm strike that landed on the fifth prince's chest without any hindrance. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and even the surrounding space began to tremble. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the fifth prince's body was like an egg. It was shattered by the palm and exploded into a bloody mist. He couldn't be more dead. Such a scene shocked the experts on both sides. Everyone looked at the ray of light in horror. The person who attacked was too powerful. Even a peak late-stage truth-severing expert like the fifth prince was killed with one strike. He died without a complete corpse. This was too terrifying, especially on the side of the Songming divine nation. Their eyes were filled with extreme horror. Under their shocked gazes, the ray of light that suddenly appeared slowly dissipated. A purple-robed youth's figure was revealed. He had one hand behind his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and a domineering aura naturally spread out. Can a cultivator of the law of soul really run amok? After the purple-robed youth killed the fifth prince with one strike, he took another step forward. His figure disappeared from the spot, but at the same time he strangely appeared beside the expert who attacked at the same time as the fifth prince. This expert wanted to escape. He sensed great danger, but as he struggled, he could only barely move his body. He could not avoid the purple-robed youth's murderous aura at all. It was another light palm strike. It seemed to have no fluctuations, but it contained the power of several laws. It instantly hit the cultivator of the law of soul. Puffed! Another muffled sound rang out. Like the fifth prince, this expert's body exploded into a bloody mist, following in his footsteps. The two consecutive strikes shocked countless people. The fifth prince is dead. Only then did a powerhouse from Songming divine nation murmur with great shock. They knew the fifth prince's strength. Even though he was only a cultivator of the law of matter, his cultivation was extremely powerful. In a normal confrontation, he would not be so easily killed. However, the reality was right in front of them. The bloody mist that the fifth prince had exploded into was still dancing in the air. The smell of blood permeated the air, and he and the cultivator of the law of soul occupied opposite sides. Both of them were killed in one strike. How is this possible? Some people looked at the purple-robed youth in disbelief. They were petrified. Who is this person? How can he be so terrifying? Some people narrowed their eyes fiercely. Their hearts raced as they wanted to know the identity of the other party. The fifth prince was killed by him. At the same time, some experts thought of more things. Their fifth prince was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Songming divine nation's royal family. His status was extremely high. Today he died here. It was likely that the entire divine nation's experts would be shocked. In contrast to the thousands of people from the Songming divine nation, everyone from the Yu Qing divine nation was pleasantly surprised when they saw the purple-robed youth's figure appear. Divine Emperor, Your Majesty, the figure that suddenly appeared was none other than Du Shaofu, who had rushed over in a hurry. He had performed the first form of rising sun with all his might and rushed over as fast as he could. Finally, he had saved Teng Yuanshan in the midst of the chaotic battle. At the same time, the moment he appeared in the void, he spread out the absolute hegemony domain and shrouded everyone in it. Due to his sudden appearance, everyone was unprepared. Most of them were far weaker than him, so they could only be tightly bound by the law of space's power. Then he instantly attacked and killed the fifth prince of the Tsangming divine nation and the cultivator of the law of soul. Chapter 28-24. Everyone from the Yu Qing divine nation was excited. Their eyes were filled with joy as they looked at Du Xiaofu in awe and excitement. Many of them had witnessed the strength of the purple-robed young man before entering the divinity and devil battlefield. He had fought against the top 100 experts of the divine nation alone. With such terrifying cultivation, killing 2 late-stage truth, severing cultivators in a single exchange was not something inconceivable to them. On the contrary, everyone thought that this was extremely normal. The divine emperor is here. Let's see how the people of the Tsangming divine nation can continue to be arrogant. His majesty is indeed unstoppable. He has suppressed everyone. Even the fifth prince of the Tsangming divine nation was killed by the divine emperor. Who dares to challenge the divine emperor? The people of the Yu Qing divine nation couldn't contain their excitement and spoke one after another. After flying far away, Fan Yushu flew back unsteadily. Although he was heavily injured, his fat face was flushed red from suffocation. However, the thousands of people from the Tsangming divine nation were confused when they heard the conversation. Divine Emperor? This young man is the divine emperor of the Yu Qing divine nation? How is that possible? How can he be the divine emperor of the Yu Qing divine nation? Aren't all divine emperors in the immortal realm? How did he enter the divinity and devil battlefield? Many people were confused. They hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing their fifth prince killed in an instant. They were also confused about Du Xiaofu's identity. In fact, Du Xiaofu had only taken over the position of divine emperor 2 days before the divinity and devil battlefield opened. Before everyone entered, the news hadn't spread in the transcendent Changrong heaven. Hence, the Tsangming divine nation and the other forces didn't know about it. When they heard the discussions of the people from the Yu Qing divine nation, they were all confused. Normally, the cultivation of a divine emperor should be at least at the 7th or 8th sky of the immortal realm. Otherwise, how could he convince the masses? However, the purple-robed young man in front of them could enter the divinity and devil battlefield. This meant that he was only at the truth-severing realm. This was unexpected. It didn't make sense. How could a truth-severing realm be a divine nation? Didn't you say you were going to kill everyone in the Yu Qing divine kingdom? Your fifth prince is dead now. Is there anyone who wants to fulfill his unfulfilled wish? Du Xiaofu looked around and glared at the people from the Tsangming divine kingdom as he coldly said. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist and put away the 2 cosmos bags. They were items that he had obtained when he killed the fifth prince and that cultivator of the law of souls. Brat, who exactly are you? You actually dared to kill our fifth prince. Do you know what the consequences are? A young expert clad in battle armor stepped out from the Tsangming divine nation's lineup. He held a large halberd in his hand as he stood in the void and asked coldly. He could not believe that the purple-robed young man was the Yu Qing divine emperor, but he was fearful of his opponent's strength. Their fifth prince had died at the hands of that brat. No matter what, they had to get an explanation. If you aren't deaf, you should have heard what the brothers behind me called me. Du Xiaofu glared at the expert clad in battle armor and coldly said, As for the consequences of killing your fifth prince, I really didn't think about it. If the Tsangming divine nation has anything to say or do, I'm here to listen. As he spoke, he shook his robes and stood in the void without moving an inch. Hearing this, the young man's face immediately turned ugly. Is he really the Yu Qing divine emperor? How is this possible? He's so young, and he's already a divine emperor. Which prince of the Yu Qing divine nation was he? I've seen a few of their princes. He doesn't seem to be one of them. The people from the Tsangming divine nation were even more shocked. It was only now that they were certain that the brat in front of them was the Yu Qing divine emperor. All of this could only mean one thing. The previous divine emperor of the Yu Qing divine nation had abdicated and was replaced by a junior. However, some of the people who had seen the princes of the Yu Qing divine nation could not tell which prince this purple-robed young man was. How could he become the divine emperor when he was only in the truth-severing stage? However, one thing was certain. No matter which prince this purple-robed young man was, his strength must be terrifying. It was very likely that he was the strongest person in the younger generation of the Yu Qing divine nation. Otherwise, how could he become the divine emperor if he was mediocre? What a domineering brat. Even if you're the new divine emperor of the Yu Qing divine nation, you're only in the truth-severing stage. Do you really think that the Tsangming divine nation can't do anything to you? After the young man in battle armor spoke, another man stepped out from the crowd. He looked straight at Du Xiaofu and asked harshly. The overall strength of the Tsangming divine nation was one of the strongest among the 72 divine nations. The Yu Qing divine nation was only in the middle of the pack. Therefore, they were not afraid of Du Xiaofu. So what if he was the divine emperor? He still had to follow the rules in the celestial demon battlefield. However, his words caused the people from the Yu Qing divine nation to burst into laughter. How dare you challenge our divine emperor? I really don't know where you get your courage from. Brat, why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like? How dare you be so arrogant in front of our divine emperor? I really admire your courage. You're really not afraid of death. I have to say that you're all very brave. You're all so arrogant and think that you're the best in the world. You bastards aren't even fit to carry our divine emperor's shoes. Even if the best person from the Tsangming divine nation came here, he would still be trampled under our divine emperor's feet. Many people from the Yu Qing divine nation shouted and laughed wildly as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. They had full confidence in Du Xiaofu. Many of them had witnessed his strength with their own eyes. It could only be described as terrifying. In the previous battle in the divine nation, they were only competing. If it had been a life and death battle, Du Xiaofu would have been even more terrifying if he had not held back at all. Not to mention that the strongest among these people was only at the late stage of the truth-severing stage. Even if a truth-severing stage cultivator came, he would still be ruthlessly abused by their divine emperor and trampled to death. Du Xiaofu stood in the void and did not speak. He just quietly stared at the thousands of people opposite him, waiting to see what they would do. At this moment, his absolute space had been withdrawn, and everyone had regained their freedom. Meng Dongyang, Zhang Haoren, Tang Yuanshan, Yu Yuran, Fan Yushu, and the other disciples of the Yu Qing divine nation had all retreated behind him. This was because Du Xiaofu knew that if the people opposite him were prepared, his space domain would not be able to completely suppress them if they all joined forces. The people from the Tsangming divine nation were furious. They had never been looked down upon like this, even if the other party was a divine emperor. Those who came to the divine devil battlefield were all outstanding disciples, and their cultivations were all in the same realm. Kid, break your own hands and feet, and then come with us to the first prince to apologize. I can make the decision to let the rest of the people from the Yu Qing divine nation go for the time being. But in the future, the Tsangming divine nation will definitely hunt you down. The armored youth looked at Du Xiaofu with a deep gaze and said word by word. As he spoke, he slowly raised the long spear in his hand and pointed it at Du Xiaofu. Layers of power entered the long spear, causing the entire spear to shine brightly. The power of law was vast and mighty, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. It was terrifying. I advise you to cherish this opportunity. If you wait until the first prince arrives, no one will be able to save you. Another late-stage true Slayer Realm expert said coldly. His body released a strong aura that surged in the void. This person came with the fifth prince, but their prince had died at his hands. If they could capture the purple-robed youth, they could give the first prince an explanation. Otherwise, he and the others would be punished accordingly. The first prince. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly. Obviously, the first prince that this person was talking about must be an extremely powerful person. What is your first prince? In front of our emperor. You don't even dare to let out a fart. I want to see how strong the first prince is. He dares to compare himself with our divine emperor. Tell him to come out. We'll give him a good beating. The Yuqing divine kingdoms sighed, cursed again. They didn't care about the other party at all. As long as Du Xiaofu was standing in front of them, these people had infinite confidence. They were not afraid of anyone. Good, good, good. The armored youth heard everyone's shouts, and his face turned black and purple. His anger had already reached its peak. You speak so rudely. It seems that the Yuqing divine kingdom is very brave. Another late-stage true Slayer realm expert walked up and stared at Du Xiaofu. He said, "If that's the case, then let us see the strength of your new divine emperor." His entire body's aura exploded as if it was boiling. It turned into waves and ferociously attacked. However, Du Xiaofu did not move in the face of such an attack. He only used his dominating domain and easily defended against it. His gaze shifted and looked into the void. He mumbled, "Someone else is coming." Under Du Xiaofu's perception, a group of people was flying over from afar, hurrying over. As expected, after a short while, a ray of light flashed across the sky. A large group of people appeared in front of everyone. This group of people was led by a tall, burly, and handsome young man. The young man's hair was tied up and he wore a golden robe. He had the aura of a superior. The strength of the complete true Slayer realm? Du Xiaofu's gaze moved slightly. The young man gave him a very extraordinary feeling. At a glance, there was a profound feeling. He couldn't see through all of his cultivation. This could only mean one thing. This person was a powerhouse of the complete true Slayer realm. "Eldest Prince, Your Highness." As expected, after the young man appeared, the armored youth and the others quickly surrounded him and bowed respectfully. What's going on? After the young man appeared, he sensed the bloody smell in the void and couldn't help but frown. He looked around and didn't seem to see a certain figure. His frown deepened. His gaze suddenly focused, and he asked the armored youth, "Where is Li Yu?" Your Highness." The armored youth was stared at by the eldest prince. Instantly, cold sweat poured out of his body. He said in a trembling voice, Fifth prince has fallen." He tried his best to lower his head, not daring to look directly at the eldest prince. Previously, they were still thinking of capturing the purple-robed youth opposite them to give the eldest prince an explanation. They didn't expect him to come so quickly. What? When the eldest prince heard that, his eyes immediately shone with a fierce light. He dragged the armored youth to his side and stared into his eyes. He said, "What did you just say? Say it again." As he spoke, the eldest prince emitted a ferocious aura, causing the surrounding people to tremble uncontrollably. He was too powerful. He had already cultivated the law of matter to the complete realm. When the opportunity came, he could directly break through to the immortal realm. For such a powerhouse, even if it was just a natural release of his aura, it was not something that an ordinary true severing realm cultivator could resist. Your Highness, the fifth prince has fallen." The armored youth stammered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said directly. After saying that, he turned his gaze and looked at Du Xiaofu. "Fifth brother." Upon hearing this grievous news, the first prince was stunned. He followed the armored youth's gaze and saw Du Xiaofu opposite him. His eyes focused again. "It was you who killed my fifth brother?" The eldest prince gently released the armored youth's hand. He stepped into the void and walked forward step by step. Huff! After the armored youth was released, he hurriedly panted a few times. his face flushed red. The pressure he had just endured was too great. The way the eldest prince looked at him made him feel like he was being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast. That's right. Your fifth prince was indeed killed by me. Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate at all and replied directly. As soon as he finished speaking, the space behind him shook violently. Immediately, the space burst open, and Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, He Jixin, Yu Changliang, He Jibai, and the others arrived. The expressions on their faces were all stunned. What, brother, Du killed the fifth prince of Songming Divine Nation? This, as expected of brother, Du's way of doing things is still the same as before. I'm afraid this is a little too big. It seems like it won't be easy to clean up. I'm afraid there's going to be a good show to watch. There's bound to be a bloody battle. When Yu Changyan, He Jibai, and the others appeared, they heard Du Xiaofu's words clearly. They were all surprised, especially Yu Changyan and Yu Qingyao. They were very clear about the strength of the Songming Divine Nation. Fighting with the other party was not a wise thing to do. Everyone had come here to rescue Fan Yushu and the others just to make peace. But who would have thought that as soon as they arrived, they would hear such explosive news? Yu Changyan and Yu Qingyao couldn't help but smile bitterly. On the other hand, He Jixin, Yu Changliang, He Jibai, and the others could only smile bitterly and sigh. This was brother Du's way of doing things. Boy, you've got guts. Hearing Du Xiaofu's admission, the eldest prince of Songming Divine Nation's eyes darkened, and he spoke through clenched teeth. Step by step, he closed in on Du Xiaofu. At the same time, his aura surged, and the power of laws intertwined and spread out, filling the void and causing heaven and earth to shake. I have guts. I don't need your approval on this matter. I have no interest in trash like you. Du Xiaofu looked mockingly at the eldest prince and sneered. His disdain was obvious in his words. Hearing this, everyone present was slightly stunned. After a while, many people came back to their senses. Damn it, His Majesty's mouth is really poisonous. He doesn't use vulgarities when scolding people. The Divine Emperor should be our role model. He, gutless eldest prince of Songming, what a joke! After the people from the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom carefully savored Du Xiaofu's words, they all laughed exaggeratedly. Everyone was filled with admiration. On the other hand, the eldest prince of Songming Divine Nation's face turned even uglier. It was so dark that it was about to drip water. Although Du Xiaofu's words were a little profound, he was not stupid. After thinking for a while, he understood that Du Xiaofu was saying that he was a woman and a gutless person. This made him so angry that he was about to explode. He could not tolerate being looked down upon in such a way. At this time, the sadness in the eldest prince of Songming Divine Nation's heart for the death of his fifth brother had faded a little. Instead, it was filled with endless grievances. Brother Du's mouth must have been specially tempered. He Jibai shook his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He knew Du Xiaofu very well. In the chaos space, this guy had directly scolded the second young master of the Great Void Divine General's residence, Dai Xianming and Dai Xuanjin. He had said that the three brothers did not look alike and that they were not born from the same father. The three of them were furious. Today he had done the same thing again. He had actually scolded the eldest prince of Songming Divine Nation as a gutless person. He Jibai would not believe that Du Xiaofu's mouth had not been specially tempered. Brat, no matter how sharp your tongue is, you can't wash away the hatred of killing my fifth brother. If I don't tear you to pieces today, then I will really be a gutless person, just like you said. The eldest prince of Songming Divine Nation chased away the emotions in his heart. His eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu like a ferocious wild wolf. He saw through the cultivation of the purple-robed youth in front of him. He was only at the peak of the late stage of the truth-severing stage. His power of law had not reached the perfect realm. How could he fight against him? Li Zheng, This is the new divine emperor of our Yu Qing divine nation. If you dare to attack, aren't you afraid that our two divine nations will go to war? At this time, Yu Qingyan took a step forward and stood in front of the eldest prince of Tsangming divine nation. Divine emperor? The eldest prince of Tsangming divine nation was stunned. He had just arrived, so he did not know Du Xiaofu's identity. However, he knew Yu Qingyan. He was the eldest prince of Yu Qing divine nation. His words were naturally trustworthy. Humph. Is there no one else in your Yu Qing divine nation? You actually let a truth-severing stage cultivator become the divine emperor. Chapter 28-25. Li Zheng couldn't help but sneer. Although he couldn't figure out the crux of the matter, he believed Yu Qingyan's words. That purple-robed youth was only at the peak of the late stage of truth-severing stage, below him. Such a person had actually become the new divine emperor of Yu Qing divine kingdom? This situation was hard for the first prince of Tsangming divine kingdom to accept. And Yu Qingyan, as the first prince of Yu Qing divine kingdom, the position of divine emperor was actually taken by an outsider. Could it be that your imperial family's disciples are lacking in fresh blood and were usurped by someone else? Most importantly, the person sitting on the divine emperor's position is only at the late stage of truth-severing stage. Li Zheng's gaze turned and looked at Yu Qingyan. His face was filled with pity, as if he felt sorry for Yu Qingyan. What he said made sense. It was a humiliation for any royal family that the imperial power of a country had fallen into the hands of another. Even if the Yu Qing divine kingdom had some other reason, and had no choice but to replace the position of divine emperor with someone else, and had to choose someone from the late stage of truth-severing stage, as the first prince, Yu Qingyan, would definitely not pass on this responsibility. How could he fall into the hands of someone he had never seen before? Ha! Facing the first prince of Tsangming divine kingdom, Yu Qingyan laughed faintly and said, "Imperial power is naturally as important as Mount Tai in your eyes. But in Yu Qing divine kingdom, it belongs to the capable. Although my martial uncle Du's cultivation is at the same level as mine, his strength far surpasses mine. Why can't he sit on the divine emperor's position?" There were two meanings in his words. First, as a member of Yu Qing divine kingdom, inheritance wasn't determined by bloodline but by strength. Whoever was stronger would sit on the divine emperor's position. In addition, Du Xiaofu was his martial uncle, so they could be considered family. There was no reason for the imperial power to be lost to another person. Is that so? Li Zheng's gaze turned cold again. According to Yu Qingyan's words, he had to reevaluate the purple-robed youth. If it was as he said, then the youth's strength was definitely terrifying. Otherwise, Yu Qingyan wouldn't have willingly acknowledged him as the divine emperor's position. If that's the case, I'd like to have a taste of your new divine emperor's skills. Today, I will tear you to shreds and avenge my fifth brother. First Prince Tsangming snorted as he suddenly soared into the sky. His entire body emitted a blazing light as though he was a scorching sun hanging in the sky. He was not afraid of Du Xiaofu, a cultivator at the peak of the late stage of truth-severing realm. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? Could he be a match for him? I was waiting for you to say that. You have to do as you said. If you can't tear me to shreds today, then you're a coward. Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a sinister smile as he leaped into the air and stood in front of Li Zheng. On his body, layers upon layers of the power of laws flowed endlessly, and a vast and mighty power shook the world. Brat, you must die today. As Li Zheng spoke, a golden sword appeared in his hand. A golden dragon was engraved on the body of the long sword. It coiled around like a living creature. He injected the power from his body into the long sword, causing the long sword to let out a resounding dragon roar that pierced the 9 heavens. Seeing the long sword, many people from Tsangming Divine Kingdom were shocked. The Nirvana Dragon Sword. It's actually the Nirvana Dragon Sword. Only the crown prince of Songming Divine Kingdom is qualified to possess the Nirvana Dragon Sword. It seems that the first prince is already the Divine Emperor's successor. He even bestowed the Nirvana Dragon Sword. With the Nirvana Dragon Sword, how could that brat from Yuqing Divine Kingdom be a match for the first prince? That's a high-grade law true weapon. Its power is terrifying. Many people were discussing in a daze as they were shocked by the sword in Li Zheng's hand. A high-grade law true weapon was so easily brought into the divine demon battle boundary. With the help of the Nirvana Dragon Sword, even the saints and saintesses of the sacred grounds would not be able to compete with the first prince without the help of other powers, let alone ordinary experts. Even if the purple-robed youth was very strong, he could not be compared to the outstanding successor of the sacred grounds. That guy is the new Yuqing Divine Emperor. Could he have the imperial seal with him? Suddenly, someone thought of such a possibility. Hearing this, the others were shocked. If this guess was true, then it would be even more terrifying. The imperial seal of a divine kingdom contained the fortune of the entire divine kingdom. When it was released, its power would be much stronger than ordinary law true weapons. If that was the case, then it would not be easy for their first prince to defeat the purple-robed youth. Moreover, the other party had already confirmed the Yuqing Divine Emperor's identity. Such a guess was not without reason. No. What kind of treasure is the imperial seal of a divine kingdom? A true severing realm cultivator cannot refine it. If he tries to take it by force, he will only die. An expert pursed his lips and said, "That makes sense." The others nodded in agreement. The imperial seal was different from other items. Normally speaking, although the high-grade law true weapon in Li Zheng's hand was of a high grade, it was only a law true weapon. It could represent the crown prince's identity, but it did not contain the fortune of the divine kingdom. However, the imperial seal of a divine kingdom was different. The vast amount of spiritual force was terrifying. It was not something an ordinary person could bear. He is a high-grade law true weapon, so impressive. On the Yuqing Divine Kingdom's side, many people spoke. However, they were all laughing coldly. They had seen the Divine Kingdom's wealth. In the previous competition, the Divine Kingdom had offered 100 law true weapons as a reward for defeating Du Xiaofu. However, no one had been able to obtain them. If that was the case, the law true weapons that the Yuqing Divine Kingdom could offer might be of the highest grade. Why would they be afraid of a high-grade law true weapon? With the Divine Emperor's methods, why would he need to rely on other treasures to win? He could just trample Li Zheng. A young man said with a cold smile as he supported the injured Fan Yushu. He continuously channeled celestial qi into Fan Yushu's body. He knew that Du Xiaofu's treasures were also extraordinary. The 9 cauldrons had the ability to suppress the heavens and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, did an expert who could fight 100 people together really need the help of the 9 cauldrons to defeat the crown prince of the Songming Divine Kingdom? "Kid, give me your life." Li Zheng shouted from high up in the sky. "Qi La!" His shout was like a clap of thunder. It shook the heavens and the earth and tore the sky apart. It was terrifying. In Li Zheng's hand, the golden longsword suddenly transformed into a golden dragon that soared into the sky. The huge dragon's body twisted and rolled in the void, causing the void to rumble. "Roar!" the dragon roared. The power of law wrapped around it tightly. It ferociously charged at Du Xiaofu. The dragon opened its mouth wide. In the process of charging forward, it swallowed the space and turned it into a terrifying black hole. A high-grade law true weapon. Du Xiaofu stood on the opposite side. His eyes moved slightly. He was silent for a moment. Then his body surged with a monstrous light. Purple gold, heavenly palace. Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand, and a broadsword appeared out of thin air. He held it in his hand. After the vigorous energy in his body was injected, the light above the purple gold, heavenly palace rose into the sky and scattered into the void. The sword light was tens of thousands of feet long. Layers of light bloomed and dazzling talisman, runes bloomed. There were azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise phantoms roaring out. Ayo! Roar! Screech! Coo! The roars of dragons and tigers, the cries of birds and turtles sounded. A terrifying pressure instantly spread out, accompanied by a sword light that cut across the sky. The brilliance of the sword light poured down on the world. Under the brilliance, there was a terrifying and domineering destructive energy hidden. Heaven and earth are empty. These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down, charging straight at the golden dragon. Chi la la! The sword light was peerless and suppressed the world. The space in the fiend god battlefield seemed to be cut in half by such a sword. The scene was terrifying. When such a sword light collided with the golden dragon, it produced a terrifying, destructive storm. The sword light emitted by the purple-gold heavenly palace was instantly defeated and turned into the purest law runes that circulated between heaven and earth. The golden dragon had also consumed a lot of energy. It was forcefully pushed back by Du Xiaofu's power. However, it still danced with peerless power and charged over again. Heaven and earth are empty. Faced with such a situation, Du Xiaofu used the absolute hegemony domain and firmly locked onto the golden dragon. He controlled the release of the explosive power and bound it within a certain range. At the same time, he raised the broadsword in his hand again and slashed down. Another sword light appeared, cutting through heaven and earth. It was as if it could cut through the stars and cut through the universe. It was domineering. Boom! A terrifying collision occurred once again. The void trembled violently as if it was grabbed by a huge hand and shook violently. Du Xiaofu's sword light was destroyed once again. His entire body was pushed back by the huge force. The upper-grade law true weapon was indeed powerful. Even though Du Xiaofu used all of his strength, he was still unable to withstand it. However, his space domain still enveloped the golden dragon, causing its movements to be greatly affected. It could not fly freely. The new Yuqing Divine Emperor is so powerful. He was actually able to withstand the first prince's upper-grade law true weapon with his cultivation at the peak of the late-stage truth severing stage. His strength is indeed extraordinary. He is indeed qualified to be the strongest person in the Yuqing Divine Kingdom. With such strength, he is probably much stronger than Yu Changyan. The people of the Tsang Ming Divine Kingdom watched the battle in the sky. Some of the experts could not help but mumble. They were also shocked by Du Xiaofu's strength. A late-stage truth severing stage cultivator was fighting with a full-fledged truth severing stage cultivator. Furthermore, this full-fledged truth severing stage cultivator even had an upper-grade law true weapon. The young man and the others definitely would not dare to take on such a battle. One had to admit that the new Yuqing Divine Emperor was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder that he could make the first prince, Yu Qingyan, willingly give up the position of Divine Emperor. So what if he is strong? The gap in cultivation is definitely insurmountable. Moreover, the first prince has a mid-grade law true weapon. No matter how powerful that kid is, he will definitely not be able to last until the end. Someone in the crowd said, perhaps in terms of strength, the purple-robed youth was very powerful. He was able to fight against a full-fledged truth severing stage cultivator. However, under the pressure of a mid-grade law true weapon, he could only barely resist. It was impossible for him to last until the end. The 10,000 people of the Tsang Ming Divine Kingdom raised their eyes and looked at the sky. They wanted to see how the purple-robed youth would be defeated. On the other hand, everyone from the Yuqing Divine Kingdom was relaxed. They did not look nervous at all. His Majesty is really terrifying. With just one move, he was able to resist the attack of an expert with a mid-grade law true weapon. His Majesty's talent and heroism are hard to find, not to mention the Tsang Ming Divine Kingdom. Even in the entire 33 heavens, it would be difficult to find a match for him among his peers. He hasn't even used his full strength. It was just a simple move. If he used the 8 trigrams diagram, the 9 cauldrons, or the azure dragon body, he might be able to crush the first prince of the Tsang-Ming divine kingdom in a few moves. His Majesty's heroism is rare in this world. How can the first prince of the Tsang-Ming divine kingdom compare to him? On the Yu-Qing divine kingdom side, many people were leisurely discussing. They had unlimited confidence in Du Xiaofu. The first prince of the Tsang-Ming divine kingdom could not be compared to their divine emperor. The two of them were not on the same level at all. As long as the divine emperor used one of the 3 methods, he could easily suppress the other party. However, it was clear that His Majesty did not want to show his full strength at this time. Boy, if that's all you have, then you can only die. In the sky, Li Zhang watched Du Xiaofu use the same move again and again, and could not help but say coldly, "The power of your space domain is indeed very strong, but it's obviously too weak to stop me." After he finished speaking, the power of the laws around him surged and continuously entered the golden dragon in front of him. Roar! The golden dragon opened its mouth and roared again, and its body suddenly became more majestic. The space was crushed one after another and turned into powder, turning into ashes that drifted away. As the dragon opened its maw, a terrifying suction force appeared, as if it wanted to swallow the heavens and swallow the earth. Du Xiaofu's space domain began to twist and distort under the strength. It began to tear apart inch by inch, emitting cracking sounds. In just a moment, the true power of the mid-grade Law True weapon erupted. An entire domineering domain was instantly torn to pieces. Is that so? Since you're in such a hurry to be a coward, then I'll fulfill your wish. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly, then flipped his wrist and put away the purple-gold heavenly palace. At the same time, he simply removed the shattered space domain and watched as the golden dragon rushed over. Roar! Du Xiaofu suddenly opened his mouth and let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. Accompanied by this dragon roar, the stars in the sky moved and the clouds changed. The earth was broken by the roar, and waves like the tide surged, layer upon layer. In an instant, the figure of an azure dragon appeared, occupying the void domineeringly, facing the golden dragon formed by the mid-grade Law True weapon of the Tsang-Ming Divine Kingdom's crown prince. What kind of technique is this? In the Tsang-Ming Divine Kingdom's camp, everyone was stunned and confused. They were very puzzled. How could a human turn into an azure dragon? The Divine Emperor has used one of his strongest techniques. Let's see how arrogant Li Zhang can be now. In the Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom, many people's eyes twitched as they murmured. To many experts, they had seen Du Xiaofu's technique, so they knew how powerful it was. The azure dragon's body's defensive power was so formidable that it could withstand the joint attack of 100 people. It can be like this? Li Zhang's eyes trembled as he looked at the azure dragon rolling in the sky in surprise. From the azure dragon's body, it wasn't difficult for him to feel the terrifying power. It wasn't any weaker than his mid-grade Law True weapon. Facing such an azure dragon, Li Zhang didn't dare to underestimate it. Kill! Du Xiaofu's dragon body twisted, his giant dragon head held high as he dashed forward, attacking the golden dragon in an instant. The other party was strong with the help of the Law True weapon. However, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be stronger than the first sky of a mortal realm expert of the sky-swallowing, demonic wolf clan. As soon as his shout fell, the 2 gigantic dragons instantly came into contact with each other, causing a violent collision. Rumble! Sizzle! Layers of vibrations and whistles rolled out, and the void was instantly stirred into a mess. In front of everyone's frightened eyes, the 2 giant dragons tangled with each other. The power that could destroy the sky surged, and the void became a mess, as if it was about to turn into chaos. Such might caused the hearts of all the experts present to tremble. It wasn't the power that an ordinary true severing realm expert could release. No matter if it was the golden dragon from the mid-grade law true weapon or the azure dragon from the purple-robed young man, they were all intimidating. Under their gazes, pieces of the sky disappeared, and the dark red sky was stirred into chaos. In the middle of it all, a vague blood rain was falling from the sky. Everyone could clearly see that numerous cracks had appeared on the body of the azure dragon, and they were crisscrossing as they meandered and dispersed. The golden dragon, next to it, also exploded into a dazzling light rain. The energy overflowed, and the light on the dragon's body dimmed a lot. Ugh. On the other side, the first prince of Songming God Nation, Li Zheng, groaned. His face turned paler as the two giant dragons collided. It was obvious that he was under great pressure. He controlled the law true weapon to attack. Although he didn't fight personally, he was still affected by the terrifying impact, and he was injured step by step. What a terrifying battle. Both of them are very strong. Whoever takes a breath first will be defeated. I wonder who will be able to last until the end. Your Highness, you must hold on and kill the Yu Qing Divine Emperor. In the Tsang Ming God Nation's formation, many people gulped as they were shocked by the terrifying battle in the sky. It was only now that they truly realized how strong the new deity emperor of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom was. One should know that he was fighting the first prince with the strength of a late-stage true severing realm expert. And the first prince was using a mid-grade law true weapon. Chapter 28-26. If it was an ordinary person who went up to fight the first prince, they would have died in the mouth of the golden dragon. However, the purple-robed youth was actually able to hold on until now, and there were no signs of him falling into a disadvantageous position. Such terrifying strength caused everyone from the Songming Divine Kingdom to become serious. Anyone could see that the two of them were fighting for a breath. Whoever could not hold on and retreated first would be defeated one step at a time until they were directly crushed. However, on the other side, the people from the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom did not think so at all. Many of them even began to cross their arms, wanting to see how the first prince of the Songming Divine Kingdom would be tyrannized by their own divine emperor. Ayo, ayo, rumble. In the sky, the intense battle was still ongoing. The two long dragons moved in the air and fiercely collided again and again. The two giant tails carried with them the power to destroy the heavens and earth as they ruthlessly smashed together, producing a terrifying sound of collision. Dragon scales flew and blood rained down. A large number of law marks were shattered, and the void was shaken into a state of chaos. This kind of battle was too terrifying. The sky lost its light, the world lost its color, and the universe was overturned. With every contact, Li Zheng's face darkened bit by bit. His mind was implicated, and blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. How can he be so strong? His eyes were filled with shocked by Du Xiaofu's strength. His cultivation was clearly far above his opponent's, and he even had a high-grade law true weapon in his hand, but now they were only tied. Worry arose in his heart. If the purple-robed youth's azure dragon body lasted a little longer, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on. Under the terrifying vibration, Li Zheng was already severely injured. True severing stage, coupled with a high-grade law true weapon, seems to be nothing more than this. In the sky, Du Xiaofu's azure dragon body opened its mouth slightly and said such a sentence. On his body, dragon scales peeled off and purple-gold blood flowed. However, the power emitted from his body did not weaken at all. Instead, it was becoming more and more intense. The second transformation of the cyan spirit armor had the most abnormal defensive power. After refining the cyan dragon blood essence, this ability had increased by leaps and bounds. In addition, although his body was injured time and time again, under the effect of the indestructible Shen body, his recovery was extremely fast. If that's all you've got, then you're definitely going to get that woman. Du Xiaofu glanced at the crown prince of Songming divine nation in front of him. After that, he opened his mouth and roared, and he emitted a dragon roar that shook the heavens and the earth. It was like it could pierce through metal and split rocks, and it caused the souls of everyone present to be unable to refrain from trembling fiercely. A world-destroying storm accompanied the dragon's roar, sweeping through the heavens and the earth, sweeping in all directions. Du Xiaofu's azure dragon body soared into the air. At the same time, his entire body glowed with rainbow light, and the power of the law of matter, which was approaching perfection, surged out ferociously. In addition, his absolute domain spread out like an invisible tide, enveloping the golden dragon opposite him. The power of the two laws intertwined with each other, brazenly suppressing the golden dragon. Ugh! Such a huge pressure once again caused Li Zheng's face to turn pale. He let out a muffled groan from his throat, and his aura instantly withered a little. I admit that you have some strength, but you have to know that I'm at the perfection stage of true severing, and I control the complete law of matter. If you want to defeat me, don't even think about it. The crown prince of Songming divine nation raised his sleeve to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. He looked at the azure dragon opposite him and said through gritted teeth. He had a new understanding of the purple-robed youth's strength, but he was not particularly afraid. After all, his cultivation was much stronger than his opponent's, and he was one small realm higher. After he shouted angrily, he did not say anything else and slowly closed his eyes. Then, rays of light began to rise from his body. They were colorful and full of energy. The complete law of matter fluctuated and evolved, weaving into an independent embryonic form of an independent world. The myriad phenomena of matter in the boundless universe were constantly evolving within it. When all of this power was injected into the golden dragon's body, the entire dragon-shaped body suddenly expanded again, becoming more solid, and the aura on its body also increased explosively. Kill! Du Xiaofu roared and moved with the power of two laws. It was as if he had evolved an independent world, and he directly rushed towards the golden dragon formed by the high-grade law true weapon. Although such an independent world looked a little illusory, it was far inferior to the one that Li Zheng had built. However, from another point of view, it seemed more meaningful and closer to reality. Only in the invisible space, there were spatial patterns flipping, and relatively speaking, it was more like a real world. Boom, 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 Du Xiaofu's world form moved, crushing the void and moving across the sky. Roar, roar, roar. On the opposite side, the golden dragon that had been injected with terrifying power roared again and again, shaking the sky. Both of them carried unparalleled might as they brazenly collided once again. Buzz. This time, when the two forces collided, there was no total explosion. Instead, a terrifying buzzing sound was produced. Layers of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye surged out in the void. When they reached the peak, they shattered one by one. The entire void, along with the earth, was instantly flipped upside down. Oh no! Retreat quickly. This power is too strong. Protect yourselves. On the periphery, the people from the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom and the Songming Divine Kingdom exclaimed in unison. They were far enough away from the battlefield, but they did not expect that this collision would produce such a huge power, so they did not dare to let down their guard. Amidst the loud roars, no one dared to delay and instantly fled into the distance, away from where Du Xiaofu and Li Zheng were. These two are too strong, and the eldest prince of the Songming Divine Kingdom is also extraordinary. In the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom's camp, Fatty Fan Yushu's complexion recovered a lot under the care of the people around him. He looked at the battle over there and could not help but mutter. His entire person seemed to be a little sluggish. He and Du Xiaofu had known each other in the origin space, but now the other party had left him too far behind, and the gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger. Fan Yushu asked himself, if he went up, no matter who it was, he would die without a burial place. In terms of talent, our divine emperor is much more abnormal. Beside him, Tang Yuanshan sat in a daze, watching the battle over there with his eyes wide open. As he learned more about Du Xiaofu, he also knew that the other party had cultivated for less than 200 years. It took him nearly 3,000 years to reach the peak of the late stage of the truth-severing stage. In comparison, he was simply a piece of trash. We are not worth mentioning in front of the divine emperor. Although the eldest prince of the Songming divine kingdom's cultivation is slightly stronger than us, in terms of talent, he is far from being comparable to the divine emperor. Beside Tang Yuanshan, Zhang Haoran from the War Profound sect smiled bitterly and shook his head with a sigh. Less than 200 years, Meng Dongyang, Yu Yuran, Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, and the others could not help but smile bitterly. On the side of the Songming divine kingdom, everyone looked at the sky in shock, and all of them had a look of disbelief. How can the Yu Qing divine emperor be so terrifying? His cultivation is only at the peak of the late stage of the truth-severing stage. Unbelievable. The eldest prince's cultivation is so terrifying that it won't take long for him to reach the immortal realm. But he can't suppress him. I'm afraid there will be a tough battle. The eldest prince has not used his full strength, but it won't be easy for him to win. In the midst of the shock, many people were talking, but as they spoke, they stared unblinkingly at the battle in the sky. In the distant sky, the battle was still going on. After the two enormous dragons collided, a world-destroying storm was set off, and then they both retreated. Roar, the golden dragon roared, and its roar broke the sky, shaking heaven and earth. Its body kept rolling in the sky, smashing pieces of the sky, and the light on the dragon's body dimmed a lot. Roar! Du Xiaofu also let out a long roar, and the dragon scales all over his body cracked, his skin and flesh rolled, and blood splattered everywhere. Both of them were heavily injured, and this battle was too fierce. High-grade law true weapon? It is indeed a good item, but it would be a waste to leave it in your hands. After the azure dragon's body retreated, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but look at the giant golden dragon opposite him and say so. He waved his dragon claws lightly, and with a few swishes, 9 black shadows rushed out from his body and surrounded the golden dragon. After the 9 black shadows surrounded the golden dragon, they suddenly stopped and revealed the appearance of 9 cauldrons, standing in 9 directions and suppressing the void. These were the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons, and they were summoned by Du Xiaofu. What are these things? The appearance of the 9 lightning profound cauldrons made the eldest prince of the Songming divine kingdom, Li Jiang, even more shocked. On each of the large cauldrons, torrential purple lightning continuously poured out, hanging in the air like a waterfall. The aura released was not inferior to his high-grade law true weapon, Nirvana Dragon Sword. Obviously, each of the 9 cauldrons was not inferior to his Nirvana Dragon Sword. This was terrifying. He thought that with a high-grade law true weapon, he could instantly crush the purple-robed youth. But now, it seemed that he had really underestimated the other party. From today onwards, this high-grade, true treasure of yours belongs to me. Du Xiaofu's shout came from the opposite side. His azure dragon body flashed from the spot and charged towards the golden dragon. At the same time, the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons trembled under his control, like 9 towering mountains moving horizontally, pressing towards the golden dragon. Roar! Under the pressure of the 9 cauldrons, the golden dragon let out an earth-shaking roar. The pressure released by the 9 cauldrons made it difficult for it to struggle. Rumble! A divine lightning cauldron flew across the sky and smashed into the golden dragon's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. A huge depression was smashed into the golden dragon's head, and its body tumbled out. Rumble! Immediately after, another divine lightning cauldron followed closely behind, chasing after it and suddenly smashing into the center of the golden dragon's body. The dragon scales that were shattered and fell piece by piece, finally shattering into law energy. Rumble, just as the golden dragon was forcefully stabilizing its body, the third divine lightning cauldron arrived. Roar, the golden dragon's mouth constantly let out loud roars, shaking the heads of the people in the distance, causing their souls to shake. The first prince of Songming Divine Kingdom was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. All the force of the impact was transmitted to his body through the mental connection between him and the golden dragon. Uft! When the fifth purple lightning profound cauldron smashed into the golden dragon's body, Li Zheng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became increasingly gloomy. Suppress for me! Du Xiaofu shouted loudly, and the azure dragon's body moved. The law of matter and the law of space interweaved together, forming a huge net of laws that enveloped the golden dragon. That was a high-grade law true artifact. If he could subdue it, he would be able to seize the Nirvana dragon sword. In any case, he had already formed a grudge with the Songming Divine Kingdom. He naturally wouldn't let go of such a benefit. How could he be so strong? Li Zheng's eyes were filled with shock, and the shock in his heart was even greater. Those 9 cauldrons were too terrifying. They actually forced his Nirvana dragon sword to retreat step by step. His heart was filled with endless fear, and he finally knew fear. The purple-robed youth's strength was actually so powerful that he was tightly suppressing a true, severing perfection stage powerhouse like him. If this continued, it would be difficult for him to keep his high-grade law true artifact. Chi, 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 Du Xiaofu's azure dragon's body also pounced over. The power of the law of matter surged, and his killing intent soared into the sky. The dual power of laws, coupled with Du Xiaofu's azure dragon's body, caused the golden dragon formed from the high-grade law true artifact to churn nonstop. In addition, the 9 divine lightning cauldrons danced wildly, carrying a terrifying rumbling sound as they brazenly attacked. Don't even think about taking my Nirvana dragon sword. Li Zheng's handsome face became extremely ferocious. He clenched his teeth tightly and unleashed all of his power, pouring it all into the golden dragon. The huge dragon's body stirred violently in the void, trying to break free from the spatial domain. However, under Du Xiaofu's full suppression, the golden dragon was unable to make any large movements and was tightly bound. Rumble! A terrifying collision occurred, and a rumbling sound like rolling thunder erupted. On the golden dragon's body, layer after layer of law power was peeled off and shattered. Under this terrifying surge of power, the golden dragon struggled violently, but it was unable to escape. It was firmly suppressed by Du Xiaofu. The 9 divine lightning cauldrons, coupled with Du Xiaofu's azure dragon's body and the dual power of laws, were simply too terrifying. A golden dragon, formed from a high-grade law true artifact, was suppressed on the spot, just like that. Suppress. Du Xiaofu's huge azure dragon's eyes narrowed as he suddenly shouted. He swung out one of his dragon claws, which circulated with the dual power of laws, and directly grabbed at the golden dragon. Under the combined suppression of several forces, the golden dragon remained motionless in the void, and the layers of energy on its body exploded and shattered. Then, with a swoosh, the entire dragon shape transformed back into the appearance of the golden sword. It hummed and vibrated in the void, as if it had submitted to Du Xiaofu's power and was about to be grabbed by him. This scene caused Li Zheng to almost go crazy. Get out of my way! Seeing that Du Xiaofu's dragon claws were about to touch his Nirvana dragon sword, the eyes of the Songming Divine Kingdom's crown prince instantly turned crimson red. He roared continuously and used all of his strength to channel it into the Nirvana dragon sword, wanting to resist again. However, it was all in vain. No matter what he did, he was firmly suppressed by Du Xiaofu. The azure dragon's claw also touched the Nirvana dragon's sword step by step and grasped it in the dragon claws. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was stunned by such a scene. especially the people of the Tsangming divine kingdom. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The Nirvana dragon sword is about to be taken away. That Yu Qing divine emperor's strength is too terrifying. Is he really at the true severing realm? Why does he look like an immortal realm expert with such power? His azure dragon body and the 9 cauldrons are too terrifying. They're definitely not something an ordinary person can use. The Nirvana dragon sword represents the supreme position of the crown prince of the Tsangming divine kingdom. If it's lost here, the Nirvana dragon sword can't be lost. Even the crown prince can't bear such a price. Tens of thousands of people watched the battle nervously as voices of discussion filled the air. They were all screaming in their hearts, hoping that their crown prince could suppress the Yu Qing divine emperor and regain control of the Nirvana dragon sword. It represented the supreme inheritance of the entire divine kingdom. It couldn't be lost. I've said it before. What bullshit crown prince? He's not even fit to carry the shoes of our divine emperor. Isn't that right? Great. Now they can't even keep the Nirvana dragon sword. Our emperor is going to get another treasure. The Nirvana dragon sword is something that only the crown prince can possess. It also represents imperial power. If it's taken by the divine emperor, the Tsangming divine kingdom's face will be slapped swollen. TSK. That's an upper grade, true treasure of laws. I've never seen one before. When the divine emperor gets it, I'll definitely ask him to let me touch it properly. On the Yu Qing divine kingdom side, everyone was beaming with joy. Regarding Du Xiaofu's strength, they had long been aware in their hearts. Most importantly, many people knew that the strength that the divine emperor had displayed was not all, especially for Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, and the others. They had heard from their imperial ancestor, Du Xiaofu's master, Yu Yuqian, that the guy had killed a first sky of immortal realm expert in the Qian Su Jing Hua heaven. No matter what kind of tricks Du Xiaofu used in that battle, it was enough to shock everyone if this matter were to spread out. Chapter 28-27. At the very least, no one in the same generation in the 33 heavens could do what Du Xiaofu did with his peak late-stage truth, severing, cultivation. In comparison, it was not inconceivable for that guy to easily suppress the Tsangming crown prince, who was at the great circle of truth, severing, cultivation. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu's dragon claw grabbed the Nirvana dragon sword. The sword trembled nonstop. Under Li Zheng's control, it wanted to break free from the shackles, but it could not shake off Du Xiaofu's suppression. It was firmly bound there. Give me back my Nirvana dragon sword. The crown prince of Tsang Ming divine nation went crazy. He rushed toward Du Xiaofu. In Tsang Ming divine nation, the Nirvana dragon sword was the strongest treasure besides the imperial seal. If it was taken away by that kid, he would not be able to explain it to his father. In addition, the sword represented his identity as the crown prince. He could not lose it. Get lost. Du Xiaofu turned his dragon head and glared at Li Zhang with his huge dragon eyes. Then he swung his dragon tail and whipped Li Zheng's body. The second transformation of the green spirit armor was extremely terrifying. With a sweep of the dragon's tail, Li Zhang was instantly sent flying. His entire body flew in a straight line and crashed into a mountain 100,000 miles away. He smashed through the mountain range and turned it into stone powder that drifted in the air. After losing his high-grade Law True artifact, Li Zhang was even less of a match for Du Xiaofu. Moreover, he had suffered heavy injuries at this time. With a single strike, he was ruthlessly sent flying away without any strength to resist. A high-grade Law True weapon. Du Xiaofu did not continue to pay attention to Li Zhang. His azure dragon body flashed and transformed into his true form. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. Du Xiaofu controlled the 9 purple thunder profound cauldrons to suppress the Nirvana dragon sword. Then he opened up the ancient desolate space and swallowed the entire sword. High-grade Law True treasures were different from ordinary objects. They had very strong artifact souls. If one did not forcibly refine them, they would find their own master. If Du Xiaofu wanted to refine the Nirvana Dragon Sword with ordinary methods, it would definitely take a long time. It was definitely not something that could be done overnight. Therefore, he could only place it in the desolate ancient space and use the special order of the ancient space to suppress it to prevent it from causing any trouble. When he had the time in the future, he would slowly refine it. The mighty Shen Huang. Suddenly, someone from the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom's crowd let out a strange cry. Such a strange howl was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, causing everyone to shout wildly, "His Majesty is valiant, suppressing the world!" Prince Tsongming can't even withstand a single blow. The Divine Emperor's cultivation is unparalleled, crushing all of his peers. His Majesty's divine might is unfathomable. He suppressed Prince Tsongming like a dog. Many people were shouting excitedly. They were even happier than if they had one. They were really excited, especially Fan Yushu and the others who had the Black Soul would stolen from them by the 5th prince of the Tsongming Divine Kingdom. They all felt that they had vented their anger. Isn't your Tsongming Divine Kingdom very awesome? Isn't it ranked in the top 10? Isn't it much stronger than the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom? What about now? Look at the result. The first prince of the true severing perfection stage was beaten up by our Divine Emperor, who is at the peak of the late stage of the true severing perfection stage. He can't even let out a fart. If it weren't for that high-grade law true treasure, that first prince, Li Zheng, wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow. He wouldn't even have the qualifications to fight in front of His Majesty. Look at the result. The law true treasure fell into His Majesty's hands in the end. The Tsongming Divine Kingdom's treasure became our Yu Qing Divine Kingdoms. Ha ha, this is really a huge irony. The Nirvana Dragon Sword was really taken away by that brat. Why is it like this? How can his strength be so terrifying? Even the first prince can't suppress him. Who else in the Fiend God Battle realm can suppress him? Everyone from the Tsongming Divine Kingdom was stunned. They stood there in shock, staring blankly at the purple-robed youth in the distance. They watched helplessly as he took the Nirvana Dragon Sword away. Waves of shock surged in their hearts. They couldn't use words to describe their feelings at this moment. They only felt terrible. Some people began to feel dejected. It turned out that there was someone in the younger generation who was so much stronger than them. It was really hard to imagine. If this person came from one of the strongest holy lands, it would be easier for them to accept. But he was just someone from the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. First Prince. After a while, the armored youth in the camp suddenly trembled. He quickly turned his gaze to the distance, looking at the overturned mountain range 100,000 miles away. It had been a long time since the first prince Li Zheng was sent flying, but there was still no movement. Quickly go check on the first prince. Some experts immediately became alert. They quickly tore through space and flew over to check on Li Zheng's situation. Let's go. Du Xiaofu glanced indifferently at the Tsongming Divine Kingdom's lineup, then waved his hand and said to the people from the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom, Fan Yushu, Meng Dongyang, Zhang Haoren, Tun Yuan Shan, Yu Yuran, and the others looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. But they didn't say anything and followed Du Xiaofu into the distance. Tell your first prince that he's a coward. Before leaving, Fatty Fan Yushu suddenly raised his middle finger and gestured at the people from the Tsongming Divine Kingdom. He didn't hide the ridicule on his face. The faces of the people from the Tsongming Divine Kingdom instantly turned ashen. This was a naked humiliation, a slap to their faces. However, no one said anything about this, and no one stopped Du Xiaofu and the others from leaving. Under their gazes, the other party's group instantly disappeared into the distance. Du Xiaofu came suddenly and left very quickly, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Why didn't the Divine Emperor pursue the victory and beat the people from the Tsongming Divine Kingdom to a pulp? When tearing through space, someone was puzzled and asked the experts next to him. Yes, with the strength of the Divine Emperor, he can suppress many of their experts alone. We have a chance to beat them into a dead dog. Someone was also puzzled and echoed. Many people heard this and nodded. Obviously, this was also the question in their hearts. What do you know? At this moment, an expert glared fiercely at everyone. And then he put on an unfathomable expression and said, "The Divine Emperor has his own reasons for doing things. Why don't all of you use your brains and think about it? The Songming Divine Kingdom's overall strength is so strong. If we really engage in a large-scale battle, then even if the Divine Emperor's might can win in the end, wouldn't we suffer heavy losses?" That's true. Everyone nodded their heads to show their approval. Of course. They knew the strength of the Songming Divine Kingdom. The overall strength of the Songming Divine Kingdom was definitely more terrifying than their side. Otherwise, the Ebony Soul would not have been so easily snatched away by the fifth prince. Seeing everyone nodding, the person who had shouted before smiled slyly and said, "We've made a big profit this time. Not only did we take back the Ebony Soul Wood, but the Nirvana Dragon sword of the Songming Divine Kingdom has also fallen into the hands of the Divine Emperor. If we don't leave after getting such benefits, are we waiting for the other forces to hear the news and come to snatch it?" As he spoke, he rolled his eyes at the others and crossed his arms proudly, as if he had seen through Du Xiaofu's thoughts. However, these words made sense in the ears of the others. The 35 Holy Lands and the other 70 Divine Kingdoms were very strong. If someone heard the news and rushed over, it would likely cause a lot of trouble. It was better to leave immediately. If His Majesty had time to refine the Nirvana Dragon Sword, he would be even stronger. On the other side, with the help of the armored youth and the others, Li Zhang returned to the Songming Divine Kingdom's camp. At this time, he looked dispirited and his aura was weak. His face was covered in blood, and there was a huge dent in his chest. The tall crown on his head had fallen off and was nowhere to be seen. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. The armored youth and the others kept injecting celestial qi into Li Zheng's body. At the same time, they took out a lot of scarlet nether flowers and other things to help him recover some strength. "Your Highness, how are you?" The armored youth looked at Li Zhang and asked with concern. The impression that the first prince gave him was that he was an extremely domineering person. His cultivation was extremely profound, and his every move was filled with endless majesty. Even a single glance from him was extremely oppressive. When had he ever revealed such an unbearable state? It could be said that today the image of the first prince in the armored youth's heart had completely collapsed. But after all, this was the first prince of a divine kingdom. In the fiend god battlefield, they had to obey his orders. Yu Qing Divine Emperor, Li Zhang ignored the armored youth's question. After recovering some strength, his face became ferocious again, and his body emitted a strong murderous aura. He broke free from the support of the people around him and slowly took 2 steps in the void. His gaze was fixed on the boundless space. That was the direction where Du Xiaofu had last left. "You are really strong." Li Zhang spoke again. He continued to walk forward. "However, I will definitely make you pay for what you did today." The first prince suddenly gritted his teeth and made a G sound. His expression became terrifying, as if he was going to devour someone. "You killed my 5th brother and stole my Nirvana Dragon. I will make you pay for these 2 things one by one. I will make you bleed to death bit by bit. None of you from the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom can think of leaving the fiend god battlefield alive." Li Zhang clenched his fists. His eyes were ferocious like a wolf that had been humiliated endlessly. He looked at the void and wanted to use his eyes to see through everything. He wanted to pierce the purple-robed youth's body and turn him into a bloody pulp. Grand, the armored young man, and the others wanted to say something, but as soon as they opened their mouths, they swallowed their words back into their stomachs, not saying anything else. They wanted to persuade the first prince, but they couldn't. After all, the first prince had lost the Nirvana Dragon Sword, and the fifth prince had died at the hands of the Yu-Qing Divine Emperor. This kind of hatred was too great. Everyone, listen up. Li Zhang suddenly retracted his gaze and looked behind him. He said hatefully, "From today onwards, we will fight to the death with the Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom." "First prince, this!" The armored youth stepped forward and said hurriedly. His shock was no small matter. He was truly frightened by Li Zhang's words. Back then, the Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom, which was not famous, had sent out thousands of immortal realm experts to destroy the Zhuling sacred ground. This news had spread throughout the entire Supreme Changrong heaven and shocked everyone. At this moment, not only the Tsangming Divine Kingdom, but even the 35 sacred grounds wouldn't dare to kill the disciples of the Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom. Was the first prince muddle-headed? How could he make such a decision? It must be known that this was not an ordinary battle. They had accompanied the fifth prince earlier and had only injured some of the other party's people. Even though the fifth prince had shouted that he wanted to kill all of them, he would at most kill a few of them for show. It was impossible for him to truly kill all of them. Otherwise, once they left the Fiend God battlefield, the hatred would be huge. The Tsangming Divine Kingdom was much weaker than the Zhuling sacred ground. They wouldn't even be able to crush the Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom with a single finger. Speaking of which, with the new Yu-Qing Divine Emperor around, could they really kill them all? The armored youth's heart was pounding. He didn't dare to imagine such a scene. He was about to speak, but he was interrupted by Li Zhang's ferocious gaze. Phew! After glaring at the armored youth, the first prince of the Tsangming Divine Kingdom slowly turned his head and let out a long sigh. He closed his eyes and calmed himself down after a long while. Then he started pacing in the void and said, "I know that the Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom is very strong. It won't be easy to destroy them." As he pondered, he said, "In the Fiend God battlefield, as long as the battles are under control, it won't matter even if there are some grudges. This is a battle between the younger generation. Life and death are up to fate. It won't cause a huge mess, and it won't lead to a war between the two divine kingdoms." Li Zhang's face became even more ferocious as he continued speaking. However, this time he was extremely rational. He said, "Some people have special identities and can't be touched. However, the deaths of the other small fries are insignificant. It won't be enough to vent the hatred in my heart. So I'll say it again. Every single one of them must die in the Fiend God battlefield. If we fight against the Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom, even if we win, we will suffer heavy losses. This is not the result I want. Moreover, once we leave the Fiend God battlefield, the Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom will be a huge threat to the Tsangming Divine Kingdom." As the first prince spoke, he let out a sigh of relief. He said, "But what if all of this is the work of many sacred lands and divine kingdoms?" After he finished speaking, he looked at the armored youth and the others with a burning gaze, as if he was waiting for their answer. "Your Highness, you mean to say—" The armored youth and the others were puzzled and asked in confusion. If many sacred lands and divine kingdoms worked together to destroy the Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom, the result was obvious. None of the opponents who came to the Fiend God battlefield would be able to leave alive. At the same time, even if they returned to the outside world, the Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom would not be able to fight against so many factions at the same time. Even if a small divine kingdom had the power to destroy the extreme spirit sacred ground, how could it fight against so many sacred lands and divine kingdoms working together? One had to admit that the first prince's suggestion was very plausible. However, the problem was, why would the 35 sacred lands and the other 70 divine kingdoms listen to the orders of the Tsangming Divine Kingdom and attack the Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom? As if he could read everyone's minds, Li Zhang suddenly laughed coldly and said, "Isn't the new Yu-Qing Divine Emperor very strong? Didn't they all admire him very much? If that's the case, let's make that kid even more famous." It would be best if his name alone could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and suppress the blue sky and yellow spring. Also, that kid has many tricks up his sleeves, and is quite strong. I want to see his ultimate strength and see how he compares to the saints and saintesses of the 35 sacred lands. I want to see who is stronger. The first prince couldn't help but laugh coldly and grit his teeth. First prince, are you trying to say that we should promote the Yu Qing divine kingdom and their divine emperor? Hearing Li Zheng's words, the armored young man and the others immediately understood. The first prince's intention was clear. He wanted to roast the Yu Qing divine emperor on the fire and push him to the front of the storm. In the Fiend celestial battlefield, there were many successors of the major factions, especially the saints and saintesses. They were all experts who could suppress an entire region. If these people were pushed to the opposite side of the Yu Qing divine emperor, the result would be obvious. That kid would become the target of everyone. This was a scheme to kill someone with a borrowed knife. I can't kill you with my own hands, but since you've provoked me, don't blame me for finding some entertainment for you. It'll save you from being bored in the Fiend celestial battlefield. Yu Qing divine emperor. From now on, you'll be the number 1 of your generation. You'll be invincible in the truth-severing stage. You'll crush all the saints and saintesses. Even the younger generation of the 33 heavens is nothing to you. The first prince's eyes were extremely vicious. He looked into the void and muttered, "What I want to see is how you'll die in the hands of the saints and saintesses. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you'll be crushed to death. And when that happens, how will the Yu Qing divine kingdom be able to fight against the other factions?" Ha! The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Many factions had joined hands and killed all the young experts of the Yu Qing divine kingdom in the celestial demon battlefield realm. Moreover, their deity emperor had also fallen. When the time came for them to leave the celestial demon battlefield realm, would the Yu Qing divine kingdom declare war on the other factions, or would they just swallow their anger and suffer in silence? Just the thought of such an outcome filled him with anticipation. After making the final decision, Li Zheng laughed wildly for a while. He didn't hesitate anymore and quickly passed down the order for everyone from the Songming divine kingdom to move quickly. They began to spread some words in the Fiend celestial battlefield. Chapter 28:28. Du Xiaofu continued to lead the group through the celestial demon battlefield in search of treasures. In order to avoid any more accidents, he did not let everyone split up. The deeper they went, the more he felt a strong sense of dread. In the air, the all-pervasive murderous aura drilled into their hearts and became more and more terrifying. This battlefield is incomparably huge. I'm afraid it's not much smaller than the Changrong sky. Yu Qing'en's eyes flashed as he looked around and said. What he sensed shocked everyone. This battlefield was actually as big as the Changrong sky. This was too terrifying. Every world in the 33 heavens was vast and boundless. Even if an immortal realm cultivator flew through the air and circled around, it would take several years. Only those who had reached the meditative realm would be able to ignore such a distance. And in this celestial demon battlefield, everyone could not even feel the edges after entering for so long. Moreover, from the strong murderous aura, they could sense that there were countless souls buried here. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the aura was, and it was still gradually increasing. If this isn't a land of death, could it be a great world? Or could it be that this battlefield was originally formed by a great world? Du Xiaofu had such a guess in his heart. He could not help but think this way. Such a vast land, and it was also the battlefield of many living beings and demons when the heavens and earth were first created. It was very likely that it was originally a great world. However, under the erosion of the surging river of blood, it gradually became filled with murderous aura and could no longer give birth to new life. The entrance to the celestial demon battlefield is in the Changrong sky, but I keep feeling that it's in another space and has no real connection with the Changrong sky. Yu Chengyao stretched out 2 slender fingers and gently brushed the hair in front of her forehead as she spoke with her red lips slightly opened. Before everyone entered the celestial demon battle realm. The gigantic spatial crack that stretched across the entire sky seemed to lead to another world. It was obvious that it did not exist in the supreme Changrong heaven. That terrifying crack was most likely a gigantic opening created by the demon god when he escaped all those years ago. It merely led to the supreme Changrong heaven. The fiend celestial escaped, and he is a manifestation of a portion of the fiend celestial's power. Will there be more of the fiend celestial's power in the fiend celestial battlefield? Du Xiaofu spoke one by one. He lowered his gaze and fell into deep thought. This was not impossible. Although he did not know how the demon alpha had been suppressed back then, after so many years, he was still able to use a part of his primordial spirit to transform into a demon god. This showed how powerful he was. If there were still remnants of the demon alpha's power, it would be very dangerous for everyone. This place was different from the divine battle realm. No matter who went to that realm, they would be suppressed. If they encountered someone as powerful as the demon alpha here, Du Xiaofu knew that with his current strength, he would not be able to fight them. Even if he fought with his life on the line, he would not be able to burn the fiend celestial to death like he did back then. However, after thinking about it, this doubt dissipated. After all, the fiend celestial battlefield had been closely examined by many meditative forgetfulness experts of the supreme Changrong heaven. It would only open after tens of millions of years for the younger generation to enter and train. They would not do anything they were not confident in. The powerful demons must have been mostly wiped out, so they would not be too dangerous. Otherwise, there would be no point in training. Qingyan, can you tell me in detail about the demon race? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu turned his head and looked at Yu Qingyan and the others. After coming to the 33 heavens, he had been busy cultivating and dealing with some trivial matters. Everything about the demons only existed in a few words and did not have a systematic understanding. Now that he had come to the fiend celestial battlefield, he suddenly wanted to know more, so he could only ask Yu Qingyan and the others. These young disciples had been living in the 33 heavens all this time, so they naturally knew a lot about the legends of the demons. Hearing Du Xiaofu's question, Yu Qingyan pursed his lips and nodded. Martial uncle, Du has only been in the 33 heavens for 100 years, so it is normal that you do not know about these things. Then he continued, Legend has it that this world was originally a piece of chaos, and 3,000 fiend celestials were born from it. The demon alpha was one of them. As creatures of the chaos, the 3,000 fiend celestials were incomparably powerful. If even one of them survived, they could suppress the entire 33 heavens with their strength alone. Their cultivation was definitely at the legendary Tao Carrier realm, or even stronger. In the chaos, the 3,000 fiend celestials launched a fierce expedition. Many of them fell, and the world was shrouded in darkness. Those that lasted until the end were the absolute powerhouses of the 3,000 fiend celestials. Among them was the great god Pangu, who opened up the 33 heavens and the demon Alpha. As for whether there were others, there are no historical records. Later, Pangu used the power of chaos to open up the world, causing the chaos to split apart, producing yin and yang energies. The 33 heavens and countless small worlds were born from this. In these small worlds, countless living beings emerged. Today, the trillions of living beings in the 33 heavens and countless small worlds all originated from this. The chaos gave birth to 3,000 fiend celestials, and the great god Pangu opened up the chaos and refined the world. Just what kind of strength was that? Listening to Yu Qingyan's words, Du Xiaofu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he marveled at the terrifying chaos era. He could imagine that the 3,000 fiend celestials were just an imaginary number, not a real number. 3,000 represented many things. It was not necessarily 3,000, but it was definitely more than 3,000. As for those infinitely powerful fiend celestials, each one of them was incredibly strong. Using the word terrifying wasn't enough to describe them. Among them, the most terrifying were Pangu and the demon Alpha. Perhaps there were other fiend celestials as well. After the chaos shattered, the war between Pangu and the demon Alpha continued. The demon Alpha led countless demons to invade the 33 heavens, and countless living beings suffered a calamity of annihilation. The fiend celestials slaughtered without end, causing the entire 33 heavens to fall into a dark period of time. They nearly fell, turning everything into a demonic realm. As Du Xiaofu sighed, Teng Yuanshan from the Temple of Divine Arts stepped forward. He continued Yu Qingyan's words and said, "Under such a background, the 33 heavens began a fierce war against the fiend celestials, launching a bloody expedition against them. At that time, nearly every race and every living being was drawn into this calamity. If they didn't resist with all their strength, then the only fate awaiting them was death. There is no doubt about the fiend celestial strength. However, at that time when the heavens and earth were first opened, the life forms of the 33 heavens were born in the age of yin and yang. They were also extremely terrifying. After Tang Yuanshan finished speaking, he turned to Du Xiaofu and said, "The divine emperor should have heard of the 9 great realms of the 33 heavens. The final 2 great realms, Tao-bearing and Formless, are only legends. In the present era, such powerhouses shouldn't exist. However, from the records of the ancient books, I speculate that such terrifying characters definitely existed among the powerhouses of that time. This is because these 9 great realms were passed down from ancient times and are still in use today. Yes, this is the consensus of many powerhouses of the 33 heavens." At this time, Yu Qingyao gracefully walked to Du Xiaofu's side and continued. All the powerhouses of the 33 heavens took action to resist the fiend celestials. After a bitter struggle, many worlds were destroyed and countless lives perished. After paying an unimaginable price, the 33 heavens won the final victory. However, this victory was also a Pyrrhic victory. Those powerhouses of the age of yin and yang all came to a sad end. Many of them died in the ancient war. Later, the fiend celestial was suppressed, and all the fiend celestials died. Only then did the war slowly come to an end. After so many years of rest and recuperation, the 33 heavens finally had such a magnificent scene. However, none of the powerhouses of that time have been seen to this day. I don't know if any of them have survived. As Yu Qingyao finished speaking, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Du Xiaofu's expression was even more perverse, endless emotions surging in his heart. He had always felt that the final 2 great realms of the 9 great realms, Tao-bearing and Formless, were not empty words. They must have existed in the past. After Teng Yuanshan's narration, he finally understood. It turned out that most of those powerhouses had already perished. They had died in the war between the 3,000 fiend celestials and gods in the primal chaos, and they had died in the great demon war of the 33 heavens. He was endlessly fascinated. Just what kind of 2 great realms were they? Why was it that after so many years had passed since the beginning of the world, no one had reached those realms? Could it be that the 33 heavens had suffered great losses in that great war and had yet to recover to this day? Pangu, the fiend celestial, and all the other powerhouses, if they had survived to this day, just how terrifying would their strength have been? As for the current 33 heavens, the strongest known boundary was the meditative oblivion boundary. How could the disparity between them be described as simply carrying the Tao and Formless? Tao-bearing and Formless, these 2 legendary realms. Do I have a chance to touch upon them? Du Xiaofu's heart filled with endless emotion. For countless years, countless heroic figures had emerged from the 33 heavens, but he had never heard of anyone being able to step into these 2 great realms. From this, one could see just how difficult it was. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but sigh towards these unreachable realms. Even if he couldn't personally reach them, just being able to experience them was good enough. This Fiend Celestial War Realm is a battlefield left behind from the past. So, if we encounter any remaining Fiend Celestials, we will fight to the death. There will be no leeway, Yu Chengyan softly said. The slaughter of the Fiend Celestial War Realm in the past had left behind too heavy of a wound. Their hatred had continued to this day. As long as they encountered those Fiend Celestials, it would be a slaughter. Du Xiaofu listened to his words and nodded. He asked again, then how was the Fiend Celestial suppressed in the past? Also, was he suppressed in the Fiend Celestial War Realm? Also, what about great divinity Pangu? With his terrifying strength, did he not survive? He really wanted to know where the Fiend Celestial was suppressed. Since the Fiend Celestial had escaped from the Fiend Celestial War Realm, it was likely that the Fiend Celestial was here. In addition, Pangu, who had created the heavens and earth, was able to survive until the end of the Great War between the 3,000 Fiend Celestial Chaos, and even opened up the 33 heavens and countless small worlds. One didn't need to think to know just how formidable he was. Could it be that even such a powerhouse couldn't survive in the Great War of the Fiend Celestial War? This, Yu Qingyan bitterly smiled. He glanced at Du Xiaofu and spread out his hands. I don't know what you're asking. There are no corresponding records in the ancient records regarding the Great War that occurred at the beginning of the world. It seems that all the ancient records in the 33 heavens are very vague. They only record the general process, but the details are greatly lacking. However, I think that with the Fiend Celestial strength, it isn't impossible for great God Pangu to pay the price of his life to suppress him. So that's how it is. Du Xiaofu nodded and muttered. He was a little disappointed. Could it be that there really weren't any powerhouses that had survived to this day? Even great God Pangu, who had created the heavens and earth, was not an exception? If so, it would be too much of a pity. Back in the chaos space, Du Xiaofu had heard Elder Kong speak of the divine Wilderness Heavenlock Array. Presumably, the master of that unparalleled array was also a powerful master, not much weaker than the Fiend Celestial War Realm. The divine Wilderness Heavenlock Array had completely enveloped the entire 33 heavens, killing countless Fiend Celestials. It was hard to imagine just what sort of level its master's cultivation had reached. Du Xiaofu stood where he was, not speaking for a long time, carefully digesting everything he had heard today. The age of primal chaos and the age of yin and yang. These were two grand and intense great eras that surged forward with great momentum. He longed for them, wishing he could be there and witness the prosperity of life. However, all of this had already gone with the wind. All of the past had been annihilated in the chaos of the Fiend Celestial War, annihilated in the dust of history. Divine Sovereign, let's continue forward. Since we've come to this Fiend Celestial War realm, we must properly plunder it. Although there will be many dangers, there are many benefits that we cannot easily give up. After a long time, Fatty Fan Yushu narrowed his eyes, leaving only a slit. However, a bright light was emitted from them. Haha, that's right. There are countless lucky chances here. We cannot easily let them go. Beside Fan Yushu, Meng Dongyang also laughed heartily. This Fiend Celestial War Realm, after tens of millions of years of nourishment, would definitely give birth to extraordinary treasures. The crimson nether flower, underworld soul grass, and ebony what they had found were all good things, but the deeper they went, the greater the benefits would be. Du Xiaofu nodded and no longer said anything. After casting aside the endless thoughts in his mind, he began to lead the group deeper into the Fiend Celestial War Realm. Time slowly passed, and more than 10 days passed in a flash. During this period, Du Xiaofu and the others found many good things. The greatest harvest was the crimson nether flower, but it was much more than when they were in the periphery. In addition, they also found several stalks of underworld soul grass. These were treasures that could temper the soul to a certain extent. However, They did not see any more terrifying treasures like ebony wood. That's... On this day, when more than 20,000 people split up and advanced, Du Xiaofu, who was at the front of the group, suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked ahead. Several thousand kilometers away, a figure flashed and quickly disappeared. When Du Xiaofu looked again, the figure was already faintly discernible and could no longer be found. Who was it? Yu Chengyan also noticed this situation and asked in confusion. Those who came to the Fiend Celestial War realm were all from the 35 Holy Lands and 72 Divine Kingdoms. Presumably, the major forces would be like them and would not easily split up. However, the figure that flashed and disappeared just now was clearly alone. But when they looked again, it had disappeared. Let's go take a look. Du Xiaofu called out and then took the lead to fly forward. That place was a scarlet-black mountain range. All of the rocks had been stained with too much blood, and after thousands of years of weathering, they had become dull and lusterless. Moreover, they were accompanied by a dense aura of blood and slaughter. Du Xiaofu clearly felt an aura that was very similar to this space from the figure that flashed just now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The people of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom all followed, and soon they had crossed several thousand kilometers and arrived at the mountain range. Escaped. Du Xiaofu stood on a lone peak, and his gaze scanned the surroundings as he searched carefully. He was a little suspicious. After the figure appeared just now, it disappeared without a trace. This was really strange. Over there! At this moment, Yu Yuran from the Broken Moon Palace shouted. Her slender body rose into the air and chased in a direction. In fact, Du Xiaofu was faster than her. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Using the first form of Fuyao, he directly passed through the space barrier and appeared in a cave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, Meng Dongyang, Zhang Haoren, Teng Yuanshan, and more than 10 cultivators at the peak of the late stage of truth, severing flashed one after another, and then appeared not far from Du Xiaofu. Everyone gathered in a circle, surrounding a figure in the center. This is... In the distance, Zhang Haoren opened his mouth, and his jaw almost fell. Looking at the figure surrounded in the center, he was speechless. Under his gaze, a humanoid creature stood there, nervously and cautiously looking at the people surrounding it, and made a defensive posture. This humanoid creature's body was covered with pitch-black scales that emitted a cold light. Its face, palms, and every part of its body was shining with a cold light. The scales were dense and had a metallic luster flowing around them. It looked extremely terrifying. A pair of dark green eyes looked around and stared at Du Xiaofu and the others warily. This is the demon race? The same thought rose in everyone's mind at the same time. They had never seen such an appearance. When had there been such a creature in the 33 heavens? It really is the demon race, Du Xiaofu murmured. He was no stranger to this appearance. In the divine martial world and the devil religion fought for so many years. Those powerhouses came in different forms, but there were also many creatures in this form. The great demon emperor was one of them. Chapter 28-29. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. On top of that. Layers of dark demonic energy rolled around the scaled creature's body, faintly emitting from its body. This could not be faked and directly revealed its identity. There are actually remnants of the demon clan. Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, Teng Yuanshan, Zhang Haoren, Yu Yuran, and the others all became serious. Looking at the figure in the middle, the young disciples of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom all had murderous looks on their faces. The existence of the demon clan was an endless source of pain for the ancient beings of the 33 heavens. Even now, when they saw the demon clan experts appear, they would not let them go and vowed to kill them all. Human. Facing the encirclement of the experts, the demon clan spoke in a gloomy and hoarse voice. It was like the sound of stones rubbing against each other, making people feel uncomfortable. On his face, The pair of dark green eyes were suffused with a sinister coldness, mixed with a bloodthirsty light. Humph! The demon clan is no longer what it used to be. Since we have met here today, then go to hell and continue to serve your lord demon ancestor. These words came out of Zhang Haren's mouth. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his sword and violently attacked the demon clan. The dazzling sword light slashed through the space and instantly descended upon the demon clan's man. Human, don't even think about killing me. All of a sudden, the devil clan people roared in anger. Waves of pitch-black devil chi surged out, forming a black light shield above their heads. Chi, chi, chi! The sword light carried the majestic power of the law and instantly shattered the black light shield. Under the huge impact, the demon clan violently spat out a large mouthful of dark green blood. Then, the sword light did not weaken and brazenly slashed at the demon clan's head. However, it was caught by the demon clan's hands, and a series of sparks sputtered. Borrowing the terrifying impact of the collision, the demon clan rapidly retreated and instantly flashed into the distance, wanting to escape. This scene stunned Du Xiaofu, Yu Qingyan, Ting Yuanshan, and the others. Everyone was very clear about Zhang Haren's strength. However, he was one of the most outstanding people among the younger generation and should be regarded as an outstanding talent. That sword strike, just now, even though it wasn't his full strength, it still contained at least 30 to 40% of his strength. Even Yu Qingyan and the others didn't dare to use their hands to block that sword light. However, the devil race did it, and even accepted it. Could it be that its physical body was strong to such an extent? This demon's scales are very powerful. They are like gold and iron. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and said softly. As he spoke, he gently waved his hand, and a net of light fell from his hand, directly trapping the fleeing devil within. The power of the two primordial laws intertwined and tightly bound him, causing him to be unable to break free. Capture it! Fatty Fan Yushu let out a strange cry and flew out with a large number of figures, once again surrounding the demon in the center. However, this time around, they did not hesitate in the slightest. All of them instantly attacked with their full strength. Under the radiance of the laws, they directly imprisoned the devil race. Human, quickly let me go. The devil race howled from his mouth, and his voice sounded frightening for no reason. He struggled violently, and waves of dense devil chi surged out, releasing a monstrous power. This was also a strong expert. His true cultivation was not below Fan Yushu and the others. In addition, the scales on his body were very hard, comparable to a divine weapon. In your dreams. Fan Yushu snorted coldly and led a dozen people to do their best. They displayed the power of the laws, firmly binding the devil race. The devil race should be killed. A middle stage, true, severing stage expert roared angrily, and then a long saber suddenly appeared in his hand, with clear light circulating. His eyes widened in anger, and his killing intent shot straight into the night. He was about to walk over and give the devil race a slash. Don't kill him first. Du Xiaofu walked forward and stopped the person's actions and said, We just entered the Fiend God battlefield not long ago and do not know much about this place. And this devil race has been trapped here for countless years. It's better to get some information from him than to wander around aimlessly. After saying that, he suddenly stretched out 5 fingers and grabbed the devil race in front of him above the head. Roar! Waves of miserable screams came from the devil race's mouth, piercing through gold and splitting stone, directly penetrating the soul. Many of the god-seizing stage cultivators were instantly pierced by this piercing sound, and their heads were about to burst open. At the same time, many early-stage, true, severing stage cultivators' hearts shook, and they could not stand steadily. If not for Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, and the others' timely actions, using their absolute cultivation to set up restrictions to isolate that terrifying sound, many people would not have been able to hold on for a breath of time, and would have been directly killed by the devil race's screams. Roar! Under Du Xiaofu's palm, the devil race let out a series of long screams, sounding incomparably miserable. But the purple-robed youth just gently closed his eyes and did not move at all. He continued to extract the information he wanted from the devil race cultivator's mind. After a long while, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, and a large amount of power burst out from his hand, and a large amount of law light began to flow from his palm down the devil race cultivator's body, carrying with it an incomparably sharp qi, and in an instant the devil race cultivator's body was torn apart, and finally, with a bang, turned into a pile of ashes. God King, did you get anything? Fatty Fan Yushu eagerly asked Du Xiaofu as he eagerly looked at him. Of course I got something. Du Xiaofu looked at the fatty and smiled faintly. Hearing this, many people immediately surrounded him, and all of them looked at him. Our previous guess was correct. This fiend god battlefield is incomparably huge. From the devil race cultivator's memories, I learned that this place is really the size of a large world in the 33 heavens. Du Xiaofu said, somewhat rueful. Perhaps this fiend god battlefield was also a large world when it was first opened, but because of the devil race's attack, it became a land of death, and under the corrosion of excessive blood qi, it could no longer give birth to new life. Obtaining such a result, the others all felt a slight chill in their hearts, but they did not say anything. After all, this result was something they had expected. Is there any other information? At this time, Yu Qingyan asked. Everyone wanted to know this question. This fiend god battlefield was extremely huge and was not smaller than any large world. If they relied on these people who were at the peak of the late stage of truth-severing to explore, who knew how many years it would take, and if they could obtain more information from the devil race cultivators, then their following actions would be much more convenient. Of course. Du Xiaofu nodded and said, many people from the supreme Changrong heaven have entered the fiend god battlefield and have already caused some commotion, causing the remaining devil race cultivators here to be vigilant. The devil race cultivator just now was sent out to scout the situation. There are still many remnants of the devil race gathered in the fiend god battlefield. They are very strong, and their overall numbers are huge. We have to be careful. In addition, there are many terrifying danger zones here, and for countless years, no devil race cultivator has stepped into them. From the memories obtained from the devil race cultivator, he was very wary of that terrifying danger zone, but Du Xiaofu did not know how terrifying it was inside. No matter what, since we have come to the fiend god battlefield, we have to take a look. Yu Qingyao walked lightly in front of Du Xiaofu and said. Du Xiaofu nodded when he heard this. He had the same thought. Since they had come in, they had to take a look. Even if there was great danger there, they had to take a look first. Here, there is a desolate palace and a desolate ancient ruins. They are both places that people fear. In addition, there is also a place that is the most terrifying. It is called the Gates of Hell. No one dares to step into that place. It just so happens that the primordial ruins are relatively closer, so let's explore it first. Du Xiaofu used the devil race cultivator's memories to filter out some useful information and said to everyone, Okay, Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, and the others nodded. Let's go. Du Xiaofu did not delay any longer, and once again led everyone on their journey. However, before they could travel for 7 or 8 days, they came across an extraordinary place. This place was still very far away from the primordial ruins, but the terrifying aura it emitted was something they had never seen before. There is actually such an ancient forest here. In everyone's line of sight, a vast and boundless forest appeared not far away, boundless and boundless. Every tree in the forest was tall and towering, and the trunk was very thick. It would probably take dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. However, these ancient trees were only left with bare branches. They were dark red in color, and not a single green leaf could be seen. Their vitality had long been cut off, and they looked abnormally dilapidated. Layers of fishy wind blew past, and the bloody aura in the air became even stronger in the forest, almost choking the nose. Such a vast forest is actually completely soaked in blood, causing its vitality to be cut off. Yu Qingyan looked ahead in shock and said in horror. Obviously, this was a place that had not been overly involved in the Great War back then, but there was too much killing in this space. The blood flowed here, and the fishy wind blew here, affecting the growth of this forest. The soil in the forest was reddish-black, mixed with some indistinguishable rotten things. It was very moist, like a shallow swamp. The bloodstains on the ground have not completely dried up after so many years. Meng Dongyang's eyes widened as he exclaimed. With a little exploration, he could tell that the swamp in the forest was formed by a mixture of blood. I'm afraid that in the beginning, the vitality of this forest was not completely extinguished, and it was still absorbing the blood of living creatures. However, when the environment of the entire divine demon battlefield circulated, the murderous aura eventually affected the growth of the forest. Zhang Haoren speculated. The blood that had not dried up for thousands of years had turned into a bloody mud that covered the forest. Such a scene made one's scalp tingle a little. He had no idea how much blood essence had been gathered there. This forest should be the first to grow when the world first opened, and it has a very strong vitality. It is also because of this that under the influence of blood, an endless amount of bloody aura has condensed here. Ting Yuanshan swept his gaze across the vast land and said, this forest had not been affected by the Great War and had even grown for a certain period of time. No one knew whether this was a good or bad thing. Under the absorption of blood over the years, the bloody aura had further transformed into a bloody aura that gradually destroyed the vitality of all the trees and formed this area. Let's go in and take a look. Du Xiaofu waved his hand and swooped down into the forest. He landed directly on the ground, gently stepping on the soft soil. Sometimes, when his feet landed on the ground, there would be a pop sound of bubbles. Compared to the trees around him, his figure was extremely small. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as an ant compared to a tree. The aura here is so scary. I can't take it anymore. In the crowd, a seizing god expert gradually began to tremble. His face was ashen, and his whole body was about to collapse. Not only him, but the bodies of the nearly 10,000 seizing gods around him were also shaking. They were on the verge of collapse from the impact of the bloody aura. If you can't hold on, don't force yourself. Everyone, enter the desolate ancient space. Du Xiaofu frowned, looked around, and then said to the crowd. The desolate ancient space opened and sucked in those who could not hold on. He did not dare to let these people out of the forest. No one knew what would happen next. If a group of seizing gods were to be left outside and encountered an accident, the losses would be great. Let's continue forward. Yu Chenyan called out and walked side by side with Du Xiaofu, continuing to advance into the forest. This forest was truly vast. Its circumference was probably no less than a few million kilometers. If they were to walk forward step by step, who knew how long it would take them to traverse this place, let alone explore some of the things within. So the speed of the seizing gods was also very fast. They practically turned into black shadows, and after a few whooshes, they went into the distance. As they went deeper and deeper, more people felt that they could not bear the terrifying aura here. This bloody aura was too strong. It affected people's souls and made their primordial spirits tremble. Du Xiaofu did not hesitate at all, and directly sucked He Jibai, Yu Chengliang, Fan Yushu, and the other early-stage seizing gods into the desolate ancient space. However, Yu Qingxi and Duani Zong, the two-peak early-stage seizing gods, remained. In this way, there were only 100 or so people left by his side. They were all at the middle stage, seizing gods, and above. What a scary place. If I was alone, I wouldn't come in even if you beat me to death. Yu Qingxi unconsciously shivered, and felt that his body was somewhat cold. He had just broken through to the peak early stage seizing gods, and could only barely resist the bloody aura invading his body by circulating his cultivation with all his strength. The environment here was too scary. It was dark and damp, and the surrounding tall trees stood erect one after another, making this place seem like a maze. There was always a feeling of not being able to find one's direction as they went deeper. Can you do it? If you can't, just say it and go into the desolate ancient space with them to hide. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes to look at Yu Qingxi and said so. We'll hold on a little longer. Duan Yizong gritted his teeth and said he did not want to hide like this. This experience could also be considered a small test on the path of cultivation, so he could only bitterly hold on. Du Xiaofu nodded and did not say anything more. He continued to move quickly and rushed towards the center of the forest. Not long after, Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong were indeed unable to hold on, and were affected by the terrifying aura in the forest. Their faces were deathly pale, and wisps of black qi twined around their skin. Quickly enter the desolate ancient space. If you force yourself to hold on, it will affect your cultivation. Du Xiaofu turned his head and said to the two. Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Then they directly entered the desolate ancient space. Emperor God, I'm afraid we can't hold on for much longer. Let's go in together so you can advance quickly. At this time, a middle stage seizing god spoke up. In order to take care of them, Du Xiaofu and the others were still prepared to use their own power to envelop everyone. This way, it would greatly affect the speed of their advance. According to the situation in front of them, they definitely would not be able to hold on for much longer. It was better to be more straightforward and directly hide. Okay. Du Xiaofu readily agreed, and the other middle stage, seizing gods, all entered the desolate ancient space. Soon, Du Xiaofu's surroundings were only left with Yu Chengyan, Yu Qingyao, Meng Dongyang, Zhang Haoren, Ting Yuanshan, Yu Yuran, and the other late-stage seizing gods. In total, there were only 14 people left. We have to be careful. I keep feeling that this place is not simple. Yu Qingyao looked forward and said softly, endless bloody and murderous aura has condensed, and in the end, it has corroded and turned into a bloody aura. This place either contains a great ominous object, or it will give birth to a precious treasure. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed, and he said, as if he was talking to himself, I'm thinking that the possibility of a great ominous object appearing is a bit higher. Yu Qingyan smacked his lips and said as he looked at everyone, this forest was very terrifying. But any place like this, after countless years of change and evolution, would definitely produce something that was difficult to see. It was probably something that could not be seen in the 33 heavens. And the most likely thing was that an extremely terrifying thing would appear. If that was the case, they would probably face unimaginable danger. It had to be known that this was a battlefield of the demon race at the beginning of the world. Billions of creatures died here, and the strength of the murderous aura was difficult to find in the world. It was naturally not difficult for some ominous object or demonic object to be born here. Of course, there was also another possibility. Extreme Yin gave birth to Yang, and things would move in the opposite direction. If this forest produced some precious treasure, there was also a small chance. However, everyone only thought about this possibility and did not dare to truly hope for it. After all, this chance was very small. Du Xiaofu and the dozen or so people continued to advance. In the monotonous and dry environment, another half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. Just as they had expected, the aura here was becoming more and more terrifying. If those middle stage, seizing gods had not entered the desolate ancient space, they would definitely not be able to hold on anymore. Chapter 2830. At this point, even Meng Dongyang, Zhang Haoren, Yu Qingyan, Yu Yuran, and the others felt immense pressure. The evil blood qi invaded their bodies and everyone's bodies were covered with a thin layer of black qi. Everyone relied on their strong power of laws to keep the black qi outside. In comparison, Du Xiaofu was much better. He had the immortal Shen body, so the terrifying aura couldn't really invade his body. Even if some aura entered his body, it was quickly refined. That's... On this day, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly flashed as something appeared in his line of sight, attracting his attention. This is Yu Qingyao, Teng Yuan Shan Yu Yuran, and the others' eyes trembled as they were surprised by what they saw. Without thinking, they flashed from where they were and approached in an instant. After taking a closer look, everyone instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Blood, demon black Ganoderma. So this legendary thing really does exist. What a terrifying place to grow such a terrifying thing. More than a dozen people looked at each other in amazement. In front of them, there was a huge plant that was as tall as a person. It looked like a mushroom, but it was actually a huge Ganoderma. The Ganoderma's crown was the size of 2 people and 4 arms, and its roots were as thick as a wash basin. Its entire surface was black and faintly emitted a red light, releasing a fragrance. Blood, demon black Ganoderma. This is an amazing thing. Meng Donyang clicked his tongue in admiration. His eyes were wide open, as if he had been frightened. No wonder such a treasure has never been seen in the 33 heavens. It turns out that only the boundless blood qi of the divine demon battle boundary can nourish such a rare treasure. Zhang Haoren also sighed, his eyes burning with passion. This blood demon, black Ganoderma, is definitely a supreme treasure. It's the biggest harvest we've gotten since entering the divine demon battle boundary. Tang Yuanshan couldn't help but lick his lips and rub his hands. Using this thing, we can effectively temper our primordial spirit and strengthen our soul power. In the future, on the path of cultivation, the power of comprehension will definitely increase explosively. Yu Qingyan said after a moment of silence. Any cultivator who reached a profound level of cultivation relied on comprehending everything in the world to improve themselves. If one wanted to grasp the boundless laws, it was not something that could be done just by relying on the growth of one's physical strength. One also needed a strong comprehension ability. This blood evil black evil also contained an endless amount of evil aura after being invaded by the evil aura for countless years. However, at the same time, it also possessed an extremely powerful nourishing effect because it was able to survive within the evil aura of the blood evil qi. These 2 powers neutralized each other, making the blood fiend black Zoisha a rare treasure. It didn't exist like the underworld soul grass, where one had to constantly pay attention to whether or not they would be affected when refining it. Once a cultivator consumed it, as long as their cultivation was not too weak, they would be able to absorb it easily. It was truly a rare treasure. I can't let go of such a good thing. Du Xiaofu looked at the blood fiend black Zoisha with sparkling eyes. This stalk was very large and was enough to divide among the dozen of them. After refining it, the young disciples of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom would be greatly improved in the Divine Devil Battle Realm. As he spoke, Du Xiaofu stretched out a hand and slowly grabbed the blood fiend, Black Zoisha. This kind of treasure shouldn't be easily obtained. He needed to slowly investigate it. However, just as Du Xiaofu's hand reached out, the space in front of him suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, the space crack suddenly swelled up, and a terrifying sword light shot out from it, aiming directly at Du Xiaofu's chest, intending to cut him in half. Emperor God, be careful! Seeing this scene, Meng Dongyang, Zhang Haoren, Teng Yuanshan, Yu Qingyan, and the others all cried out in alarm. This sword strike came too suddenly. No one expected it, and they were all overwhelmed with shock. The murderous aura within the sword radiance was vast and mighty. The surrounding void was also confined by a terrifying force, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Even if everyone wanted to help Du Xiaofu, They were simply unable to do so in time. Before the dozen people from the Yu-Qing Divine Kingdom could finish their words, the sword radiance had already reached Du Xiaofu's chest. It carried with it an unparalleled power and directly sliced Du Xiaofu's body in half. Then it was engulfed by the boundless light. What terrifying power! Who is it that launched a sneak attack? Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, and the others were all sent flying by the terrifying power and smashed into giant trees. After they landed, they all let out a muffled groan. Their faces darkened as they looked around, trying to find the attacker. Where is the Emperor God? Ting Yuanshan looked around and also tried to find Du Xiaofu's trace. The sword light, just now, was very powerful. It was so powerful that if they faced it head-on, it would be very dangerous, and their lives would be in danger. However, they knew that with Du Xiaofu's strength, he shouldn't have been killed in one blow. The purple-robed figure that was destroyed should have been an afterimage. So there is such a terrifying expert among the disciples of the unparalleled Chang Rong heaven. Everyone's eyes trembled fiercely. Apart from the demon race, only the younger generation of the unparalleled Chang Rong heaven had entered the fiend god battle realm. There shouldn't be anyone else here. Judging from the aura of the sword light just now, the vast and fierce intent was absolutely terrifying. It was definitely not something that a demon race person could possess. Clearly, the person who launched the sneak attack was a disciple of some power. Just as these thoughts flashed through everyone's minds and they were searching for traces of Du Xiaofu and the person who had attacked, an angry roar came from the void and suddenly exploded. "Sneaky scoundrel, come out and pay your respects to this emperor." This was Du Xiaofu's voice. It was fierce and domineering, and there was endless killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, the void in front of him was smashed through with a bang. A figure shot out from it and flew hundreds of thousands of miles before stopping. Along the way, the figure smashed countless trees. Under everyone's gazes, Du Xiaofu also flew out of the void in the opposite direction. After he appeared, he quickly sent a voice transmission to Yu Qingyan and the others, saying anxiously, "Quickly attack together and seize the blood fiend Black Zoisha." Hearing such a sentence, the dozen or so people didn't need to think and surrounded the blood fiend Black Zoisha again. The dozen or so late-stage truth, severing cultivators exerted their strength at the same time. Layer after layer of law light poured down and surged towards the blood fiend Black Zoisha. Needless to say, the person who attacked just now was very strong. Even Du Xiaofu was somewhat afraid. Moreover, the other party was clearly aiming for the blood fiend Black Ingot. No one wanted this treasure to be snatched away. Humph! A bunch of chickens and dogs. How dare you snatch the treasure in front of my jade feather holy land? Accompanied by such words, after a few swooshes, no less than 20 figures flashed out of the void and directly rushed towards Yu Qingyan and the others. On these 20 or so people, the power of law flowed endlessly, fluctuating with a fierce aura. In an instant, the space where Yu Qingyan and the others were located was bound. The power of the law of space is so strong. Everyone from the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom was shocked. The average cultivation level of this newcomer was much higher than theirs. When these people jointly used the power of the law of space, it actually made their side feel as if they had fallen into a swamp, unable to move. So it's people from the Jade Feather Holy Land. Yu Qingyan's eyes became incomparably deep, and he felt an unprecedented pressure in his heart. The Jade Feather Holy Land was one of the 35 holy lands. Although this holy land was not extremely strong, it could be ranked 13th or 14th among the 35 holy lands. Their overall strength was much stronger than Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. Even if the thousands of immortal powerhouses from the 3,000 boundless worlds attacked at the same time, it would definitely not be as easy as crushing the Jew Spirit Holy Land. Even if they could win, they would have to pay a great price. Fight together. Yu Chengyao shouted. Under the suppression of the law of space, it was very difficult for them. The cultivations of the 20 or so people were very strong. They were at least at the true severing pinnacle stage, and there were even 2 people who had reached the true severing pinnacle stage. If they wanted to break through the suppression, they would have to go all out to resist. At this time, Yu Qingyao and the others did not care about the blood fiend black ingot. No matter how precious this thing was, it was not as precious as their lives. If they did not resist in time, they would be suppressed and killed very quickly. However, just as they were preparing to fight, Du Xiaofu's words rang in their ears again. Take the blood fiend black ingot with all your strength. I will fight them. With a flash, the purple-robed figure rushed out from the void. Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu unleashed the second transformation of the green spirit armor. His gigantic dragon body danced in the void, domineering and domineering. In less than a breath's time, the space suppression formed by the 20 or so people from the Jade Feather Holy Land was shattered, making a sound like porcelain shattering. What a strong boy! The 20 or so people were shocked by Du Xiaofu's strength. Moreover, the azure dragon's body that he had transformed into also made everyone gasp in amazement. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't suppress him. A young man from the Jade Feather Holy Land said coldly, and then suddenly moved, rushing towards Du Xiaofu again. 10 people go and take the blood fiend black ingot. The rest of you hold this boy back. Right at this moment, the figure that had been blasted flying earlier quickly returned and issued such an order. Yes, Holy Sun. Under his instructions, half of the people from the Jade Feather Holy Land no longer continued to entangle with Du Xiaofu, but rushed towards Yu Qingyan and the others. At the same time, the Holy Sun of the Jade Feather Holy Land also raised his sword and slashed towards Du Xiaofu. A terrifying cultivation erupted, and the sword directly rose into the sky, cutting the whole world in half. A terrible crack appeared in the void, pushing to both sides, and this space looked like the sea was being split in half by a strong force. A holy sun. Du Xiaofu's dragon mouth opened and closed, letting out a dragon roar as he coldly snorted. So what if you are a holy sun? In front of this emperor, you still have to kneel. As soon as he finished speaking, his 2 dragon claws suddenly began to draw a strange trajectory, releasing a vast aura. Wong. The 8 trigrams appeared in the void, and the power of the law of matter flowed and rose, carrying with it the power to suppress the world. Terrifying heavenly lightning, earthly fire, mountains, lakes, seas, and other scenes pulsed, as if evolving into a boundless world. At the same time, the absolute hegemony domain was also released, blending with all the scenes of the law of matter, causing this world to be directly separated from the void. Everyone from the Jade Feather Holy Land, except for the Holy Sun, as well as the 12 or so masters from the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom, were all included. What terrifying strength! Where did this boy come from? I feel like I can't move. Although the power of the law of space is not stronger than ours, when combined with the law of matter, I can't resist. This person's strength is definitely not below the Holy Sun's. The 20 or so people from the Jade Feather Holy Land were shocked. When had they ever fought against such a terrifying opponent? Even if their Holy Sun went all out, this was probably the most he could do. Most importantly, these people could clearly feel that the boy's cultivation was only at the peak of the true severing late stage. However, the law of matter and the law of space could combine so perfectly. Who in the same generation in the 33 heavens could do this? This was simply too inconceivable and hard to believe. Quickly break free and take the blood demon, Ganoderma. If you don't act now, it will be too late. In the eyes of these people, Yu Chengyan, Yu Qingyao, and the others were not affected at all. Instead, because of the purple-robed youth's actions, the aura they gathered together could no longer suppress them. The 12 or so people were trying their best to collect the blood demon, Ganoderma. They were worried that if they delayed any longer, this supreme treasure would really fall into the hands of others. Kill. At this moment, the Jade Feather Holy Land's holy son's sword slashed down, brazenly slashing at Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams. Chilala, a terrifying power erupted, and the 8 trigrams were instantly torn apart. All the scenes shook and almost shattered. Du Xiaofu's dragon eyes narrowed. The power of this sword was too strong. As expected of a holy son, it was much more terrifying than the Songming divine kingdom's first prince, Li Zheng. After the sword slashed open the 8 trigrams, it still had some momentum left to descend. Du Xiaofu let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, and his dragon body twisted into the air. He swept out with his divine dragon tail and directly attacked the sword beam, causing it to explode with a bang. Under the terrifying force, the 8 trigrams shook, but fortunately, Du Xiaofu managed to control it in time, and it did not really collapse. However, a long wound had appeared on his dragon tail, and fresh blood was dripping down. We broke free. At this time, one of the 10 people from the Jade Feather Holy Land who rushed towards Yu Qingyan shouted. They joined forces to attack and finally broke free from the terrifying space shackles the moment the 8 trigrams shook. Quickly kill them and take the blood demon Ganoderma. Go to hell, weaklings. These 10 people all roared loudly and charged madly towards Yu Qingyan's group. Oh no, these people from the Jade Feather Holy Land are too strong. The God Emperor alone has to take care of us. I'm afraid he won't be able to resist them. Teng Yuanshan said solemnly with great worry. They believed that with Du Xiaofu's strength, it would not be too difficult for him to kill these people from the Jade Feather Holy Land. But now they needed to seize the blood demon Ganoderma, while the God Emperor had to take care of them while facing more than 10 people. It was too dangerous. This situation was different from when they fought against the top 100 cultivators of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom. These people from the Jade Feather Holy Land were very strong, including the Holy Sun. There were 3 true Severing Perfection stage cultivators. Moreover, the Holy Sun's strength was not something an ordinary true Severing Perfection stage cultivator could compare to. The sword in his hand was also not ordinary. Otherwise, how could it hurt the God Emperor's azure dragon body? Don't worry about me. These people can't hurt me. Du Xiaofu shouted as his dragon body swayed horizontally in the void, and he rushed towards the Jade Feather Holy Sun. He controlled the 8 trigrams, and the power of the laws of matter and space surged out, once again restraining the other 20 people. But now that the other party was prepared, he could not stop them. Divine thunder cauldrons, kill them for me. These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. At the same time as he faced the saint, the 9 divine thunder cauldrons streaked across the sky in a perfectly straight trajectory, directly heading towards the 10 experts who were pouncing towards Yu Qingyan and the others. Hong Long Long. The 9 purple thunder cauldrons crushed the void, and the power of a Peerless artifact burst out, like a mountain crushing the sky. The vast aura rolled out, and the people from the Jade Feather Holy Land could not dodge at all. They were smashed by the giant cauldrons one by one. Inside Du Xiaofu's world domain, they could not avoid the power of the divine thunder cauldrons. Pooh, pooh, pooh. A series of muffled sounds rang out, accompanied by the sound of people coughing up blood. Of the 10 people charging towards Yu Qingyan, 9 of them were instantly sent flying, all the way until they left the range of Du Xiaofu's domain. Needless to say, even if these people did not die, they were half dead. What a terrifying artifact! The last person's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and it rolled down, causing his eyes to become a little blurry. His heart was filled with endless horror, and he thought that if he was also hit, his bones would definitely be broken and his vitality would be greatly damaged. He did not dare to continue to rush towards Yu Qingyan and the others. His strength alone was not enough, and he could not change anything. He could only wait for others to come to his rescue. No matter what, he had to avoid this attack first. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, his pupils immediately shrank. Hong Long, the 9 divine thunder cauldrons rushed forward again, and they actually rushed towards him together. That terrifying aura rushed over like a great river, carrying with it the power to crush everything. The monstrous purple thunder covered the void, like a waterfall dancing in the air, and there was an infinite aura of destruction in its domineering aura. No! Seeing the 9 divine thunder cauldrons gradually enlarging in his eyes, this master let out a long howl and wanted to escape, but he could not escape at all. He watched as the 9 cauldrons smashed into his body, and then his whole body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 28:31. A late-stage truth severing cultivator was instantly killed, dying an unnatural death. Seeing this scene, Saint Bluefeather's eyes suddenly turned cold. As for the others from the Bluefeather Holy Land, they all felt a chill in their hearts, their throats trembled violently, and sweat appeared on their foreheads. The purple-robed young man who had transformed into an azure dragon was really too terrifying. So many of them besieged him, but they still couldn't suppress him. Not only that, one of their own masters was killed in an instant. Even if their holy son went all out, it would be impossible for him to achieve this. Walala! At the same time that the master was killed, a terrifying sword light swept across the sky and once again slashed into Du Shaofu's 8 trigrams diagram. This sword light was dazzling, and with a burst of power it tore apart the 8 trigrams diagram and then slashed into Du Shaofu's azure dragon body. Du Shaofu's dragon abdomen was slashed open, as if his stomach had been cut open. He had to pay a heavy price to resolve this attack. However, amidst the blood, the flesh and blood on the azure dragon's abdomen quickly wriggled and recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. How dare you kill my Bluefeather Holy Land's people? Boy, you're courting death. Bluefeather Holy Land's holy son retreated slightly after his attack, his voice cold as he stared at the giant azure dragon circling in the sky. Humph! Du Shaofu coldly snorted, accompanied by a heaven-shaking dragon roar, his killing intent soaring to the sky. So what if your Bluefeather Holy Land? Since you dare to snatch benefits from this emperor, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, his dragon eyes turned and stared unblinkingly at Saint Bluefeather. Boy, who are you? How dare you call yourself emperor? Only at this time did Saint Bluefeather really pay attention to his opponent. From the moment he appeared until now, Saint Bluefeather had heard the other party call himself emperor more than once. Saint Bluefeather was a little surprised in his heart. Could this boy have some great background? After Saint Bluefeather asked that question, a Holy Land disciple suddenly exclaimed with extreme surprise, calling himself an emperor. Could he be the Yuqing Divine Emperor? As soon as the sentence came out, everyone from Bluefeather Holy Land came to a realization. Those who entered the celestial devil battlefield are all of the younger generation. Among the 72 divine kingdoms, it seems like only the divine emperor of the Yuqing Divine Kingdom has entered. That's right, the news has just spread in the divinity and devil battlefield. They say that the Yuqing Divine Emperor is here. Who would believe that the divine emperor of a country was actually a true severing cultivator? This is simply unimaginable. Looks like the rumors are true. This kid must be the new Yuqing Divine Emperor. The Yuqing Divine Kingdom is really unique. They do things that others don't dare to do. Even a truth-severing cultivator can become the ruler of a country. The group of people from the Holy Lands couldn't help but exclaim. They were all shocked by Du Shaofu's identity. But very quickly, another voice rang out, causing the hearts of the crowd to sink. This Yuqing Divine Emperor is indeed powerful. No wonder he dares to speak so arrogantly in the celestial devil battlefield and trample all the disciples of the 35 sacred grounds under his feet. These words came from the mouth of a disciple from the Holy Lands. During this period of time, they had heard many stories about the Yu Qing Divine Emperor. Almost every faction in the celestial devil battlefield was honing his name. It was said that not long ago, the people from the Tsangming Divine Kingdom were brutally trampled by the Yu Qing Divine Emperor. Their fifth prince was killed, and their first prince's superior true weapon of the laws, which represented the highest authority of the Divine Emperor, was taken away. Most importantly, before the Yu Qing Divine Emperor left, he used the people from the Tsangming Divine Kingdom to declare war on all the 35 sacred grounds. He said that even the saints and saintesses of the sacred grounds were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Tsangming Divine Kingdom, let alone the first prince of the Tsangming Divine Kingdom. As for the people from the other 71 divine kingdoms, they were all ignored. They weren't even mentioned at all. This insolence stunned everyone when they heard the news. They were all shocked by the Yu Qing Divine Emperor's arrogance. However, many people understood after thinking about it. It was very likely that the people from the Tsangming Divine Kingdom were unwilling to admit defeat. They were stirring up trouble and making enemies for the Yu Qing Divine Emperor. However, their actions were undoubtedly successful. The name of the Yu Qing Divine Emperor spread across all the major factions. Whether it was the people from the 35 sacred grounds or the other 70 divine kingdoms, everyone was deeply interested in him. Some experts even said that if they met him, they would definitely fight him. At the same time, there were also arrogant people who said that they would definitely trample Du Xiaofu. Therefore, the only person who could call himself a divine emperor in the celestial devil battlefield was the new Yu Qing Divine Emperor. The identity of the purple-robed youth in the form of the azure dragon was obvious. I was wondering who it was. So you're the Yu Qing Divine Emperor. At this moment, the holy son of the jade, feather, holy land became serious. Whether or not the arrogant words of trampling all the holy sons and holy daughters came from the mouth of the youth in front of him, it was undeniable that he was very strong. At the very least, the holy son of the jade, feather, holy land did not have a high chance of winning against him. Such an outcome made the holy son of the jade, feather, holy land disheartened. The battle just now allowed him to weigh the gap between them. That's right, it's me. Du Xiaofu did not deny it and said with certainty. He was not surprised that the holy son of the jade, feather, holy land recognized him. It was obvious that the news of his battle with the Tsangming Divine Kingdom had spread. You're indeed an arrogant person. However, if you really dare to treat the successors of the various sacred grounds as if they're nothing, you'll definitely die a horrible death. The holy son of the jade, feather, holy land said with a gloomy look. These words caused Du Xiaofu to be suddenly stunned, and he didn't know where to start. However, after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. It must have been Crown Prince Songming and the others who had made up a series of stories to push him into the heart of the storm. From there, they would be able to borrow the hands of the major forces to eliminate him. Their intentions are really sinister. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. The next time he met the people of the Tsangming Divine Kingdom, he would definitely kill them and make them tremble in fear. They would never dare to spread rumors again. However, at the same time, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth slightly and snorted at the holy son of the jade, feather, holy land. I don't know how strong the successors of the 35 sacred grounds are, but if you use your strength as a benchmark to measure them, I'm afraid they're really not that good. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly with disdain. If it was a one-on-one battle, dealing with the holy son of the jade, feather, holy land would only take a little more effort than dealing with the first prince of the Tsangming Divine Kingdom. What an arrogant person. This holy son wants to see how you can fight against so many of us with your own strength today. The holy son of the jade, feather, holy land said coldly as he glanced in the direction of Yu Qingyan and the others. At this time, more than a dozen people from the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom had begun to cut off the blood spirit Ganoderma and were about to take it away. If they did not act now, such a treasure would fall into the hands of the Yu Qing divine kingdom. With Du Xiaofu's strength, it would be very difficult for them to obtain it if he wanted to retreat with everyone. Everyone, attack together and kill this boy with all your strength. After he dies, as for the others, they won't be able to escape. With such a loud shout, everyone from the Jade Feather Holy Land attacked at the same time, attacking Du Xiaofu together. Hong Long Long, the terrifying power of space principles surged and weaved in the void, creating a terrifying collision with Du Xiaofu's domineering domain. These two types of energy were both related to the laws of space, and they came from the same source. As soon as they came into contact with each other, the world was instantly overturned while the heavens and the earth were turned upside down. Large expanses of space in the surroundings exploded into pieces, and it was an extremely chaotic scene. Roar! Du Xiaofu's azure dragon body kept rolling and twisting, suppressing space. Under the bright light of the 8 trigrams in the void, his body seemed to be cast from gold and iron, releasing a terrifying sense of power. Under the full attack of more than a dozen people, the 8 trigrams in the void above constantly rotated and changed, and the various scenes below shattered and reappeared, and then shattered again. Hong Long Long, the 9 cauldrons suppressed the void and rolled, suppressing the heavens and earth. While blocking one attack after another, they also smashed into many people, causing them to vomit blood and fly back. However, Du Xiaofu's azure dragon body also had large wounds, and purple gold blood flowed out and sprinkled into the void. Kill. The holy son of the Jade Feather Holy Land's eyes were red as he held his sword and attacked fiercely. Terrifying sword chi pierced through the barrier of space and fell on the azure dragon's body again and again, causing terrible injuries. Since he had already fought for the black, baleful blood herb, and one of his fellow disciples had already died at the hands of Du Xiaofu, there was no reason for him to give up now. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to defeat the Yu Qing Divine Emperor alone. But he also did not believe that the Yu Qing Divine Emperor alone could defeat so many people on his side. Chilala, the holy son of the Jade Feather Holy Land, stood in the air, his hair and robes fluttering in the wind, like a god. His entire body was as bright as a rainbow, and the power of the laws swept across the area. In terms of the use of the space principles, he was even more powerful than Du Xiaofu. Time after time, he passed through the void, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, and it was hard to track him down. But suddenly he attacked violently with his sword. However, the Yu Qing Divine Emperor's strength was indeed terrifying. The combination of the laws of matter and space, as one was able to break through most of the holy son of the Jade Feather Holy Land's attack. Moreover, the 9 terrifying cauldrons continuously swept through the air, injuring the holy son of the Jade Feather Holy Land. As for the others, needless to say, they were all severely injured. What a perverted defensive power! How could there be someone who could cultivate the azure dragon body? The more intense the battle, the more shocked the holy son of the Jade Feather Holy Land was. He looked at the azure dragon flying up and down in the sky, and his eyes were filled with endless shock. The other party's defense was too abnormal. Even though he had suffered quite a bit of damage under the attacks of so many people, he was still recovering at a rapid pace. As the green dragon's body twisted and turned, there was no sign of its aura weakening. Instead, it became even more ferocious as it fought. The disciples of the Holy Land are only SOSO. Du Xiaofu roared, letting out a terrifying dragon roar that pierced through gold and cracked stone. The void was torn apart, and heaven and earth were turned upside down. He danced wildly in the air, moving with the 8 trigrams in the void. Under his control, the 9 cauldrons attacked ferociously. It had to be said that these people from the Holy Land were really strong. They were almost as strong as the top 100 experts of the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom combined. However, this time was different from the battle that day. Du Xiaofu attacked without any scruples, beating the disciples of the Holy Land into a sorry state. Altogether, for people had died under the divine thunder cauldrons, and one was directly smashed into a bloody pulp by his dragon tail. He couldn't be more dead. Generally speaking, so many truth-severing realm cultivators still could not compare to immortal realm cultivators. At the very least, when Du Xiaofu faced these people, he could still handle them with ease. Although he was injured, he did not need to retreat at all. Earlier in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, Du Xiaofu fought the first sky of a mortal realm expert of the heaven-devouring demon wolf clan, but he paid a great price to successfully kill him. He suffered an unimaginable injury, almost shaking his foundation. However, today he didn't need to worry about this at all. Success! Just when Du Xiaofu and the people of the Jade Feather Holy Land were fighting with all their strength, Yu Qingyan's surprised voice sounded. Under the situation where there was no outside interference, a dozen people worked together and finally succeeded in plucking the black blood spirit Zoisha. Yu Qingyan put it into his Qingquan bag. Such a result made them all endlessly happy. The black blood spirit Zoisha was definitely a treasure. Such a huge plant was enough for many people to take a step forward with it. As long as their cultivation base improved, the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom would be able to obtain more benefits in the divinity and devil battlefield. Bastard! Seeing this scene, the Jade Feather Holy Sun cursed in a low voice. He had underestimated his and Du Xiaofu's strength. He thought that they could kill him quickly, but he didn't expect that they would drag it out for so long that the black blood spirit Zoisha was successfully plucked. If that was the case, there was no point in them continuing to fight. With the Yu Qing Divine Emperor's strength, it would be difficult for them to stop him if he wanted to leave, not to mention whether or not he could snatch the treasure back. The Jade Feather Holy Land is just SOO. I won't play with you anymore today. I'll come back and torture you Holy Sun another day. Du Xiaofu roared happily. The azure dragon's huge tail swept across and wrapped up Yu Qingyan, Yu Qingyao, Ting Yuan Shan and the others, sending them into the ancient desolate space. Then he stretched out his body and let out a loud dragon roar. He was ready to use the first form of the rising sun to leave this place. However, just as he activated the law of space, the entire space was suddenly filled with a terrifying blood spirit qi. If the space was like a huge city wall, Du Xiaofu could freely pass through it with the help of the law of space. Then now, the terrifying blood spirit qi that seeped in was like a sturdy rivet, crisscrossing every inch of the space, causing the city wall to be so sturdy that it couldn't be shaken in the slightest. Even if he used the law of space, he was still forced to reveal himself on the spot. What's going on? Why can't I pass through space? I don't know where this blood spirit qi is coming from. It's too scary. It's affecting the law of space. Retreat. I'm afraid it's dangerous. The people of Blue Feather Holy Land also quickly discovered this and cried out in panic. Everyone quickly gathered together and began to retreat in a certain direction. I'm afraid something extremely ominous has appeared. Du Xiaofu returned to his human form and narrowed his eyes, his heart beating extremely fast. He had never encountered a scene like this before. The terrifying blood spirit qi was too strong, causing the surrounding space to be greatly affected. The world order was in chaos, and the space principles had lost their effectiveness. Run. At this moment, Blue Feather Holy Sun suddenly roared and quickly led everyone from the Holy Land away. His eyes stared at a certain place, and a look of panic appeared in his eyes. Following his gaze, all the trees in that direction had been turned to dust in an instant. Silently, a scarlet mist swept out from that place and quickly moved in the direction of everyone. Aolo! A loud roar broke through the clouds, and thunder rumbled between heaven and earth, shattering the sky and cracking the earth. Du Xiaofu and the dozens of people from Blue Feather Holy Land all felt their hearts shake and their bodies become unsteady. That ominous creature was too terrifying. Just a simple roar from it had such a terrifying, penetrating power, causing one's yuan spirit to feel like it was about to explode. The blood spirit qi also took advantage of this opportunity to invade their bodies. Accompanied by such a loud roar, an incomparably majestic figure stepped out of the scarlet fog. Huge feet stepped across the forest, and with a stomp, tens of thousands of ancient trees were crushed. Deep craters also appeared on the ground. What a terrifying creature! A great ominous creature was born in this ancient forest. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled fiercely as he was shocked by the blood spirit qi. Everyone had speculated earlier that this ancient forest, which was nourished by the blood spirit qi, would either produce a rare treasure or a great ominous creature, with the latter being more likely. At this time they had indeed found a treasure like the black blood spirit grass, but a great ominous creature had directly come knocking on their door. Du Xiaofu didn't need to think about it and directly ran away. Although he couldn't tear space, he could still fly directly. He couldn't just stay here and wait for the ominous creature to find him. The ominous creature was surrounded by a monstrous scarlet mist, concealing its true appearance. Du Xiaofu didn't dare to look back carefully. With a single step, it crossed a great distance and was actually approaching Du Xiaofu and the people from Blue Feather Holy Land step by step. This scene really made everyone panic. Since they couldn't fly, they couldn't use their fastest speed. Otherwise, it would be much easier to get rid of the ominous creature behind them. However, at this time, the boundless blood spirit qi rushed over, causing everyone to smell the scent of death. Aolo! Another strange cry rang out, and everyone felt a gust of cold wind behind them, sweeping over them like a stormy sea. What the fuck? Du Xiaofu cursed and couldn't help but be speechless. He was terrified by the strength of this ominous creature,